What's good? It's your boy Old Buddy Don checking in for another day of UWA. And this shit is about to go up. This is the first time y'all gonna ever see this shit. Today, we got the underground fucking tournament. This shit is about to go the fuck up. I'm ready to fucking see this shit. I'm gonna read this match card as soon as this first shit go ahead and start getting started. Yes, go ahead and get this first one set up. Ulysses, Wolfball, let's fucking go. And W Wolfballs for that new fucking intro. W fucking mess. Let's fucking go. You talking about you gonna do something with a man with no legs. We did this shit. We did this shit.
This match regularly
Who going
behind the
first?
scenes.
Why you invite me?
Because we doing our match,
You got
bro.
what going on behind the scenes?
Fuck, I don't
You can watch Tory match.
I can't see y'all. I can't only watch one match. Dude, y'all can run
Okay.
it.
I got mine
Boom.
screaming through Discord.
How am I gonna look at
We
it?
got this.
I
Why do
can
I
look
gotta
at
go
one
against
person
this
at a
nigga, though,
time.
bro?
And I want
Why
y'all
do I
to have
gotta go
camera
against
time.
this nigga?
Have camera
Hey
time.
Don, do I take submission?
The match
now?
only 5 minutes. No, hold on. Leave.
The match
You
is
can turn it
fast
off.
as hell.
It's
I don't
fast
even
as
know.
hell. The match is fast as
Wait.
hell.
Only
What
KO.
That's-
you call it? Did you not put me in
DQ
the underground match?
I did put you on one,
gotta
didn't
go
I?
against this nigga, bro.
Don, DQ
What's your
off.
name? Ricky Steamboat, right?
Ricky.
Don, is DQ
Oh,
off?
yeah.
Is he
Yeah.
on the
Put
underground?
you- Hold on. Unless I got your old person, do I got Stone Cold still?
Oh my
Nah,
god.
didn't Don say DQ's on?
Yeah,
Oh,
it is
yeah,
on.
you know.
on.
Two.
Oh, no,
DQ is
cool.
on.
Severy
And
here,
then
I'm
that's
gonna
it.
give you a match. Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah, that's
Fuck up
it,
drug
okay.
test.
That's it, right? No pain,
What
no
is
pain or
underground
submission,
like?
right? Just KO, that's
You
it.
never played Underground before?
Just a DQ
It's just like
match.
Def Jam
I mean,
Vendetta,
KO
bro. I mean,
KO
Def
match.
Jam Fight
I
for New
mean-
York. That's literally what
Hey,
it
who the
is.
needle mover?
That's combo.
Uh,
Okay, I was gonna say,
God,
you,
our
I'm
match
waiting
going
on
on
you.
right now.
Where the hell are you at?
Low key, bro, I gotta set this shit up. Oh, I'm already streaming it, bro. You don't see it?
Yeah, I see it now. Yeah, I got you up
Alright,
now.
let me know when you got it
Let's
set up.
get
You
this
listen.
shit. First one for the fucking.
Hey, can I call
Underground.
second?
Is this go on records?
I
too?
think somebody called second. Yeah, but I'm
well, let me
I'm
call
really
third.
debating like I really
Yeah, I
want to
think
put this
it's
separate though.
greatness and Guaz, ain't it?
Yes,
I would
that's
just
who
make it
second. Yeah,
underground or
that's who
something
second.
like that. Underground record.
Call third.
What boss? Do I
How
got
does
you
this
the
work?
friend?
You gotta
I'm
go
joining
on
right now.
Oh, bro, you just got a KO, bro. You gotta get dang. You gotta hit 2 finishes.
Hey, yo, this is the part putting on black and my
Last finish
Oh,
you hit.
yeah, I still got record with the rug, bro. God.
Was my camera though? I know.
That's all it is, bro. You just gotta hit 2 finishes.
Damn.
Wait, if you knock them out with their own move, do they go on the list?
Yes.
Yeah.
Echo. Echo. Can you stop doing that shit?
They call
You don't
If you
even hear
did
me call your
adrenaline rush,
name.
bro, you should have used move if you could have run him pin.
Okay.
Bro,
I
Let me
know,
switch
I
this shit.
know. I
Ready for
thought
third,
about
bro?
that as soon as I clicked it, bro. I fucking
Okay.
know.
Alright, bet.
All right.
I
First
thought I'm fighting
underground.
combo.
First
Stop talking to
underground
me for the
of the
first.
Alright,
fucking
so we're not allowed
of
to
the
use
fucking
first
tournament.
underground. We're not allowed to use weapons.
Mhm.
The last day.
What the
What the fuck
fuck?
Oh,
happened?
he changed it. I'm fighting Hoof now.
What the fuck
Oh,
Yeah,
happened?
what the hell just
Oh,
happened?
nah, I fought it because it's the.
Nice, bro. I
Oh,
don't
wow,
know.
it's the same font. That's why I
Damn.
fought that.
Damn.
That
Already.
shit broke.
Yeah, that shit broke
I'm saying,
hella fast.
Damn.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
saying,
Set y'all
what
shit
about-
and start over.
Okay, well, let me go on Weezy's match now. Corey cooking him right now.
Weezy's mess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going concurrent,
Weezy
bro.
versus Corey. Corey cooking him.
Damn, for real? This shit is
Yeah,
way.
Corey greenbarring him right now. He got the sunbar up. Oh, he still ain't guessing it.
Set your matchup.
Still ain't guessing it.
Get ready,
Come on,
Woodball.
Weezy. This is crucial.
This is your
I'm
only
ready.
custom
He
match,
didn't
you
get it.
This your only one?
And the greenbar is
and the
down.
gauntlet.
Damn.
Oh. All right, Woodball, join off Yuli. Come on.
Alright,
Hey,
man.
bro, this might be one of the biggest upsets, bro.
Why you got an underground match?
Why does the health go down so quick? You see this
Because
shit?
the match is not meant to last long. That's why.
I know,
Like,
but
get your
still-
ass up and go.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
this is
get
like,
your ass up and get the hell
It's
up out of
just-
there.
yeah,
That's what it's made
It's
for.
just a quick. It's a
Yes,
quick.
yeah,
ass
I
quick,
whoop.
see,
yes,
but like
quick, yeah,
Corey
quick
hit like
ass
2
whooping,
A's
yeah.
and that hell just went down.
Commercial break ass
Oh,
whooping.
he was
That's
on
what
it for
he's
the whole
supposed to
time,
be.
Corey. You shouldn't have done that.
Don't do
Well,
nothing
that's
watching
stupid.
for the
You
Bulldog.
leave your stuff regular, bro. Okay, that's fine.
I fucked up. I wanted to put like a rage.
Oh,
Man, I
No,
forgot
you
we
should
don't
put
need fucking
Mufti
rage,
on.
though.
you most definitely don't need
No,
this
why
thing
is
back. I don't even know what you got
and
this
why
shit
is
for.
people putting Rizu on?
I don't know. You can't even use Rezo.
Exactly.
You brass knuckles.
Nah, no breast.
Yo, Weezy,
Nah, I don't think
do
you
that
do it.
heavy A. Do that heavy
Oh
A.
my
I always
gosh.
do.
Bro, what the
Just
hell
crazy.
is this?
Okay.
Why is this man like
Brett, you
flying
didn't know
around?
this?
Do
You
that
didn't.
heavy.
That's
Pick
what I
him up
said.
and do
This
that
is
heavy A. I
you
always
never
do.
seen the underground
Just
match?
watch.
You
Nah,
better get
that
your
was
shit.
easy.
Let me
You
watch.
better get knocked
Let
out
me
If you
quick.
watch
time it
YouTube.
right, you can get it.
Okay.
Damn.
the-
That's all
Hey,
that
hey, that boy in
What
that
the hell
act.
is that? No bullshit. What is that?
Yeah,
Huh,
Weezy on
in the
act.
tag team
Weezy
match.
stuck in act.
Said what?
Coaching in the tag team match. The goats is all in there. Fool. It's only 2 goat teams in there, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who NWO and the separation of power?
Yeah, all right, nigga. You shouldn't even be in that fucking match.
Who me?
Damn.
Quad's the one that
Okay.
gave it up.
Yes. Nigga, y'all niggas the ones that lost. It should be a 2v2.
Yeah, y'all
Hey.
should be in the #1 contender.
Hmm.
But hey, you
Yeah,
ain't want to
Don
win
had
the
already
#1
lost his
contender
match. You
shit.
don't want to do
Just
all
want to
that.
be
You wanna
weird
just
and
get a
stuff.
Exactly,
Yeah,
Don
it's
need
Quads.
help. That's what it is.
That's Quads.
Damn.
It's
Damn,
Quads'
God,
fault.
Danger.
oh my God, yo, this might be over. Corey
Nah,
might
you
beat him.
gotta-
Oh my God.
Damn,
now?
bro. That shit
You
is
can't
crazy.
stun
Right
him.
now,
Yo, you better
Right
hit him.
now?
You better hit it.
You
We're gonna
can't
fight
get
for
a
it.
stun.
He's gonna fight me for it. Okay.
Yo,
Oh, you can't get a stun.
Corey
You can't
fucked
get
the
a
Queen
stun.
Morgan. Oh,
Right
no,
now,
he went
Yuli
bad.
done kept this stun bar
Oh.
up pretty much since the beginning of this match.
Nah, look. See, look.
That nigga just.
Yo,
You need to,
Wait.
It's alright. It's
you
okay.
need to get this nigga.
Oh. Wait, so you have to be quick enough to get
Yes,
the two.
yes,
so you have to
yes,
get
Oh
the
my
two
God.
finishes.
yes. You got to. Yes, you got to.
Don't hit
Oh.
him.
Or either Sig and
Yeah.
Finn. Yeah, either one. You know, one or the other.
Oh my God, Corey
So you have
busted
to, like,
Queen
And then
Sig
you
and
met,
them.
you played Def Jam
Oh
Fight
yeah,
for New York
thank you,
before, right?
Weezy.
Or Vendetta
This
shit,
the
same
fighter
thing.
be giving you a fin
played
after
them?
that.
This nigga about to get off Stone Cold right now.
That's
Hey,
crazy.
he better hit him with that fin. Yep.
You said yes, sir. You played them games.
Yeah, I have.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
shit.
pretty much what
There you
this
go.
is, bro.
God,
That's literally
Hey, that
what
was
it
a
is.
dummy, Corey. I'm giving you a
Cause
dummy.
you know, once they got in danger, you had to hit him with the you know, the whatever that bullshit
Yeah.
was called. Yeah, that's what this is.
I can see it.
Uh-oh.
But if they reverse, they get a fin back.
Yeah, they get their
They
shit.
get like
Yeah.
2 fins.
And you can literally hit this shit through taunt. Like you can cancel your taunts and stuff. This is weird.
All right, Yuli done hit the damn fin. Trick Williams is now in fucking danger, but I probably
God
wouldn't
damn.
have
No,
done it that
don't
way.
stump him. Don't stump him, cause he ain't gonna be in danger if he reverse that shit.
The
Why stop
coaching
coaching
is
so
real.
hard,
Yeah,
nigga?
the coaching is real.
Oh my God. He should have saved it
shit.
for when he was in danger.
Yeah, I
but
know.
hey,
Yeah, I
Damn,
know.
bro.
you
That's
you
what I was
you do
thinking.
you, Corey.
No,
And
I'm
he got
talking
no-
about
and he got
Yuli
no
right
what's it
now.
called?
Yeah, oh my
shoulda
God. And
did it.
he
You shoulda
punched him.
Damn. No danger
Oh
though.
wow. Strictly. Yeah, because that was like
Yeah.
the first move he hit. Well, let's
Yeah,
see.
I
If
ain't
B.
so
Stone Cold
alive,
could
Very
win
bro.
right here. I ain't gonna hold you.
Oh,
Shit,
hit him with the
double guard, like,
stunner.
nigga.
Oh
could
shit.
win.
nigga
No
suck.
Stone
stumper.
Cold could win.
No stumper is
Nigga
That
insane.
nigga suck, bro. That's a double regardless. He got hit with that motherfucker. That nigga Corey, yeah.
Nah, for real. Oh, he got
Yeah,
hit
nigga.
with body punch.
He tried to go for a
Shit, body
scoop.
punch fast
Yeah, he's
sometimes.
about to
Trying
be
to
in
go
that
for a
danger.
scoop in
Oh my
25.
God, Corey, get him with that. Come on,
Take
Corey.
it back in the
There you go.
Oh
You see what I'm
shit!
talking
I
about?
know.
You gonna finish it
I
out there?
You
knew
started
it.
to
You,
use that shit. That's good. That's
I knew you would do it again.
Where he got to reverse the next move or he gone.
Boom, good reverse.
Yeah, I knew you was gonna do it again, bro. Should have catch on.
Come on,
Oh
Yuli.
wow, that was bad.
Finish him.
Yeah, good shit though, Corey.
That's
I don't know.
ball.
Right now, Trick Williams got more health though, but your body, you know,
Yeah,
different.
yeah, I'm watching both at the same time. Damn.
Nah,
Two
this shit
matches
funny
at the
as
same
fuck,
time. Oh,
bro.
Damn,
Lee,
danger,
damn.
danger.
Oh wow. This
Oh,
was
that
supposed
trick
to
me
win.
crazy. Golly.
The one.
Oh my
That was
God, he got
ugly.
me.
That was
He got
ugly.
me.
No,
That was
got me.
ugly.
He got
Damn.
me.
Good night.
That's
So
what
I'm
we
gonna tell you
did.
this.
Hit it.
I'm gonna tell you this
Corey, hit it.
though. Both boss.
Dumbass. Oh,
Somebody
my God,
is gonna
another one.
fight in your spot. I'm sorry to tell you that somebody is gonna fight in your spot.
Yeah,
To try to
Corey,
win it. But only
man.
thing you did for them was took them past that next round. So good shit.
All right, man.
Savory, that's who you got right there. You advanced. That's your spot right
Stunner
there.
on stunned again.
But yeah, good shit though.
Ah.
Good shit. Let me switch over to this next one. Let me see what.
Oh wow.
Damn, why he
Yeah,
why he couldn't what's it called, Don?
So I won.
Hey, yo, that shit was.
I didn't get to see the shit.
Won.
I
Corey
turned over
did
and
it.
I don't even get to see the shit. Why couldn't y'all wait until just the third one?
Bro, I hit this nigga with more finish
All
to
right,
gang
boy,
and he
it's me.
still
Well,
won,
it's me
bro.
and combo now.
There ain't no fucking way he just fucking won that shit, bro. I hit that nigga with lots of
The
finish,
worst
bro.
wasn't
Combo,
going
you
to
ready? Or no?
It's
He
Quaz
won,
greatness than y'all.
Corey.
Quaz and greatness than you, dog.
Yeah, he won, bro. But I was
Oh,
giving
yeah,
that
yeah,
nigga.
yeah,
I was
yeah,
giving
that's
that
what
nigga.
happened to
gotta
me
hit a
too. It
pool.
happened to me too, bro. I was
gotta
beating
hit
this
a
nigga
pool.
ass. He only hit me with 2 fins and I lost.
No, for real,
Bullshit.
bro. Like
I
that nigga
literally
leave me
beat
with
the
like
fins
3.
into
I wish I could have seen the
Don't let me
match.
get
I
fins
wish I
into
could have
the
seen the
match.
match.
greatness to pass to.
No, that wasn't mine, bro.
I wish I could have
Oh my
seen
god,
the
I know
match.
what I'm
Send an
doing.
invite. Did y'all? Yeah, I think.
Greatness, greatness and Quaz. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
All right, y'all go ahead. Who's streaming on Discord?
That
Greatness
nigga just
is-
took. That nigga just said he allowed greatness to move on.
Who said that?
Why?
Quaz, don't come here doing no fuck shit.
Can I allow him to move? Or do we
Why
gotta
would you
fight it
allow
out?
him to move on? Why waste my time?
I come on, greatness. I can't.
I already know who.
man.
I already know who Batman and Robin. Matter of fact, I already know who Robin and Robin is. I told one of y'all to go ahead and claim Catwoman, but you know y'all ain't trying to do that. I don't know why.
Wow. Corey really could have won that shit if he wasn't dumb.
I wish
in
I
that
could have seen
match.
it. I wish I could have seen it.
I hope so.
Matter of fact, let's do that for the rest of this damn season. Y'all fight behind the scene. Y'all just tell me the damn answer. Nobody get no airtime. How about y'all just do that?
Oh wow.
Yeah. How about we just do it that way since I can't see it?
Watch that match, shit.
Yeah, since I can't see it.
Keep rolling, rolling,
I
rolling,
thought you was
rolling.
watching Yuli's.
No, you can watch 2 streams at the same time.
Oh,
Bro,
we
I'm
gotta
not
stream it.
doing that, bro. I'm not doing that.
Come on, Elmo.
I'm saying like you can have one big screen and have one little screen. Like so, like when you switch over,
Greatness-
another little
Greatness
loader
said he
screen.
finna
It's
stream
like
it.
Sonny
it's
can even have 4 of them with him
Bro,
at the
I'm
same
not,
time,
bro.
bro.
I'm not doing that.
You can even
I'm
have
not
6 of
doing that.
them, bro.
I'm not doing that. Didn't I just tell you I'm not doing that?
Damn.
You did.
I didn't know you wanted to watch it.
Nigga.
You want me to run it back?
my
I thought we were supposed to all fight at the same
What?
time.
No,
Oh yeah, we can run it
no,
back. We can start
nigga.
over then. That's cool.
I ain't gonna remember
We can
nobody
restart.
result. I'm not gonna remember nobody result.
That's the
Yeah,
purpose
now
of
you
us
don't remember I
streaming, though.
won.
Bruh, how am I
won
gonna
my-
see it? I'm not gonna remember nobody result. I need to see
is up
on what, Twitch or on Discord?
on Twitch.
Okay,
Oh,
let
I
me go
see
to your
what you
Twitch,
wanted
okay.
to do. I didn't know that's what you wanted to do it like that. I thought you meant everybody fight each other and then scream, and you was gonna tune in to certain matches.
I
didn't
was
know.
gonna put y'all on mine.
Oh,
You know how to do
Don't
that.
worry, Don.
yeah.
Hold on,
I'll run
Greatness.
it back
I'm
if
coming
you
over
want
there
me to.
now. I'm coming over there now.
The originals do it. Quad, you ready
Oh,
to
get it on Twitch.
Yeah, he doing that shit. I'm coming over there.
Make sure DQ off. I mean on. DQ is on.
It's on.
Okay,
Before I
so
get
we
to walk
just-
back
this
with a
shit.
chair and
Yeah, I'm
shit.
probably finna look at. I'm on your channel. Yes, listen, let me see something.
You a hoe.
Can't low blow, can't do shit around this.
Yeah. Better put
You
that
can
reason
put on
up,
what you
though.
can put that what Yuli had on that little Undertaker shit. You can put that on. Go keep
Don't
going.
want
That
that
right
shit.
there, that
It-
blackout. Put that blackout on.
No, but it didn't give it to me. It gave me Rizzo.
Okay, you Rezel. You
No,
don't
I
even
know-
need
I-
Rezel in
I
this
know what
match.
I'm putting.
Put
I
Iron
know
Jaw
I'm putting
and Move Thief.
Nah, I don't show it.
Or
It
Rage
match.
or Rage and Move Thief.
I know exactly what I'm putting on.
You should
That
be
right
running
there is good right there.
freeze
That right
and the
or
other
the-
I
shit,
know what I'm
adrenaline,
putting on.
adrenaline and freeze.
adrenaline work like that in this? Or yeah, well, it would.
Yeah, I just used it.
Why you put move thief on, bitch? This nigga, oh, you sweating? Pause, you sweating like that?
Bitch, you sweating.
Pause, you gonna put adrenaline on? Knowing I don't got that.
Why you
You
ain't
ain't
got
got it either. I don't got it either, Greatness. Got it either.
I'm coming at you. I'm coming right at you. I'm coming
I know
right at
you
you.
is.
Stupid ass.
Yeah, mask on.
Damn,
The hell was
What the
that?
hell was you doing, Greatness?
oh my god. I'm trying to get the party started. Get up on
Golly.
this bitch.
Out the ring.
Hey,
Already.
this shit is fun as hell, low key. Hey, we need to
Hey
have
Don,
one.
this shit's gonna go. This shit's gonna
You
go
said
by
that
quick,
follow.
Don. I'm gonna need
Oh,
another
Freaking
match.
Rollins. You said what, bro?
Going by too quick. I'm gonna need another match.
Oh, now you need another match.
Separate.
Bro, you done this
separate.
match before. You know
Separate
how
from
these
the
matches
underground.
is.
Fired me, bro.
Unless they gave me a rerun
Damn.
and shit, but other than that, that match was too quick. And that nigga holding me.
It's nowhere to be seen. You can fight me, bro.
But he stalled you too bad.
I had the wrong move thing, bro. Like if I would have had my adrenaline rush, I would have frozen right there, got up, hit him with the move, boom, it's over. But no,
Bro, stop running to this ring, bro.
Hey, imagine
and that shit didn't give me no why.
No.
He fucking woke up telling me and they gave me
Hey,
no
look,
fucking
watch
why
just
for
be
that one.
walking up waiting for him to dodge. That's insane.
We'll back in a bit too.
Shit.
Damn.
Oh, these guys are versing the shit out of each other.
Hey, that's fire. He about to get it one too. Oh, he did. This squad's gonna get this one now.
Uppercut a fool.
Oh.
Damn, double down on the ass.
Oh, he got it. He got it.
Oh wow, he did this double. Damn, that might be.
I did.
Should that be a dummy? Nah, it's early in the game.
Oh my god, bro.
Damn.
Damn.
Man got brushed up with the guy, Lee. I could have got a goddamn get mask.
Oh my god. This nigga want to keep fighting in this ring with no ropes. Oh my.
Look at this weird ass.
Damn. Come on, greatness.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh my
damn.
Another one. Damn.
On the outside again. Yeah, right now you getting, in the words of who JR, you getting beaten like the government mule right now.
His ass.
This is looking bad.
Damn, he beating your ass worse than he was arriving at the start of your own match.
Y'all just dicky, bro.
Would you shut the fuck?
Oh my god.
Damn, man, he reversing all your shit's great. Oh, you whiffed him too, though.
There you go. About time.
It's a fire match. Spinning Uranagi. Spinning Yoko. Come on.
Mix.
Pump handle.
Hey, pop up.
Hit, man.
Pop up. Pop up. You don't want to pop up. You don't want to pop up.
He couldn't. He couldn't pop up. That's why he didn't.
There's no way you going
Another
A
fucking
there, bro.
Uranagi.
Oh my god.
Man, he went A because it's wasn't most of the people press. Most of the generated
Look at your bitch ass. This weekend.
Oh, you gonna walk up to him and wait for him to dodge to hit you over sick?
Oh,
He
wow.
did it to you. He did it to you. God damn. To a B? Oh yeah, I knew it.
Into the
God
outside
damn.
again.
I hit by the
You
orange
get to
and yellow.
you
though.
get to a
Stupid
point,
bitch.
Grace.
Oh shit.
You
Oh,
got
there you
his
go.
ass.
There you go.
Get off,
Hey,
bitch.
danger.
Get off, bitch.
Hey, this some bullshit. Hey, this some bullshit.
Get off, bitch.
This
Get
some
off, bitch. Get off,
bullshit.
bitch.
This
Yeah,
some
now
What are you
bullshit.
doing? What are you doing? See, there what you
Here.
get caught running up.
What a dummy.
Right here.
Oh shit.
Damn.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
he almost got that freeze on. Oh,
Uh-oh.
that's
Oh,
gonna
no.
be danger back.
Danger
That's
for danger.
back.
Yeah, danger for danger.
God, what a pussy.
Yep.
It's
And
down
he
to the
almost
left.
got
Well,
the move
hold
thief
on.
too.
Oh
Is
my
whoever
God,
reverse
that
they shit, that's the...
Yo.
Oh,
Oh my
okay,
god.
yeah. You might be dead, Greatness.
Oh wow.
Oh,
No.
never
You
mind. You
just
just got up
started?
out
You
of
just
it. Yeah, he got up out of it, yo.
You started a time like this. That's crazy.
Look
Look
at
at God. Hey, he got freeze. Hey, look, he won't get in. He won't get in. He got that freeze on. Man, greatness, don't even press anything, bro. Just let him do the shit. Just try to get up and freeze his ass, bro.
And that's gonna be it. You gotta reverse anything right now. Like anything.
Oh shit,
Oh,
bro.
Quaz, you need to reverse something. If you don't, you're done.
Oh
You know what
my.
I'm saying?
God.
Why you attacking,
Quaz,
bro? You gonna get
Quaz, you need to be getting ready
Yeah,
to
you
reverse
should just
something.
press B, let him go, and let you hit him with something. Unless it's a fin, and you're done for. Oh, it might be also free too.
Yeah, it could be over for greatness
Oh
too.
wow.
It could be over for him too. It can most definitely be over for him too. Bam.
Hell no, this is one of the best matches of the season.
Damn.
You better stop. And he keeps stomping like this nigga.
Why do
Yeah,
you
see,
stop
Quad,
him,
that's the part
idiot
that's messing
guy?
you up. I'll just let him get up the
Oh,
whole thing because you keep letting him get his danger off.
What
Oh,
you an
look,
idiot,
bro.
bro? Yeah, he would have walked away.
And he's saying
He
bye
I
bye.
didn't
would've-
know.
Oh,
I didn't know
Lord.
that's how his
Yeah,
danger
that's
goes
how it
down,
works. Yeah,
bro.
that's what we were
Steve,
telling you, bro.
Steve, why did you not motive him?
And for the good night.
Oh, you
He
should
kept
have
Damn,
stomping him,
Steve.
bro.
Yo,
Come
bro,
on, man.
did you not hear us? We were telling you, bro. You keep
No,
hitting.
I didn't know.
'Cause
I
every
didn't
time
know.
adversity
Once-
get out of
once you stop
danger.
it,
That's what you get for playing like a bitch. That's exactly what you get. Doing that
How was I? What I do?
fucking using adrenaline and shit. Hold on, let me go and lock that. I'm gonna use that. Hey, y'all get off my screen, y'all. Y'all can get off my screen now. I'm finna go teach to my friends.
All right. Dez, you ready with what I got?
Good game, bro. Hey, can we be free now? Can you free the tribe?
Yeah, the tribe got to be free now, Don.
Why is
I'm
it?
at the-
So we just fought each other.
Oh, good.
Oh my god.
Would have been even better if you moved his ass. But
Yeah, that would have. Yeah, you should do this.
But I should have. No, I ain't gonna do all that. So y'all want me to do too much. So I got a 99. So what I just make a new character?
Yo, make a new one with that payback.
How I put that payback on? Which character?
You remember the backgrounds and shit? I can't remember which one it is though.
Parts unknown.
Is it part? Yeah, I think it is parts unknown.
Yo,
I'm trying to see something. What am I not for? Let me see.
man combo.
You
yeah,
a combo.
you're Desmond combo.
Oh, okay, I see it. There you go. Okay, which one of y'all gonna scream it?
They say that shit toxic. They say it's bad.
Which one of y'all
They
gonna
say-
scream it?
I do the Discord.
You do the Discord bit.
So I advance who I play next.
You'll know as soon as this first round almost over with. Who next up in this bit? I need my next one.
Combo.
But no, they already know. They finna get my combo in the fight. Get Wooded.
So I gotta play a game.
Hey, I'll be back in a
No,
couple
you
minutes.
just gotta make it. You just gotta make it. And then you go through.
Okay, once I made it, I could just leave.
Yep.
Hold on.
You made it. You got it.
Huh?
No, check it. Fuck this. Understand. I made it. I got it. Submission only.
You said what? What did you tell me?
You got
Man, why is the Anderson tables locked? I'll be right back now, though.
Yeah, no, all the good shit locked. That's crazy. What is this nigga name at?
I'm about to join up. Okay.
Made this a good one. That last one was pretty funny.
You need to catch stomping.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I don't know why. Hey, it is what it is. Guess what, y'all? I done ran out of another fucking book on UW shit. I gotta go to the store.
Oh, you got books for it? That's all right.
Yeah, books, bro. I done on my shit.
Wait, Don, you never answered. Why are you giving up ownership?
Not for you to know right now.
Telling y'all.
Books, bro.
Telling y'all, brother.
This
Yeah,
is books right here, bro, of just UWA shit. 3 books right here. I got 4 right there now done.
Damn.
And folks, this isn't going to be your typical textbook
Maybe more than
matchup.
that,
This
'cause
is
I
going to be a
started off with
ground
Smash, but I
and
didn't
pound
think he was
physical
gonna beat
affair.
him.
The only way to win is via submission or knockout.
Ooh.
Round is not for the faint of heart. You have to come prepared. But even then,
Bald head. You look big bald head.
blast off and completely missed the mark. Went for the high risk towards the outside, but it ended up being in vain. He'll make his way to the ring. Batista able to counter.
Does another lady
Out of nowhere.
Gonna be the first underground champ.
Oh my goodness.
Bro, what the
All the way to the floor.
Nick, what I get a stun bar off of?
Terrible landing on the outside. Crashed and burned on the outside. The worst case scenario when you go high risk. He answers right back. And he has answers for Batista. You saw that being telegraphed. Counter. Saw it coming.
I don't know damn stand for this, but leave me goddamn alone, nigga. Shit. Oh, DQ on about his weapon. He's lucky.
No, you was.
Oh, I'm about to how about me what I do with trash can lid.
Is a strenuous match and setting. The best strategy is to not think about how long the match is going for.
Take this.
Oh, I answered you.
Take this, little nigga.
Things as they come, when they come.
You answer me.
Take this too, little nigga.
Back in the ring.
Whoa, we back in the ring.
Jesus Christ. Man, beating around the bush.
Batista turns it around. And he turned it around.
My combo.
Whoa.
About to throw me back out.
Yeah.
Nah, little nigga.
Nope.
Reigns gets out of harm's way.
Can we answer or not?
Nigga.
DDT.
Damn it.
Let me look at this match.
Deadlifting right there. The power.
Fucking hate that.
Power slam. The amount of force behind that is enough to knock a normal person out. Dropped hard from the apron. Now heading outside. Oh, he fights Batista back.
Your ass now, nigga.
Able to avoid damage with an evasive maneuver.
Walk up on me, bald head. Come on.
He got out of dodge.
Come on, let's go. Let's get cracking.
Let's get it cracking in, nigga.
Capitalize.
Ouch.
I should, man.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I was gonna do the same shit.
Man, on the apron.
Niagara driver.
Hey, look, I was gonna do the same shit.
You know, man. Ooh, man.
There.
Mm.
Sit out powerbomb.
I'm king of the underground, nigga. This is my show.
Oh, he said he the king of the underground.
Oh, gets blasted into the steel
I'm king of the
steps.
underground. I'm king of the underground. And bald niggas not allowed.
Batista finds the
Damn,
advantage.
for real? I didn't know that.
Oh, he cuts it off, and he heads back into the ring. No one in this
Ain't like, bro, like I'm down that long, bro.
as the animal Batista. I understand getting yourself fired up, but he needs to stay on his opponent.
Ain't no way you stunned off that shit though.
Ouch.
Come here, nigga. And plant you in the fucking ground.
Nuh-uh.
Can I hit him with the pole, please? No, I want the pole.
And he's leaving the ring for the moment.
That shit, man. Damn, nigga. Damn, nigga.
Series of counters here. Who will finally capitalize? Catches them with a jawbreaker.
Yeah, this nigga just swinging, bro.
So let my cool down in there.
He just swinging, bro.
Shit, you don't got to stand for no shit.
By the animal. Heading back into the ring.
You are in the danger zone.
Batista is just playing with his food right now.
Roman.
No!
Oh! I seen that shit.
I seen it coming
I seen
soon.
that
Batista
shit.
gets
Man.
spiked with a Uranagi. Oh! And that canceled out Reigns' offense.
Oh,
Whoa.
shit. He almost
I
reversed that
didn't-
shit too.
I reversed that. Now my flag. I reversed.
And
Man,
Oh, you reversed it?
I'm still in the game, bruh.
What's he got planned for him?
I'm still in the
Famous with
danger
your
zone. I
moves, bro.
reversed it.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
There you
Each
go.
other again and again. Reigns is getting ready.
Okay. It might be bad. Oh yeah, automatically take it away. I forgot.
That can finish Batista.
Oh, he done got adrenaline. He bringing it back to an even playing field. He could have just reversed that
Was that double?
shit too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
it
did a
was
double one.
It was a double one. Uh-oh. Oh, he didn't get stunned. He didn't get stunned. Oh, there you go. You got the shit. There you go. Not stunned. You didn't get frozen, I meant to say. He didn't get frozen.
Yeah, he should have been frozen. He should have been frozen all that, bro.
Mhm.
You can see their
This
flames
game
starting
is-
to flicker. And it's only a matter of time before one goes out.
Oh my God! I need one. I need one. I need one. Got him.
Oh my God, he got it, bro.
Bing.
Ooh!
And this adrenaline is officially gone.
Oh my goodness. What a smash.
He didn't get he not in danger of that, bro.
I think I don't know if it had something to do with the adrenaline or what.
Ugh.
But the danger again.
No coming back from Reigns after that. And my
Oh my
Getting out
God.
of it again.
match for the ages.
Punches.
This
Oh,
has
shit,
been a
reverse.
monumental affair. Oh man.
I missed the double, bro. This game sucks.
Sorry, you had to hear my dumb dong.
Come on, some
That
early.
adrenaline is
My
gone.
God. What a barrage of stops. Evasive maneuvering there.
Oh, they both try to go for running shit. Again. Anxious. 3 times. Fold if you're going for the fold. That's
You
anxious right
crazy? You crazy?
Nah, nigga, you crazy, nigga. I had to.
You crazy?
there. This shit
Man, you crazy,
Had an answer for Reigns.
Oh wow.
You want that Batista ball.
bro. I clicked that like 10 seconds after, bro.
Oh wow.
This game doo doo.
Oh wow. Oh
Oh
shit.
my God.
Back elbow to the spear.
Oh no. That was a rough fall.
Golly, bro.
He's able
Fuck, I
Oh
didn't mean to do that.
wow. Oh wow.
I didn't mean to do that one. I did not mean to do that. Oh my, this
Oh,
game
wow.
is bad.
They are waiting with
Bro, this shit just sold him.
Man, this danger shit's
He
scary.
just
Oh,
sold him. Oh, he tried to
I almost stopped him by
kick
accident, bro.
him. Yeah, he almost kicked him.
I've been mad as a mug, man.
And the stumper is back up. Oh, this might be the final moment. Though. Oh hell no.
Oh my God.
That was the final moment.
It's all it done went all the way to a fucking super fan.
and Reigns reverses.
Oh shit. Yep.
Oh, I knew he was
Is
going
gonna be in
eggs.
danger? Oh, he ain't in danger.
We allowed to do regular subs too.
No, it's gonna happen.
Nah, there's only KOs in this one.
There's only KO.
Oh, Reigns nailed it.
Wow, no subs. Crazy. Yo, keep throwing this bitch. Keep throwing
Man,
this
you
bitch.
trying to cheese in the underground, bro? Stop.
No, I ain't.
What's he got?
I thought you were throwing that bitch.
If I had one more, yeah. If I had one more, yeah.
Easy get out.
Cannot be stopped here. But
If I had one more, I would
Shit,
do that
he
motherfucker.
might get the hell out of there of that one grapple, though. Oh,
Oh
shit.
my
comes up
God.
short on that attack. And now he gets back into the ring.
Shit. Oh, well, you know what's coming.
And he
Oh,
tried to hit him with
got
Batista
it.
bomb.
Oh, it gives you a wait. It gives you a reversal prompt for it. When I just did the Batista bomb, it gave me a reversal prompt for it.
What?
After yeah.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
Oh,
Man, this-
like how it be in expedition matches.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Shit, is that the stone? Yeah, it is the stone bar. Again.
That landy didn't look good.
Damn. Is he gonna be in danger? Yep. Oh, obviously, I'm sure. Oh, wow, I see what he's doing. He just wants to win. He just wants to win.
Oh,
This shit,
I ain't
this
going.
shit
I
take-
ain't going through it.
This
I
should
see
take
what
it
he's
too long.
doing. I
This should
see
take
what
it
he's
too long.
doing. I see what he's doing.
This
He
should
just
take it
wants
too
to
long.
win. He just
This
wanted
shit taking
to
too long.
Too
I'm sorry, bro. It's taking too long, bro.
He just wanted to dub.
We was fighting, but we was
I ain't
fighting
gonna
like
lie, I ain't gonna lie. We was fighting for a little too long.
Yeah, that was a great match too, though.
Oh, what's that? 5 stars, bro.
Yeah, for underground, that was a long one. Fun.
Look.
It's like the speed matches, bro. What's up, Studio?
What's up, man?
Are you ready to be a tag champion?
Hell yeah. I would come in here and yell at Don
Bro,
about
Sturdy,
my
you're
match,
already about to be
but I
tag
don't even
champion
got
in
it.
both
I don't even
promotions,
got
huh?
it in
Let
me.
me find out.
All right, Don,
got
I'm
it
finna
in
tell you
you.
who my tag partner is now. I'm tired of being stingy.
You don't got it in you
Is
either.
Yuli here? Is Yuli here?
Oh no, my tag partner is not here right now.
Yuli, I'm probably gonna go in there with Malik. I'm gonna have to ask him when he goes. Probably like 6:30, Yeah, so it was like one more underground match. Man, if who was there, we could just get that one.
But let me find beat out.
I don't know where my partner is.
Where's Keegan-Itis at though?
No, fucking no. That was guy here.
Okay, I'll be right back again.
Studio?
We could. If Leon down for it, I hate fighting him and he hate fighting me, but you know, it makes for a good match. Definitely makes for a good match. Oh, okay. Well.
Who next?
Alright, I'll beat your ass, greatness.
Is we next?
Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Let's fight right now.
Come on.
Oh, what he advancing? Oh, we talking about underground.
I'm really ready to do that damn tag if anything though. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Do what? The tag team?
Tag team title, yeah. I wanna do that.
Go ahead and do it.
Sold out here?
Sold out ain't here, and sold out ain't either.
Oh, then just do the other tag matches and take a spot. What the hell? Or do a filler match, bro. No, or literally do a filler match.
Yeah. I was just asking if you here, but he said.
Oh yeah, can I? Now I was in the bathroom. Oh, wait, what match?
Did you even win?
No, Yuli lost. Mills and match that was suggested, and I'm tired of shit. It was a match that was suggested for you. I mean, for your team.
Oh yeah, I can say ringside. That's cool. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. I'm confused. I'll say ringside. That's cool, bro. I'm just trying to be active, bro. What's up? No, I won't. I'll do my one. I'll do my one, and that's it. B-Dog not here.
Hey, if I fall asleep, can Quad
Hey, let me
take
take
my
B-Dog's
spot?
spot, bro.
Y'all don't let Quad just sit around.
That's what I'm saying.
Quaz, why you
Is we free yet? We got 30 minutes.
Yeah, you don't ask me
Hey, we
why I
got
lost.
30
Ask
minutes and we
me,
can
ask me
fight
why I
in that
leave
tag team
when I
tournament
leave
today.
today. That's what you asked me.
We got 30 minutes.
You know what?
we
You
can
know
fight
what?
in
I
that
was
Let
talking
me
about
know.
7 o'clock your time, but
Hey Don,
yo, what's up?
huh? Can we do a
What the fuck wrong?
Yo, I'm
can we
That
do
was
an
great,
impromptu
bro.
US title match then? He said, "Do you want to fight me in the underground?"
Yo,
thing?
I see Holmes in the VC as a year.
US title match. He joined the VC, but he ain't saying that.
Yeah, who you here?
Yeah, they were saying impromptu US title match.
Yeah, he's still in here.
Oh, he on Call of Duty.
Oh man, hell,
I'll fight you, bro. And let me and Quaz do a last.
I don't feel like it.
You don't feel like it.
Maybe later, bro. If we have to do it later, then you know.
Let me and Quaz do a last chance underground match.
That's a good idea. Do that.
Lose already?
Bro, y'all was beating his ass.
Last chance. You just said last chance, bro. That's a great idea.
Bro, he had a running move.
I hate that everybody got the game plan nowadays. I hate that we have to be the guinea pigs.
Look, Bro, I literally greenbarred this nigga, and then he built up 2 fins off me greenbarring him and hit me with both of them, and I lost. Like, come on, bro. Is that running meme? Trick Williams meme, bro?
Hey, that shit, bro. Come on.
Yeah, that shit's so ass.
Oh, but when he hit me, no, the second time he hit me, I was kind of leaned up against the wall, so you know what I mean? And then I watched that one.
Why you just didn't go out the ring?
That's what they say. Anyway.
But yeah, so we get that last chance, man.
Hey, I'll be right back again, God
You
damn.
know, last minute.
Alright, bet, we can fight for the title.
Why the fuck?
I thought you talking about the underground match.
Oh, and then in the last chance?
No, ain't no last chance. We just to get one.
I'm the richest man in America right now.
Want to do the match or not?
Yeah, I'll fight
46,
whoever. Let me know.
77.
Well, which
Who
one
you
y'all
know had
streaming?
4 bands back then?
Who the young people pick as their leader?
Streaming?
NBA young boy. Who the young
Pause, you
people
wanna
pick
fight
as their
for
leader?
real?
NBA young boy.
Don, I told you who my partner is.
NBA, talking about that little boy.
You didn't tell me you still playing Blues Clues.
Yes, I did. I told you.
They playing on your
Oh,
top.
that's who. I
uh,
had a feeling.
Co-owner,
Still
dog.
dragging around dead weight.
Oh, is that who Malik and Leon fighting?
Who young people pick as their leader?
And plus, your
That's the one
person
I
had,
had
you
before.
know your
Go
person,
ahead,
you know your person left already, right?
What person? No, I know. He's coming back.
Oh, is that what the case is? Okay.
Oh. With the
He
sorry
always
ass
come
nigga.
around. He always come around when I tell him to.
What's going on, man?
What's his face? So he wanted to do a quick match.
Ooh.
Are you about to do one with Yuli and Quaz as a last chance? That's some
No,
bullshit.
it's
Nah,
not
no
last
last
chance.
chance,
No
no
last chance. No
No,
last
no
chance.
last chance.
Just the
Unless you want to give me
fight.
your
Just the
chance and that fight you, Sergio.
Fuck you talking about?
Somebody join this match. I have a draw with Quaz that still hasn't been capitalized on. It's great booking. I want to fight. Who?
Y'all should take that shit
Yeah, I
to
gotta
Game
fight
7.
him.
Why? He was in the
So this man is on.
he was in the Universal title match with me.
Oh, that's
I'll
what-
fight you. Yeah. Cause I already beat the champion in a one-on-one match.
Oh shit, man.
You did not beat the champion in a one-on-one.
It's sturdy.
I beat TV.
Um, Is he
What
even
quad
here?
that he run
Yeah, I
off?
finna say. Yeah, I
Nah,
finna
that
say.
nigga ran
he's here.
off.
He did.
He's on the
Allen,
city,
alright, dog.
bro.
Quaz is here, bro.
No, he ain't.
Quaz is here.
He ain't.
G Quazo to Fazo.
He ain't. He's a weird.
Yeah, bro, he not even in this bitch.
He
Wait, where he
joining,
at?
bro.
Des, find your partner.
He's on the theater. He didn't even do it. He went further in the city.
How can you see all that? Yo, that's too much.
I'm looking
Hey,
at this shit
they
too, and it
waiting on
didn't
your
say the
match, fool.
theater.
You supposed to be fighting Yuli, I guess.
I'll be guessing.
Said that'll be-
I don't know, nigga. They just said
No,
you
if
was
he
fighting.
ain't scared, tell him get his ass in here. If you scared, it's cool.
Alright.
Probably it sounds like he's scared, bro.
Oh, there you go. He coming.
You
They said you a pussy.
making matches and he don't even
If
know
you don't
nothing.
come in here,
Yeah, I
you
thought
They
he
bitch.
knew
said-
about it the
they
way you
said
was
you
talking
a
about
pussy.
it.
Yeah, Yuli, how you just making matches and shit?
No, Don said.
No, you
Don
said that
it, man.
shit.
You was
No,
saying it.
Don,
Don
you
said it's
did.
crazy.
Don,
You
you
You was
said
literally
pitching
that
that.
did.
No,
shit.
you was pitching that match, and I
I
said, "Go ahead."
pitched it and you said yes. So I was like, bet, but oh yeah, it's a one-on-one for the U.S. title, bro.
Oh no, it ain't none of that. It
What?
ain't none of that. Yeah, go ahead, Quaz.
No.
Go
I'm
play
just
your
kidding.
game, bro.
No, it ain't. No, I'm just kidding. It's an underground match.
But
It's
it's
an
me
underground
versus
match.
Vortex.
Get on in here, Quad. It's an underground match.
Shit, I'm finna make it you versus me.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm finna go to sleep on you niggas.
How about we get this tag match? Fuck the
Come
other
on,
niggas.
you
Who's
want to
missing?
fight the tribe?
Well, what
Are
about
you- I don't even
Dezo
think y'all
partner?
are.
What about Dezo partner?
Don't say that, Study.
Who's Dezo partner?
If Woody gets here, bro, can we get my match
Y'all
first?
qualified. What are you in? Greatness? You in easy mode?
Go on,
No,
bro.
I'm not. I'm in the tribe, bro.
Who's the tribe?
That's what
Yeah,
it's a
Quad.
guest appearance. We like
Bro, you
Harlem
not
Heat.
in no Age of the Fallen or NWO, so that means you
That
not in this tag match.
we in a trial. No, you said you wanted a match. I
No, I
said,
want the tag team title match.
oh my god, bro. Now he ducking. Never took you as a
You should
duck.
have qualified,
What's
pussy
this?
nigga.
Well, I could
And they
qualify. We couldn't play.
Yeah, you
Didn't
could
you
have
leave
qualified
qualifier
if you
for
would have won.
We couldn't play.
Man, who's fighting right now? I am a willing competitor.
I
Yeah,
just
not
there
gonna let
any
your
other
brother
willing
find someone to
competitors?
fight before
nigga
you
you
shoot.
Oh,
wanna
wait,
fight
somebody-
the trial.
Where the fuck is that little motherfucker at?
Who? Woulda?
Yeah, his bitch ass.
He
They
It's
probably
already
always
too
him
fighting.
holding up
short.
motion. Always that little short motherfucker.
Is he really short, y'all?
Yes, bro.
Like,
That's
how
all
short?
or not.
He like what?
I don't know. I was asking if he was 4'9".
Nigga, you ain't no much taller, nigga. What the fuck?
Bro, I'm 5'8".
You a 5'8" lie.
I'm a 5'8" lie. It's crazy. I'm 5'8".
You
nigga.
fucking not 5'8", bro. You is short.
How,
as
how
fuck.
that is short, but how tall you think I am?
That's short, but I'm 6 foot, 6'1", with some good
Okay,
shit
and I'm
on.
5'8".
6'2" with some forces.
Last time I went to the shit, actually it say it on my driver's license, nigga, 5'8".
That you could lie. You put that number in.
I put that number in like they didn't
Yeah,
check
they
that
ask
shit.
for a number. They don't.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
don't
they
even
do it
fuck.
for me. They
Who
do
you
it for
think you
me.
fooling? I've been having a driver license for damn near.
No, my
shit,
shit say 5'7". But last time I went to the thing, they said 5'8".
Fucking midget.
It's not a difference, nigga. 5'7", 5'8". Last time I went to the thing, they said, oh, 5'8". But you getting punched on, bro. No way you know what? Never mind. Like,
Bro, what do you mean?
Oh, they
You were
fighting
barely,
already?
go ahead,
you
bro.
barely
Try your
tapped in,
best.
bro.
Yeah, they fighting.
No, you barely tapped in, bro. He literally just turned this shit around, bro. It started the other way. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. Like, stop.
These niggas not even
He
here,
turned it
bro.
around. No, he
That's
did
what I
turn it
be
around. He
saying.
did turn it around, bro.
Okay.
Niggas want to quit a show and niggas don't even be here.
He came back, bro.
Yeah,
Stop lying.
he on your ass, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
You're talking about retiring, nigga. You never retiring.
Who?
The hell you done?
This my last
Shit.
match right here.
Did I retire?
You never retiring. No, you never.
Bro, this
retiring.
can't be our last match. We got reinstated, bro. We leaving when Don bitch ass leave, bro. But Don fuck around and hoe us and stay the whole time and piss me off.
Bro, I gotta stay.
But I'm
full
telling you now,
contract until
GTA
my
6 come
contract
out.
up.
Y'all lame ass niggas won't hear from me. I guarantee
Shit, we still
that.
gonna hear from you, just like we hear from you in basketball and all the other shit. When you go play
Oh,
top
yeah, to tell
tennis
y'all
and
how
all
I
that
be
shit,
whooping ass.
you still be coming around.
GTA 6 is gonna be something crazy, though.
Yeah, I
That's
do
supposed to be
come
like a
around to
shift in the
Combo
tides,
cool.
nigga.
There's some cool niggas in here. I fuck with Combo.
They fighting for the
Combo
spot.
cool.
What you supposed to have?
Yaka
The last
cool.
10 spot, yeah.
Yes,
30 y'all look gay,
Invited you in
but
the
he
Hall of Fame,
alright.
gave you a speech and shit. I'll never do that again.
Damn, why you mad at me? I
Yeah,
heard
fuck,
that
nigga.
shit.
He's reversing the momentum on him. Freeze was being tested, but he's now able to get some offense of his own. Here we go again.
I low key should have been fucking Trapper of the Year again. Up my first year, I gotta trim all this shit down. Can't come out of that bushy
Go
ass
beat his
beard.
ass there, Yuli.
Taking things back into the ring. Scouted it and fired back with a punch.
I had that big bushy ass.
But yeah, when
beard
I
out
do,
there.
when my contract is up, I did negotiate and say, they said they want the channel too. If I do happen to keep my channel, I am just gonna do some other kind of stream. I go play Sims or something.
Bitch, nobody want to see no fucking Sims. Keep that shit. Fuck wrong with you?
Play something like that.
Shit. Nigga gave up on us. Nigga sold the lead. What a fucking loser. A quitter. That's what you is, dog. You a fucking quitter, bro.
Quitter, they ain't never been a certain.
You a fucking
Selling is
quitter.
different. Selling is different.
You quit on the league, bro.
How did I quit? If it's still gonna be going.
We finally got rid of
Yeah, you
people
might-
glitching.
Might
we
have
got
part
new
in it. You never know.
champions, and you fucking want
That's what I
to
said.
give the
That's
league
what I
up.
said. What if I still be like there? The Brandon's
You're not
been
gonna
thinking
be
I'm just
there.
out of it.
What you gonna be, a fucking player, a fighter, as
You
y'all would
tell
say?
them, man, they quitting on the league, bro.
No, Don quitting on the league. Don
When a
gave
new
up
owner
some.
come in,
You
y'all gonna
worked so
quit on
hard to
them.
build this shit just to give it up for some money that you going to work for and you got promoted for. If that ain't a sellout, I don't know what a sellout is.
Well, I guess I'm just a sellout then. Brandon,
Yeah,
this is
you
a
don't
miracle. And I'm a full
I like
blown. I'm a God-fearing George W. Bush voting Republican. All right, you think about it
I like
like
to see
this.
how
Think about it like
he
this.
wasn't even able to vote.
Think
He
about
wasn't
it like
able to
this.
vote when
Think
he
about it
was
like
in.
this, Greatness.
He wasn't able
Think
to
about it
vote
like
when he
this.
was in.
All right, but anyway, think about it like this. Sometimes I gotta take the check. All right, I'm a nigga at the end of the day.
Hey, you want to take a check? Go find me a Wells Fargo and a Chase Bank.
we go start a league.
Take
See how
that
long
check.
you last. I want to
If
see
you
how
want to take
long
a
you
check, you just want to take check. Find me a Wells Fargo, Chase Bank, really a PNC. If you find me a PNC, that'd be instant. You feel me? In a city. If you can find me a city, you got a city bank out there where you at?
Way to break that fucking adrenaline. Yeah,
That happened to me
got
too.
everything down here.
Come on, Quaz, whoop this nigga, bro, before I could go to sleep.
Might fucking lose.
You always, yep, that's the Don I know, Dick hating. I mean, Dick riding, goddamn, whatever team Quaz is Raiders on. Shit. Now we getting somewhere. That's the UWA I know. Nigga talking about, I'm not gonna be here. I'm not gonna be here.
Bro, I didn't say that.
Nigga, cause nigga got a new job, so he gotta do more hours. That's the point of running a business, Don. But you think Walmart was built overnight?
Nigga.
The one down the street was,
You just
bro.
compare UWA to Walmart.
Yeah, he did.
Look at you. See, you gotta get rid of toxic niggas like that hating.
Hey, who said I was hating? I didn't say it was a bad comparison. I just asked if you really just compared those two.
I did.
Okay, then. Oh, okay, then it did.
Indeed.
Don't say nothing.
Yeah. Then niggas making back under the table ass deals and shit. Talking about don't say shit. Why you don't want them to say nothing?
What you doing?
This nigga running. This nigga's running.
You still got GG.
Evan Mobley
Right,
won
Oh,
the
he gave me with that shit. What a hoe. What a hoe. I knew that's what he was doing. That's why I ran. That's why I ran.
That's why you
He was waiting
ran.
for me to get in the ring.
I'm
He
taking
was
the
waiting for me to
United
get in the
States
ring to hit that
Championship
shit.
with me.
He ran. Why he run? He tried to run.
Should have ran something like that.
I guess I'm retiring with the belt, y'all.
There's no, you ain't retiring with no belt. How you gonna? What's up with all this tribe shit? What's up with that?
What's up with
Dude,
it?
we
It's the
can't
vibe.
even get, we can't even get free. We can't even get reinstated. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's a team that needs to be free. What you mean?
Y'all is after today is over, then y'all get y'all reinstation. It's in
Right,
the fine
God,
print. Go look
damn.
in the fine print. It's right over there.
There ain't no fine print because it's been long. We was never a team in the first place. You just playing along with your weak ass rules. We was never a team in the first place, bro. You only saying that because our past history, which meaning you was judgmental and prejudiced against us. Bitch.
Didn't I Ryan beat you?
Damn.
Yeah, didn't I beat you?
No, you beat me. You beat me. I beat
I
you.
can.
on
You
the
want
bright lights,
to
though.
get
I
beat
bright
right
lights,
now?
though.
You want to no, bitch. It was 2v1.
Oh, Evan Mobley won Defensive Player
it
of the
went
Year.
on 2v1, but what happened? What if it was us in that predicament? Can I say that? Is it 2v1?
Fletch.
Because I could have sworn I was the one that got you up by myself.
Jalen Brunson won Clutch Player.
Yeah,
I ain't
over
know that.
LeBron. And then Evan Mobley, bitch ass, won Defensive Player of the Year.
Match up next anyway.
Shit,
Over
I
who?
wish it was yours, but fucking Sturdio or
Did you just say over Derek Lively?
or fucking what's
He
his name?
won over
Vortex.
fucking Steven Castle.
I'm gonna start subbing this shit out.
Nigga, he
Boy,
won
caught
over
the hell
Dyson
and kept it
Daniels.
moving like a
Have
motherfucker.
us
Remember,
auto
I can't
move
stay
on.
for too damn long. I can't stay for too damn long. Start swapping stuff.
You mean over Dyson Daniels, bro?
What is auto
Over
move on?
Draymond?
Steven Castle too, bro.
What is auto move on?
You think he deserves Defensive Player of the Year?
You want to press Sturdio?
You don't need to watch
Okay, I
him,
guess.
man.
Press Sturdio real quick.
Yeah, that's cool.
Sturdio,
You're
it's your turn.
Alright. Alright, y'all. Y'all be smooth, man. G Quazo the Fazo out with
Yo,
the
G, let
motherfucking
me have
United
this.
States champion belt.
Let
I'm like
you
John
have
Cena,
this.
bitch. I'm leaving with it.
Bro, let me get my
Like
underground
John Cena,
title.
I'm leaving with it.
But what if I want to be the first ever underground champion?
Oh yeah, I'm thinking I gotta set this shit up. When y'all set that shit up?
I'll set it up.
I got it.
Stream.
Oh,
I'll set the match.
you
Yeah.
set it up, I stream it.
Yeah.
Y'all just tag me whenever my match is, bro.
And remember how you
take-
punished? You remember how you punished our team for not being here on Saturday to compete for that contendership?
I ain't gonna lie. I'ma
It
tell
ain't
y'all
fun when the
like
Rebel
this,
got the
bro.
gun, ain't it? Where your teammate at, bro?
Two teammates that ain't here.
Exactly. So just throw in the other team, bro. Like what the fuck?
Free to
They're
try.
here to compete. The niggas are here to compete and shit. But the other teams over here coming in on a Saturday WrestleMania morning, they ain't got nothing to do with that day. Ain't nothing to do on no damn WrestleMania Saturday. They know they called off from work and all other duties. They just wanted to. Man. Not even the match. I'm just gonna be watching from behind the scenes, but it's gotta happen though.
Did you make it?
Did you make
Vortex, I can make it because.
No, I'm making it right now.
I'm not.
Yeah, Soda ain't gonna make it
Alright.
today, bro. He got work. Who's on Echo?
I don't know. I just read this crazy ass message.
Hold up, Leon. I'm here. I know you over there in Slovakia, nigga. Give me 2 seconds.
Oh, what is my game
He's
doing?
in Bangladesh and shit.
This nigga said Bangladesh. That's
I haven't
crazy.
played all day, so you really might get this, man.
He's
Virgil's still a try harder, even though you don't play all day.
yeah, he's
Okay, I'm gonna restart my game. It's acting weird.
get him.
Alright, let's go.
Did you just call me a tryhard, Yaka?
He he won't play for months, and you still try hard. Right, your studio.
Man, I will come back and try hard. How the hell am I gonna come back weak?
Surprised you not fighting today, Don.
I'm supposed to be fighting Tech.
Oh, okay.
And
Okay.
then I'm supposed to be doing the tag team match too, but
Your partner ain't
my
never
partner
here,
ain't
bro.
here. Yeah, my partner ain't here. You know, he come in.
Hey,
Then we move
hey,
on just like we did.
Hey,
With the, we,
you
y'all
had
moved on
two.
without the other teams, bro.
What you mean I
What we
had two?
done?
They left. Who just said?
Now the offer
Who's
still
that
there.
that just said team with me? Who was that? Was that Yaka that just said that?
Think so.
Wasn't me, dude.
Was that him?
Maybe.
Oh my!
I think he wants
Yaka
to
did not
WWE
say
shit.
that.
I think he did say that. He said team with me.
If I
Think he
sell
wants
my
the
soul to
NWA shit.
NWO, will you stay the leader of
Sold out. Don't show up.
of UWA?
Yeah. Come on.
If I sell my soul, you gonna stay the leader.
Yeah. Come on over here.
Keep running shows.
And you
Come
gonna
on
and you
over
gonna
here.
get him a title
Guys,
shot
I
for
might
the
have to
universal
make a noble
title.
sacrifice.
Come
Not
on
gonna
over
lie.
here. Come on over here.
Don, you want
You
these
gonna like
fucking
it over
knuckles?
here. Oh, look at you. There you
You
go.
gonna like it over there?
You
For
gonna be
sure.
you gonna be ready soon, Tech.
Sturdio, what's your sacrifice?
Yeah, I just
My
pulled up to the house. I'm
sacrifice?
gonna get high and
Yeah,
I'm
you're
gonna
talking about
go
making
What to?
a sacrifice.
Oh, I'm saying if I join NWO and sell my soul to NWO, if he'll stay the leader.
He's gonna ruin his career, bro. Is what you're saying.
Well, you should just let me get this dub. I need it more than you.
What do you
So I need this-
mean? What do you mean?
Oh
Get
God,
this
that
one more
nigga
than you
Will
do.
Buck did not need the fucking dub. I don't know
Man,
what
I
he's
don't
doing
know,
for.
man.
Come on, be a G. You know you want to.
Hey, let's tear the house down. How about that?
Yeah. All right.
Tear down with a reversal.
Except making your opponent tap or nap. A match
Oh, that's a
Oh
double.
wow.
I'm ass.
Yeah, I didn't want to do a head move, but you know. Oh wow, the taunts are so fast. You should try it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can cancel it. Watch this. See, look at that. Watch this one. Hold on. Yeah, look at that.
What the hell happening?
What the helly? What do you mean?
Something going on with the stream, Stardio.
God damn it. Let me
You
go
see it
outside.
now?
Let me go outside. Let me have
Feel
a
it now,
drink.
Mr. Krabs. Hold on. I'm gonna turn it off and turn it back.
You get my shit cooked.
Alright, this guy.
Okay, now I see it.
I can use weapons,
I
right?
didn't click B.
No, you gonna get DQ'd.
For real?
Yeah.
I could have sworn they was using weapons in Eddie Thorpe versus Josh
Yeah,
Briggs.
they was. Yeah, they was. This is weapons and all of them. But I tried them here.
Oh shit.
It's on?
Yeah, bro, it's on. We gotta turn that shit off. Hey, when I said let's tear the house down, I mean like let's take this thing off here and use this table to our advantage. Go, throw me away, press B. Wow. You're evil.
Just doing it again. What the hell
Oh,
is
press
going
B.
on?
Yeah, my network speed may be. Yeah, you might want to stream it, Rady. It says my network speed is limiting. I won't spam A. I won't spam A, trust. Oh, well, I recovered already, but I'll wait. Look at this. Civil young man. Civil young man. Go ahead. Yep, take control back. I'll take it right back.
That should be a double, bro. Like, there's some moves in this game that just are not it.
There's people outside the ring that do not have no ring collision at all. No collision. It's all on top of each other.
I'm not gonna do that.
So if he runs at me and I press LB, can I catch a finisher?
Fighting. Who's on am I fighting? Who wanna get the yeet beat out of them? Is it you, Braun Breaker? Do I gotta spur you back to Yeetville? Is it you, Young OG? Do I gotta spur your young ass? Yeet.
This is
You
bad.
feel?
What's going on with both of y'all things? Okay, it's back.
Pardon me, Trav.
It's corporate. It's coping. I guess back to it.
Come on, boy.
What's up with it,
like,
boy?
it look like I'm looking at Elite Frog.
What? I can punch him right there. That's
Hey Don.
This dude.
Yo.
Hey Don. Hey Don. Who's my opponent? Who's my opponent?
Probably Savory Head is.
Why is it doing that one? What the hell?
Like that, bro.
outside.
Come on now.
Why is it doing that? I can't see nothing.
Well, you just missed
Okay,
him
how
getting his
about
head
how about we both?
No, I
stream?
can see. I
Yeah,
can
look.
see. But it's like going. I don't know.
It's
It's
making
like,
my game lag.
Oh,
I should just be out of here.
So
group together
You want to cut my
two
stream
people
off?
two people that ain't good.
Here, I'm gonna cut my stream. Hold on.
All right, turn.
All right,
it-
Don. Now
turn-
put it.
Do what?
I turn my stream off.
Probably
Do it.
stream on Twitch.
No,
Way better.
pick it up and hit me with it.
Nigga, who the hell am I gonna look at?
Sturdio streaming.
He's still doing it? Okay, he's still okay.
yeah, I turned it back on.
Pick it up and hit me with it,
He said,
Sturdio.
who the hell am I gonna look at? Nah, come up here. How about
Pick
that?
the kendo stick up.
Let's have a conversation. As some civil young men. Throw that shit at me. I dare you. Throw it at me. Throw that at me. You won't. You won't. You won't. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh wow.
Pick that kendo stick up and hit me with it.
Nah, I'm a power bomb you on it.
Sturdio, I'll pay you $5. Bro. I need this shit.
$5? $5?
So do you joining the team or what?
Yeah, bro. If it'll stop you from selling NWO. I mean, if it'll stop you from selling UWA.
I knew you like NWO.
Cardio, you can only get one.
No,
You
I don't
can
like
only get.
NWO.
I know you
I
like
like
us.
You either go with him. You either go with him or you give me the win. If you go with him, you give me the win. You don't get the win and him.
What? Hey, that's wicked.
Wait, so you're in NWO then?
I think
Well,
you
then your
about to
team
be.
spirit done.
I
You
think you
compete
got to be.
Yeah. Only if it'll
Is it
stop
you?
Don, I will sell my soul. He will
Come
not
on.
ruin professional wrestling forever.
Come on over here. Henny can't come in.
Oh,
You
you
can't have no
motherfucker
baggage with you.
sold.
I don't know if that's the
Just
thing or
sold.
not. You can't
What?
have no baggage with you.
I'm gonna pick you up and throw you. Oh! Fuck!
Well, that adrenaline didn't work.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. Now I have to punch him. Come here.
So it's gonna be you and Stereo against Desert Wood against who else?
But let me get a reversal, bro. Let me
He's
get a
got
reversal,
a
bro.
combo and,
Let me win.
So I can get some damage.
Let me win.
Nah, bro.
Bro, Sturdio,
Made
come
me
on. You
angry
don't
now.
need this shit.
Made me angry now.
Sturdio, bro.
I got something for you,
on.
motherfucker. I got something for you, motherfucker. Ah. Ah.
Run around all over. Just Spiro.
Start walking me.
Hold on, wait. You wait right there. You wait right there.
Been around too much.
So,
First Leon, now we got two Stereo. What you on, man?
what you mean?
Y'all gotta quit doing this to me, bro. Y'all keep joining
did.
the ops, bro.
How do you know that? You been sitting here listening? I
Nah,
thought you was
bro.
gone.
Eulis made this announcement, bro.
Oh, you did?
Eulis made this announcement. Hey, y'all can't be doing that, bro. That's false. That's false, fluky info, folks.
What?
No, they said he's joining them, bro. I get that, but I'm saying that's the whole problem here.
You did it and then deleted it. Oh yeah, look at that.
Him if it stop him from selling the company, bro. You gotta realize, bro.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
What the fuck, Fuzz?
You get it now, right? You get it now, right?
I get it though. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, fuck it, Stereo shit. Do what you gotta do, my boy. Hey,
Hell yeah.
Yeah, shit. I ain't gonna lie, just do what you gotta
My
do.
dog.
Shit. Just only do it for like a month though. Shit. After like a month, shit. I say heel turn.
A
to
right here.
I say heel turn to
say
sell
heel
them niggas.
turn.
Yeah, I say heel turn in about a month and sell them niggas. After we know Don got it, keeping it for sure. Like once he's stuck and he don't got no choice, it's like fuck it. Yeah, heel turn on them niggas.
Yeah, contract.
Bro, this nigga talk about he got a contract and tried to walk away. Nigga, what heard your ass?
Bro,
man?
Sturdio, you ain't seen nothing for real, G. I didn't mean that.
Nah, you did just try to do
Nah,
that.
I didn't mean that.
shit.
I didn't mean that. I didn't mean
You
that.
missed. I can't believe
Oh,
it.
I didn't. No, yeah, I didn't mean that. Trust.
Okay, well go ahead and press A. Thank you.
That's right,
I'm going
Sturdy's
back
out there
in the
outside. You got a dangerous finisher
Yeah,
out
I'm
there.
Come out here, bro.
Nah,
Come
bro.
out here. Come fade on
Get
the
on
table.
get on the table.
And
Get
what's
on the table.
crazy, I knew how Brandon looked,
Here,
bro, but
the
like
table.
Brandon been all like
There.
he always been
Is
ugly.
that you that you can do it?
That nigga idiots now that he got.
Oh wow.
Yo, the man's got older and got fucking hideous, yo. Like, I'm surprised he even
How
got
have we
it.
not hit each other
I'm
with
not even
something
gonna. I can't. The fact
superb?
he got it, bitches like this.
Like, how are we both? Ain't nobody even been in no danger state
That's
yet.
what I'm saying though. What about? Yeah, we got to see what happens after.
Why do I keep pressing any button that's not A? He can only press A, bro. That's the third time.
When life gets to hitting, bitches ain't.
Why am
fucking
I
with
hearing
that.
myself? Turn the stream off.
Brandon look like he'll kill himself if that goes.
I'm getting angry. Grab me right there. Oh.
That's probably why shit he
no.
does.
Nah.
Them suicide threats.
Chill, bro. Chill, easy. Chill. Ah, la 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 la. Fuck, Come on,
What's
nigga.
doing that table?
Come on, nigga. It's us.
think he real
It's
Braun
us.
Breaker or
Because he
something.
got to pull up. I am real
Get
Braun
off the
Breaker. Get
table.
up here.
What are you gonna do? Spare
You don't
me?
need to.
Reverse it, though.
No, you have something up there. Fuck.
I don't
He
know
can
if I have
reverse
anything
it,
up there,
though.
actually. I just
think
want to
you
get
have
on
the
the
cutter, too,
fucking table. Get on the table. Psych. X
You need to
move.
click B, bro. You fake as fuck. Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. I'm going to press X again.
Yo, Euler.
You a liar, bro. Like, you're weird. Sergio, you don't need this win, bro. Like, come on. I'll pay Don not to put it on your record. No, bro, Sturdio, come on. You don't need this shit.
Call me, what's up?
No, Sturdio, don't do this shit, bro. Please.
But you
Sturdio.
post on, bro?
Oh no, I'm not lying. Come on, you guys want Tom? Go ahead. Don.
Oh, if I
Sturdio.
could, I would.
Hey Don.
What's up?
So you're gonna go in that match with
Actually-
Sturdio, or you're gonna go in that match with Sturdio?
I'm back.
I'm gonna go in that match with Sturdio.
For what?
So it's gonna be Henny and Combo then.
Yeah,
But if Henny's not here, then they're out of the match then.
Wait, Sturdy, you joined NWO?
He really did it. He really did it. He really did
Oh,
it.
wow.
I didn't go
Sure.
on.
Sure.
I don't even.
Stop
Sure.
He
playing.
did it.
Spear him from
Wait,
behind.
Sturdy,
Wow.
did you join NWO?
Bro, if it'll stop him from selling the company,
No,
yes, I
Sturdio,
would.
you don't gotta keep saying
gotta
no
keep saying all that
explanations,
extra
Sturdio.
shit,
Yeah,
dog.
you don't gotta.
Yeah,
keep
just go
saying
ahead
that.
and get
You
in his
happy?
role.
You been
You
happy to
don't
join
hear
the team? Yeah, I know.
explanations.
Shit, I'm giving him a throw right now. I'm
Like,
giving
give
him
us
a
a
throw
raise.
right now. Yeah, role has changed. You in NWO now, buddy. Change his role immediately.
See, that's WIM show right there. Change the world immediately. So you can
Hell
be
yeah.
right here.
You know, Don, I'll make sure you know. Make
He
sure
did change
you good,
my
bro.
role.
Yeah, I changed it for you, bro. I got you.
Sturdy, did you sell out?
No way. Sturdio join NWO. Yo, he's gonna be the Universal Champion, bro.
Wow.
Sturdio.
This is. I'm only joining if
Huh?
you promise that you are not selling or taking down leadership of UWA.
Oh, there it is. What's up, Malik?
At least 6
Sturdio.
months. At least 6 months.
Sturdio
Oh,
is too
shit.
sweet, man.
He trying to make it
important right
GTA.
now. That's important. That's the only thing important right now. Is just too sweet.
Wow. You really did it. I mean, I did it for him. Shit, I changed it so you can't say nothing after that.
So what this mean for Henny and Combo?
Means
what
that if they
that
don't show
means-
up tonight, they're not gonna fight in that tag match. So Triple Threat
They
gonna
are
start no
both
matter
here,
what. Oh, they are? Fuck. Well, Wood ain't here, so Malik, Leon, they here. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, we can do the tag match. The Sturdio saved the league. I'm weak.
You know what he's doing? He wants to pick number 2. He ain't stupid.
No, you saved the league. I'm weak.
That's what it took for somebody to join NWO.
He said that's what it took.
Yeah, because Sturdio said he gonna join if he not gonna give the ownership to someone else in at least 6 months.
He threw that in after I said go in.
Don Henny says you're lying. Are you really? Are you gonna stay the leader?
Man. It's too sweet, man.
Why would he lying, bro?
But now that we're on the same team, I need you to, I need you to talk to me here. Be transparent.
Sturdio. I'm gonna say this.
First
I'm
note,
getting
Sturdio.
with teams and stuff. I know last year we was in alliances, but not teams. I don't be questioned as the owner of my team, so don't question me.
Sturdio, I told you he a dictator, bro.
Yeah, now you on his team. The only way
You're
out
not
is
stepping
next
down,
thing,
right?
next thing is I'm gonna need for you to kill somebody for me. But you gonna find out sooner than later. And good job, Serpent.
Yeah, you getting the Universal title push,
That
bro.
person
I'm
just
proud of you.
did.
Sturdio.
And
Yeah,
Sturdio, you gonna do that tag team match with me?
Damn, Sturdio.
Hey,
He's the man right here now.
Go down. Can me and Willie get him a tag match?
Yeah, of course.
For the number one contender from the
Yeah, we almost there.
Hold
We
on one
sweetening it
second.
up right now.
Can
We almost
so
buttered up.
Sturdio, are you gonna come out there with us
Hold up.
tonight?
It's all part of the marinade. The marinade right here, Leon.
Don, can we do that tag match, that impromptu one?
Bro, Brady, no,
Bro,
we're
shut
over
up,
that
shut up,
shit.
Brady.
We're over that one, Brady.
I'm not over
We're
that.
that.
Let us get a tag match, bro.
Bro, you
Yeah.
lying
Wow.
bitch.
Wow.
No, Don, he lied, so he's not allowed. Don, he lied.
Who lied? Him.
Oh, what boss? He lied. He said he was only gonna be here in the beginning.
Wow,
bro.
I really
First
came
match.
back
Oh,
and
no,
joined
no,
the
no,
W.
no,
was
no,
rushed.
I gotta
Lost
go.
because I was
That's
rushed.
like 30 minutes.
Lost because I was rushed, bro.
Dude, you lost because you asked.
Nah, I'm just kidding. Now you know why I lost? Because I beat the shit out of you, and you had that running move. You hit me with that running move first. But it's GG's though, it's GG's. But don't feel cute now, Nick. Don't feel cute, Nick.
Nobody.
Oh yeah, we can do it. Yeah, we can do it.
Don't tap me, bro.
You good, bro. Hey, now I go fight the wolf buzz. I beat the shit out of you.
That fool was
You
good
beat me
as hell.
with those skins, bro.
Don, who is that shit for?
Nah,
Who is
GG,
that tag?
I'm just
Combo, combo.
Sturdio, you don't gotta
Combo, I
explain too
sold
much.
my soul.
Hey, is there room for me to get in there and spectate Don?
So I sold my soul so Don wouldn't give up
Sturdio,
ownership
you
of
don't
the
gotta
league.
keep saying this.
Hey,
Wait,
Don,
no, we're
is
doing
there
the
room for me to-
impromptu
is
tag
there room for me to spectate in there,
Yeah,
Don?
he joined NWO combo.
Hey, Don, so there's room for me to spectate?
Sturdio joined
joining
NWO.
NWO so then Don won't
Okay, so Brady,
won't
is
drop
this the
the
one?
league, bro.
Red
He
or
won't drop
what?
the league, bro. I'm trying to save us all.
You think Don should? You know Don might say that shit regardless.
Real quick, can y'all?
Don, are you gonna sell it
Sturdio.
regardless? Be honest.
Sturdio.
Hey, Don, are
Sturdio,
you
I
saving
just-
up a
I just-
six-man?
I just, we just talked.
There it is. What's up, Manny?
Brady, I think we are Brady. I think we are. Hold
Nah,
up. I'm
somebody
just
showed
trying to
this
see if it's a six-man, but it is the
young,
impromptu.
Fucker ass, trash ass nigga that regardless of whatever he did, Don gonna still sell the company. He
Hey,
just
hey,
not
hey,
gonna
hey.
have ownership of UWA. He gonna be the leader of NWO.
That combo push. He getting a universal title match next show, bro.
So Sturdio.
Well, why y'all
coming,
lying?
right?
Huh?
He said he wants you to take somebody out, bro.
That stream.
I got a choice to make.
You know what I'm saying? Nah,
Hey, Don, this is the impromptu right here.
It's a 1v1 tag match.
Hey, Brady, you and your team may join that first. I'm gonna join with my team after.
Can we do the tag title match?
Alright,
Like
Brady,
a
am I
tag
on your team or you
title.
got a different teammate?
Fucking you, buddy. Where did this shit back?
I don't mind.
3 years in a row.
Oh, now you're in.
Can we do the tag? I don't mind.
After this match, Leon
What's up, man?
Hooven in that tag.
Brady and your team may join first.
Okay.
After this shit, they what's that? They underground and then the tag title. I need to get that shit on. I need to know who's gonna be crowned.
Fight Leon in the underground. Let's
It should be me. I'd have a loss.
Yeah.
The first team I need. The first team. Okay, Wolf Ball's already joined in, so come on in here, boys.
Let me know
Rock
what they're
scissors
both
right now. Who gonna win? Hey, rock scissors.
Hey, Leon, you ready?
Wait,
What?
what?
No,
Tell
not
this
you. Not
dumbass
you.
You ready for me?
nigga
Not yet, not yet.
Now y'all can. Now y'all can.
You do?
Alright, go ahead, join up his name. Malik and Leon.
Hey,
Miz
somebody
Sturdio.
Sturdio. Don just played him like a fiddle, boy.
Sturdio.
Well,
Me
shit,
and
he
you
ain't
go.
playing him
Miz
like
Sturdio.
nothing, bro.
Me
He
and you
gonna
gonna
have
go
a
to the
double
top,
champ,
bro.
Sturdio.
Riker, you got your stats and everything good?
Well, shit,
Henny,
Don,
yeah,
you
I got
already
like
You didn't
soda.
know? I'm Eric Bischoff
I got like
number
the
2.
boosted
You ain't know?
stats.
It's too sweet. You ain't know him?
You got them all?
I'm
Yeah,
fucking
we're
with you. I'm
good
fucking
about
with you. Fucking with you.
I worry about it. Y'all can have Sturdio, nigga. You seen what happened in that Universal title
That
match,
nigga,
nigga.
nah, Henny, if I
What,
would've
he was
went
out
over there,
first?
you would've
Come on in,
really
you.
broke out. You'd have been like, this nigga.
me to go. What you talking
You said you didn't see what happened at Universal title match? Why he was out first?
Hey, he talking
Yeah,
crazy
that
for
nigga
no
suck.
reason, Sturdy. What the hell?
The reason why I was so quick
Nah,
to
you
grab you,
NWO,
Sturdio, is
Nah,
because
you know
I'm
what?
better than you. So
Nah,
you know,
Beyonce,
anybody on my
Beyonce,
team, I
Beyonce.
gotta be better than. I'm better than you.
You know what? Henny, you right. He wasn't supposed to go out first. If he would have fucking listened, the team was out there. Don didn't even know it. I'm the wise man, but he did know it. But he did know it because he know I ain't gonna play like that. But I was trying to play like that. This nigga Sturdio.
This nigga talking in circles, nigga. What? That shit made no sense, but it made sense at the same time. What the
It
fuck?
made a lot of sense. But just the way I worded it.
You should have teamed
The way
up.
I worded it.
That nigga made no sense at the same time. What the fuck?
You ready, combo?
Like he was nice, but like Sturdio was not supposed to play
These
like
niggas are
that.
not
Like,
being dead
come
ass
on,
right now,
bro.
Yeah, it's a one-on-one tag match. They're not in it no more.
It was supposed to be me and you
They
at
not
the
here.
end and be the best
Who not
man
in it no
won,
more?
but nah.
Man, it was out first.
They not in. They not here no more. There's your team not here.
Nah,
No, you can start it off.
I was hurt, bro. I knew he was just about to force that shit, bro.
I don't know which one of y'all starting, but here, I'm just throwing it off here. You said what?
It was nice knowing you.
Just tell him it's too sweet and tell him to move along.
Idiot might need a partner.
Hey, over there.
Leon, we need a partner. Please not have that jersey on. Please.
Yeah, let me mute these other
I will.
Albo got a partner, nigga. What you talking about?
Who is partner?
I'm happy
Nigga,
to sit
me.
down.
So both of y'all need a partner.
That nigga got a jersey dress on.
Look at that. Ready to lead TB. Look, he trying to find any reason to lead TB now.
No, I ain't. I'm looking for one more to add to the team.
Hey, look, I'm down.
You
Jay,
only need one.
Got goddamn cello, my nigga. God,
How you like a fucking fiddle?
I wasn't even sure for real, but y'all talking crazy, so now I'm really.
I ain't say so. I'm just like, I'm disappointed.
You heard what Henny said. You already heard what Henny said. You heard what Henny said. You heard what Henny said. You heard what Henny said.
Like, all they can do is lie, bro. Like, all they can do is lie, bro.
Did you hear what in Sturdio? The truth comes out at the right moment sometimes. Did you hear what Henny said?
Henny always tell him trash, nigga. Don't try, nigga.
No. This time he had backup data in a timestamp. This time he said, "You see what happened in the Universal match?" He said, "You see what happened in the Universal match?" He said, "We don't care." That was his words.
Yeah, because this dumbass shouldn't have been trying to fight Tidney with a duck under when he got the brown like that.
He said you was out first and everything.
You're saying like they're gonna call me dumbass not for a reason. Nigga, that's how it is.
Ain't nobody scared. I ain't scared to
Let
come
me
out
find
there.
out. Let me find out.
All I'm saying is, Studio, come on, bro. Use your brain, bro. Like come on, bro.
Hey, Don, where's the
transaction already went through, my nigga.
You said what?
Don, let me get my match up. Let me go ahead and get my match.
And to have, you just lost your chance to have a title because your dumb ass went to
Stupid.
Yeah, he thought she was sweet.
Who put the roll on nigga that fast? That glazed like shit. Who did that?
You know who it was? You know who's
No, it wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Leon did that.
Leon, give me your roll, fuck, nigga. Give me your shit.
Yo, what's wrong?
Give me your shit, nigga. Oh, Instagram ass nigga. You know.
Hey, you know what? Fuck 30. We don't need 30.
Hey,
I'd like to take credit for this move, Don. If anything.
Yo, stop.
Nigga, you really have something to do with this? Come on, Studio. Come on.
Yeah, you
nigga.
has something to do with that shit. That nigga,
I might have popped
he blackmailed that nigga. Yeah, that nigga with strawberries.
Hey, bro, I'm gonna keep it 100 with y'all. I'm gonna keep it 100, bro. It didn't take no convincing, bro. We just told Stereo and that was it. All he said was, alright,
I never agreed.
Nah, you were so thirsty for the other, bro.
Wait, you better y'all change too,
No, he did agree. Eventually, he did agree eventually.
If he ain't agree, the nigga kick the roll his name. What's up, kid?
No, he agreed, bro.
Like that.
Eventually, he agreed. As done, bro. He agreed eventually. He did agree. He agreed eventually.
And then he the one that brought it up first too. He said,
I'm just trying to talk him out. Yeah, just
shit,
trying
I
to talk
come
him
here
out
too.
with this.
He said, this is, I'm gonna play it back on stream, but he said shit. He said, while it's the end, he said, shit, I always wanted to do this, Don. You're just gonna team up for the one time. I
And
said,
then he
shit,
was like,
why not?
even though I wasn't sure about it, but after what they said, he said, and now I'm more sure of it.
This nigga Yuli a snitch, bro. Like,
He said, y'all ain't hear it, bro. Y'all were right.
Put a clip back.
I don't got it. My clips are broken.
Enough for real.
He had asked me first, but I denied him.
I'm out there telling my niggas out. If I don't get the answers I need.
Nobody's there.
My clips are broken.
All right, bet. See you in 60 seconds.
Hey, I got my suit on. What's going on? What you need to know?
Hey, Don.
What's 30 or so?
Hey, Don. Let me go ahead and play
You ain't in the tag title match no more because
Let me go ahead and play Ricky the Steamboat.
Come on, let's watch together.
You want it with soda, but soda on
The
the
next
match.
one was what's his face? Leon.
The next match is Winter first. Nobody cares about no
I thought you
Leon.
just said the next match
Yeah,
is the
I
tag
didn't.
title match.
Hey, I didn't agree with
No, I
it.
said Leon and Hoover.
And I called y'all to see how y'all care. Y'all don't care.
Because they only got a underground match.
Remember what he said about the Universal match? He said
What
after
you
he
call
lost
me for,
the
nigga? Nigga, you told me to tell me that
I'ma
shit.
keep it behind you.
You call me nigga? Wow, what the fuck? You did?
There we go.
My phone ain't ring.
There we go.
Ain't no damn call.
You get one first. Hey, Don, who won the underground match so far, bro?
Weezy's I didn't get to see. Sturdio won his, Greatness won.
And Combo.
Yeah, I didn't get to see Weezy's though. Apparently.
Yeah, Corey almost beat his ass. Weezy was green. I mean, Corey was green barring him for a second. Fucking get me in.
I was trying to get you in on the fucking stun.
Yeah, I saw, bro. I was slow. That's it.
Well, I disconnected from the fucking chat too at the same time.
Well, I don't see the NWRL on 30 name, so you know what that means.
Yeah, bro. I don't even like the color white, bro. I like the color black.
Whoa!
Ain't no whoa, nigga. Take a little bitch ass up. Yo,
Oh, wait, they put
that's
Crazy
Scarlet. Who is that?
Crazy work.
What colors? What colors?
What's up?
Hey, I'm finna leave Judgment Day
I'm
too.
making sure you're here. I mean, obviously you're here, but I'm not like.
Hey Don, he think he can play with you. You know the only way out of NWO is to kiss an ass.
Here, give me in. Here, help them.
He joined that last year. I can make him become another double offender.
Double offender.
Yeah.
I don't
We
even
ain't
like
never
it.
had one of them yet. We ain't never had one of them yet. Might double back and hit that bitch again.
Nigga, double cheeking.
I'm telling you.
The way I got it there.
Tell me something. You're the greatest. You're the greatest.
He's the
Kissing his
greatest
ass.
wrestler. He's the greatest wrestler.
I thought
on the face of
his
this earth.
ass.
The belt shows you. You didn't win. You didn't kick out. That shows everything. Orion won y'all match. Orion won y'all match. Good shit, Orion, and Orion we trust.
You ain't when you leader, but I beat you in our match.
We didn't.
I'm a winner.
I
You're a
didn't,
loser.
but I was the runner-up. Yeah, no, Orion we trust. The right man won. The right man won.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
I don't know about that one.
TV is the greatest wrestler on the face of this earth right now.
Oh, wow.
Go ahead, give him a kiss at that point, nigga. Blazing,
That's three. That's three.
You ignorant. Even better.
What? You gonna bounce and you gonna shine his shoes next?
Shit, I will if you ask me to. I ain't gonna be
my
free.
Shine his shoes, get some Arizona iced tea, stick his feet up, shoot some grapes.
No, Arizona, not that.
Is that his alternate attire?
Hell no, that ain't. That's some shit
Nah, it's
Leon
just stand
made.
and deliver attire.
Oh, you talking about
Yeah.
What? Or I didn't make it. I downloaded
Nah,
it.
John Cena comes with this shit.
He don't come with no damn black forces.
Yeah, shit, I made him come out like that.
No, it's a cheat code.
Yeah.
That's cool.
That's a fat ass jersey. Oh my god.
Take it back to your room.
That's a few O'Neal's jersey right there. He left
I
it.
in the goddamn bathrobe. That's gonna be on the jersey. That's crazy.
Bathrobe, I'm weak.
That's
Big ass
a
black
white
shirt.
beater.
Ricocheting off the turnbuckles.
He got it out of action. Nah.
You seen what the
Oh, you got the
Chad Hutchins-
RKO
you seen
and the
that
little
shit?
roll shit.
Yeah, he did. He finna hit your ass with the RKO.
You know what's a double, Leon?
Yeah, you said what? The monkey foot? Yeah, but nobody ever did it.
Body here could be a smart strategy.
Yeah, but he's about to RKO your ass.
Effective counter.
God
We
damn.
need a turnbuckle, bro. We need a turnbuckle, bro. Almost like that.
The turnbuckle off already.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, look,
Wow,
right
that's
there.
not what I
In
meant.
front of you,
That's not what I
yeah.
meant.
The ref
That's
just
not
ain't
what I
doing
meant.
his
I
job.
meant the ref need to come do it. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, she did. Yes, she did.
Alright, that is what I meant.
The
bro.
way you was
Alright.
whining when I closed the door so you could use the bathroom
Yeah.
yesterday.
Hard into the corner. Man, did you see
Go sit down.
bounce off the turnbuckles?
You already asked me.
Kick connects. And there's more.
So when are we gonna see this
This
shit?
ain't nothing. You see Uncle Huddy's health over there, bro?
Yes, it.
Just
You
sit
took
in his
yourself
bro.
over there.
Use the bathroom. You just said you had to use it.
John Cena's about to cook him up on him, bro. And the kick out
I
versus
trust
John.
this shit. Thank you for being a generic player, Brady.
Doesn't seem to have any response
Bring his
right
ass
now.
in here. I want to whoop on him too.
Start taunting Cena.
Yeah.
Bianca Belair just goading her opponent. And how do you look how smart.
Well, I can't wait to get Richard Hurt about that fashion. I don't even knew that.
I said, what?
No, I'm just kidding.
White Cup Chunk is insane. I ain't doing that. This
Nah,
one is fire,
nah,
bro.
it's not what
I
I'm
love this
saying.
one. This is the best time in the game.
Gravy thrown into the corner with a little something extra.
Yeah, done.
Turn our attention back to the match.
Yeet.
Not that one.
Just ridiculous now. Pay attention to your
Hold on. There's no.
slip away.
Malik's in there.
Yeah, he said you could do what? He said I'm the humble.
I mean, he's still got a green board. Not anymore.
Down to the
But get oh, you won't. Can I get his dumb ass? I can't get his dumb ass.
Hey Don, quick question. Am I allowed to grab him out of the ring?
No.
No, okay.
Oh, shit. No way, man. Yeah, I didn't do that either.
The RKO's been fucking me.
Yeah. Oh, he really tried to get that spin off. Like he's
It's not selling. I wasn't hitting it in your fucking apron though. On your side.
Yeah, you should have did it. You should have did it. That would be a wasted interaction, and now you got nothing.
Setting them up for Fisherman's Buster.
I want control on my side of the ring.
Is getting beaten down. Audi is getting cut off at the knees at every turn. Looking as locked in
Oh, I
as
can't even. Yeah, I was just saying.
Uncle Howdy put a stop to that. Uncle Howdy
yeah.
taking this line down anymore.
For some reason I thought that was a signature.
I got one too. Hey, just like me. Hey, stomp him and do it again.
Don't take his idea, bro. He's a dickhead.
I mean, it's not legal. It's
Yes, it
unethical.
is.
It's legal.
Because you never be able to you get it every
Legal,
time.
bro.
No, it ain't.
What up?
Yeah, get his ass.
Leon reverse it for me.
Yeah, I don't care what Leon did. Leon not real.
You could have won that match.
Oh, he came back talking about old shit still?
Yeah, that's what he does.
He get his ass a song.
I could have won that match.
Nah, shut up, man. Nobody want to hear you.
I could have won that match with this trash ass.
What is this?
Nice little
Is this
fun.
a tag team?
Well, I'm gonna watch
God.
it.
It's not a tag team. It's not a tag team.
Okay. I was so lost for a second. I was like, what the hell?
I know you were.
Yes,
I know
dang.
you're always scared whenever I'm doing something like
Yeah, you
that.
know what? We can switch it up immediately. You know?
That's 5.
No, that's 4.
That's 5. I got it on screen, bro.
Oh, shin breaker.
You don't pay attention, man.
Done.
You did all this
Are you
and
paying attention,
still
Lee?
ain't going? Yeah, you lead. That could have
I
been your
am.
cue right there. But
What was the ref
you know,
doing?
your
No,
partner
no,
winning.
I didn't want it.
So,
Give me
yeah, your
that
partner
money.
winning, so it didn't
He's
matter.
already doing it. He already had him. To the waist. I'm trying to do it like I said, like important moments.
Wow.
I don't think we'll need him for this time, man. He's gonna
Now he's gonna get back off you. No, you're good.
Can't believe what we just saw. It is unreal that this match is still
Hey,
going on.
say, Don, give me extra
That
money.
would end most matches.
It's a 1-1.
If you should have been here, bro, we probably would have got it. But you weren't here. Maybe later. I
Fuck that
promise
shit.
you.
Nigga, I won right now.
Man, I hate
Well, grandma wants to all the time, and I gotta do it. You know what I'm
first.
saying?
He's a bitch. Nigga, fuck you. You know I get the duck
Oh,
away.
wow.
Williams gets countered.
I don't know.
I'll say it's
I
on
don't
two.
know what he's talking about. But look though. Hey, look though. Hey.
Kick to the body.
Hey, do it 1-on-1, man. Give you.
Into a powerbomb. Does the official not see him removing the turnbuckle?
Actually, no. Weezy. I want Weezy now, nigga.
You got this one.
Such a potent display of
I was getting that Cosby thing almost.
Hey, dog.
trick, finding a way to slow his
NWO can't be in that tag title match, right?
There you go, Flog. Start mixing them up. There we go.
There
There we go. Come on.
See?
Go to the 23 I knew
The
of.
referee.
Go to the 2K23 I know. Watch for that punch.
But I'm saying if you gonna knock
If there's
other people
another
down,
team,
you
if there's
gotta bump
another
them
team,
back up.
absolutely, they'd be the
We're about to bump a team in there for after this match. We're bumping a team.
No matter how corrupt you may be, nigga, you selling your company, nigga. You gotta go out with the best booking ever. Cause we gonna bury your shit if you don't.
Hey, that monkey would be a lot bigger.
Better bury my team.
It's crazy.
About to pounce.
Hey,
Man. That'll give you whiplash.
Vintage Leon.
I know if you need me.
Take it far.
Actually, use Rizzo first. Use Rizzo first.
Sturdy, that could have been when you could have been talking shit.
There you go. Good kick out.
Oh, he's kicking out this stuff. He found it out.
You know it'd be us.
You know, come
Is
closer.
unheard of. And it's going to take composure now. Could just need one more big
Alright,
move.
see, you got it.
This is not what I meant to do.
Oh
my gosh.
It might have to be too speedy now.
Look at Leon good at the game because they just blessed you, bro.
Thank you. Come again.
Somebody
I'm
tell
gonna go in there and fuck him up.
You gotta play like a fiddle.
Sturdy, we got this.
Alright.
What happened? What happened? It's the tag team match right now.
Sturdy, you gonna Sturdy, you know all that shit, all that bullshit I used to say to you and do to you, you know, talking all this, yeah, suck ass niggas and shit, yeah, all this shit.
Hey, hey, Don, hey, hey, you wanna listen, Don? Hey, say, Don, you wanna listen? Fuck the NWO, nigga. Fuck the NWO, nigga.
Yeah, you talking about the Wolfpack, right? Yeah, I know. Yeah, fuck them. Yeah, I know you talking about the Wolfpack. Yeah, tell them.
Bring it.
I'm talking about y'all niggas.
Yeah, you ain't talking about us. You ain't talking about us. Cause didn't you just ask to be in my team? You sorry ass nigga.
Don, nigga, I'm gonna take the all y'all
I think, you know
niggas.
what, we might just be like,
Get off my phone.
we might just beat these niggas clean. They're easy.
Get off my phone.
Have to save NWO. Oh, wait, damn.
Fuck
Damn.
NWO.
I have to save
You heard him?
NWO.
He has to save NWO.
I'll take all y'all
I have to
niggas.
save UWA. There's too many W's.
Save NWO, nigga. You heard what you said.
I have to save UWA.
So you gotta save NWO.
Hey, Don, when you're done with him, send him
I
over
have
to
to save
Wolfpack.
UWA.
Hook them up.
Well, actually, I do have to save NWO too, because who the
You
hell
can
was
say
supposed
that
to
for the
be
night.
here
You can
sold
say
out
it for the
at
night. Yeah, you can say it for the night.
There is a hunter right now, and the prey is helpless.
This shit was vintage Leon. Vintage Leon.
Yeah. As soon as you tag out Leon, give him his roll.
You can't see me.
I'll take on the whole NWO.
Big ass
One
jersey.
by one.
Good
One
kick
by
out.
one, bitch.
You know what? Really, you might finish him.
Give me in when you can. Give me in when you get it.
You can get in whenever you want to. I should tell you something, but you can't. It's good.
Not thinking about it.
The next opening you get.
I'm thinking about it too. I'm thinking about it too.
Nice, good shit.
No, but I didn't want to fuck up his flow. He did.
Yeah, you don't do it yet. Oh, you shit.
Nah, I already know how I'm
Tag match, nigga.
Nice.
Fuck that tag match, nigga. The real tag match needs to be going on, nigga.
Nice, Malik.
I got Rizzo.
Man.
Yeah, that's reason.
There you go.
Yeah, now keep him in the ring. Keep him in the ring. Hey, Leon, can we get a turnbuckle on?
Should be ready to pull him out right there, Vortex.
Yeah, let's get a buckle.
Hey, like you know for other teams, you part of NWO. That's not
Shit. That's the way it goes, dude. This shit.
There.
This shit.
How does attack
Oh,
gets
damn,
reversed?
he got it. Watch out for that RKO. You know that shit. You know how that shit be. I mean, golly, I ain't never see him do that.
So he don't do that. We're gonna drug test you.
He 09 Randy. He got it.
You just sold too. Wow, you just sold.
Come on, go. Just do it. Just do it.
And then look for what now? Like you just mess your partner up.
Thank you, bro.
And then he running.
You didn't
Oh,
help me.
did
Hey,
Oh, it's
hey,
a
I'm gonna
double.
get another one off and Malik. Oh shit, and Malik just gonna tag you in.
Can't get in no more, bro. Fuck it back.
No, Malik gonna restart the shit. If you're gonna be able to, of course.
I look fucked up.
Yeah, you did. I don't know why you got in there.
I mean, I feel.
You said what?
He did good. No, bro.
Yeah, he good. But,
yeah, and I fucked up going in there. Like, I went in the wrong way.
What boss?
You guys see that stun bar? You know what I was doing? Like,
You ain't got shit, damn.
Try to get him near the rope. Oh, you know, like this, see?
I was finna say shit. As soon as you got some ref distracted, your partner down, you need to make something happen.
I don't.
My big short ass arms.
No. Look at the hustle. Look at it. You're looking at it.
Yeah.
By the way. Good boy.
Oh yeah, it sure is. It's okay. I mean, it's one for the team. Yeah, it's one for the team.
Hey, look, I'm finna turn my screen on.
So let me pull the roof off and the track your team. Yeah, it's good free. I get it. The acclaim death boom man. Where's Trick Road?
What you give on? No, I move out of the game.
Edit Road. Where's the crash out?
I'm 81st place. Goodness gracious. And these are high schoolers, nigga. Hey, this game cheating.
2. Damn.
That's more than 2, dude. I've been hit by both of them.
Yeah, I know. That's. Yeah, I got one on in now. That's a 2 right there.
You got 3. It's 3. I have.
This is insanity.
Yeah, just 3.
Now you're like punching them.
Don't touch me.
Look at this.
I do good. I just don't do anything.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Oh, I thought he wanted to. He
Why'd
wanted
I
to.
get in the ring? What the hell?
I tag you in. Tag me back in. I tagged you in.
He wanted to.
I was checking
He
the
wanted to do
screen
that
who
fin.
had super fin. I didn't even see it.
He wanted to do that fin. And you know that.
How do you mean you didn't know who you were tagged in? Like, you know, you're not locked, bro.
He said, I didn't know.
That boy.
Anybody say that bullshit?
Easy.
There's a fucking funny ass bar.
How draining was that?
Yeah,
Can it be
chill,
done
Nixon.
again? Can that maneuver be summoned at least
Do
one
the
more time?
do the actual move where tags do the screen move. I'm talking about some that boy bells.
Niggas gonna reverse it because
I'm
it's an
trying to
angle
go
on the road.
for the
Big on the head.
He wouldn't even have easier.
His timing was horrible on that. TV, shut up.
TV, shut up. You hate QC. Bro, I hate QC and being the Universal Champion, man. Shut up.
But you're gonna have to look at it,
Worry
Not
about that
when I take the title away from you.
That ain't that #1 pick right now.
Oh yeah, he is. I mean, shit. That's for long. Let me get the tomato.
How you blowing me, Sturdio?
I'm telling you, that's him. That's him saying. That's him basically saying that should be him. That's basically why he's making that sound.
Yeah.
Exactly
You
what
had
that
2
is.
teammates in the Universal title shot.
It sounded weird.
Oh, he did go actually.
So you cheated.
Oh, okay.
You know, one team before that. That boy bouncing.
I ain't even gonna say that bullshit.
That boy
One, yeah, 30 remaining.
Oh, shit.
What just happened? I don't know.
Yeah, bro. I'm saying how I feel about that, bro.
This match was coming to an end.
How you saying NWA but being NWA? Because he's not going to retire now.
So he thinks.
Bro, please.
Is that what he told you?
Please tell me.
Is that what he told you?
I think Studio know he's getting played, but he don't give a fuck. He want to be NWO that bad.
Yeah,
Think about that aspect of it. I think
That's
he knows.
why I was.
He just
Yeah,
don't
that's
care.
why I was already saying.
Yeah.
He already done heard what they said already. Definitely Henny.
Yeah, he knows. He just don't give a fuck, man. So you need one more on the easy mode, bro.
Hey, no. Hey, Don.
I got two on my team.
Oh wow.
That's reason. Trev, I can be honest. If you want to be completely honest, you're gonna have to do it for the next tag. So,
tag.
yeah. It's for the tag title. It's for the tag title. Bam!
Malik, get in.
What the fuck?
Get me in to hit the.
You
Get picked up. Get picked up. Get the fuck up out of here.
He said, call him off. What?
No, I'm talking about pull him out. Pull him out is what I said.
Oh.
Oh, they screaming in the scraper.
I thought Brady said call him off.
You got covered this shit.
Be ready to pull him out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was waiting for the watch too.
No. He been in here.
There
you go. Come on, man.
Damn.
Hit him with another one. Hussein Majors. Hit him with another one.
No, don't even try.
Maybe the sig.
If you gonna get in anyway.
Are you wet? Yes, I can't. I already used my break.
Oh, shit, never mind. Yeah,
it was good, bro. Yeah,
never mind. Shit. Okay, we won. I had me worried for a second, bro.
Yeah, just try to force it on these.
Yeah, hey, Malik.
This segment's taking too long, bro.
Wait, did he have a break?
No.
Did he get out?
Dumbass thing.
Yes. Why were you out the ring if you didn't have a
goddamn imbecile.
Oh shit, he's on the set.
Got a goddamn belly.
Damn.
You need the turnbuckle.
Decided to do one of my
You go tag in. Tag in.
I can tag in.
Yeah.
You better turn around.
Hey, yeah, you gotta
tag out. Tag out. You gotta tag out.
You look like Rambo right now.
Niggas, how do you not know the rules?
Looking like Rambo, yeah. Looking like Rambo. Looking like Rambo.
That rule never got taught to me.
Looking like Rambo.
Sorry, guys.
Nervous. He knew that was
Hey, another one. Another turnbuckle.
Another turnbuckle, yeah. Oh shit, my feet. Hey, you want me to get my fan?
You want it?
Yeah.
No, you don't need it.
Here.
Nah, I will do some heavy damage to him.
Hey, fuck it.
Yeah.
Y'all stop moving around on that apron. Mess up this pinball.
That's a heavy damage, told you.
Oh, still at that there. Oh, shit.
I mean, if you're English, then
how's everybody saying this? Like,
not that impressive.
You guys.
Spiritually get that.
Take the rope.
Oh, come on. Yeah, get in there. Yeah, get in there. Yeah. Let's go. No.
Perfect time.
No way.
You got one more. Bam. What? You're dead.
Get him in there. Get him in the ring.
That might be reason.
LB. Hey, from the legs.
Brady, remember when I told you it just
shit still try.
Don't matter, like.
Yeah, good shit, bro. Good shit.
That's reason.
It don't matter.
No, it's not.
I
thought he got hit.
Yeah, he was steady on
He's getting cut.
Oh wow, okay.
Stand it now.
Look at what the time it is.
Yeah. Y'all caught me again. I figured it out.
8:31. I mean, shit. 7:31 p.m.
You know.
What do I got today?
I'm the first one to figure out the new pin glitch.
Today you got another day of opening your eyes.
Oh wow.
You got to see another day.
If only you had a fan. Oh, he gonna do that.
Perfect answer rated.
Hey, Don.
Fight's gonna be over pretty soon.
Get up. You can get off after you do
Yeah,
that.
what is it?
Hey.
I hope so. Let's say let y'all just do that. Shit, fuck it. Yeah, let's just get this shit out of the way.
Hey, don't look at my
What's
plate.
next? Leon, sorry.
That match will take 2 seconds. Yeah, they can fight. That match that me and Leon do, it's underground. That shit gonna take 2 seconds.
Don't,
It's whoever get the first couple fins first. They can fight me.
You guys know that this guy cannot use his finisher.
Let me get Dez on his partner. I'm looking at the screen. What do you want me to see?
Tell Dez on his partner. They lost.
Give your grandma her damn gun.
Yeah, I sound like you up and have
Ooh,
a
nigga, hey, show myself right now.
Nigga, why you keep playing with that damn gun, nigga? That shit is not
You know why he keep doing that? You know why he keep doing that? Because y'all keep hyping that nigga up. Don fought, so Don don't do it. When Don did it, it really made it sense.
Oh no. Yeah, good shit, Sneak.
Stop playing with that fucking gun, you idiot. That's why I ain't taking you off mute. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me talk to you, stupid, dumb bitch. Ooh, this shit pisses me off, bro. I be trying to get away from you. This is why I'm here. This is why I'm here.
Yeah, I'm hot.
Oh, Corey.
You see me out here, Don?
Corey.
I see him moving around. There you are.
Stop touching that.
I see you scraping and scramble.
Oh my god, I did not mean to hit.
Hey, man, you got to put all the holes in this bitch, nigga.
Stop touching the fucking gun, nigga.
That's your bitch ass.
Leave that shit alone, nigga. You was just crying yesterday for me to talk to you. I'm gonna talk to you like I'm your big brother. Quit fucking touching the fucking gun. You wanna live? You wanna live long and prosperous, nigga?
Brian, Leon,
stop touching the fucking gun and let you have
Hey, Leon, listen to your team.
You understand? Quit showing these niggas. They know you got the fire.
what I mean by
You ain't gotta keep
Yeah,
showing
I know they do.
it.
Nigga, fuck you talking
Stop
about,
touching
nigga.
it, nigga.
Yeah, I know they
Leave
do,
that shit
nigga.
alone.
Look, I'm gonna put a switch on that bitch and switch to that nigga Yuli.
Shut up. You ain't about to put work on that old ass gun. That gun old as hell.
Man, that about to work.
It's an old ass Taurus. You're not putting no switch on that. Now,
That's
shut
not no
up.
fucking
Quit
Glock, nigga.
touching.
That's a Glock 17.
Ain't no
You're
fucking
making me
Glock,
feel
nigga.
sick
That's not no
on that
Glock,
8.
that's a Glock.
Now you got that. You ain't about the gun. I seen the gun, nigga. It's not no Glock 17.
Shoot out your window.
If you kick out of this, I mean, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. Vortex, you can
reach you, bro.
Why did you do? How did you do?
In GTA, stop asking dude about that.
Bro, what the hell? You really ain't gonna get him up. Oh nah, Dragon Push got him, and I didn't get him.
Oh shit, you can actually win this.
Nah, he can't.
Really don't get in his way. Don't get in his way.
We still gotta break up for anything.
And now thrown back into the ring.
You better hurry up.
I can't pop up. I get him.
He
Do.
kicked out. He kicked out. Damn, this shit.
This match. Really even watching?
His partner. That's a damn team.
Why you watching, bro?
I thought this supposed to be.
W Brady shit.
Looking stunned here, guys.
It'll take nice.
So you got both partners in here? Malik and Yuli? That's crazy.
Malik, Yuli, and no, they just no, he just spectating. He ain't doing that.
He's watching.
Yeah, boy got it.
Yeah, other guy ain't doing that.
I tried to damage his leg, so I can do this. Yeah.
This is not where you want to be.
Bro, does Malik just have a mandible claw?
Nah, he don't. Nah, he do.
Not the submission.
Not the submission.
Damn, that's.
He keep doing this double move.
Go. What's a double? You're a
That
doggy.
move at the
You're a
leg.
doggy, not a double.
No.
That's
The move at the
6.
leg.
7.
I'm not at the move. The move when they on their knees. How it's handled on the thing.
You got a boo-boo? Let me see.
Damn, you should have waited. That punch was wrong. So that one was better.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, y'all still got 7 punches.
See him removing the turnbuckle pad.
I mean, y'all still got
You watching this
Bro, where's
Rachel?
this thumb right? Does he go to Ghost?
You want to watch
Stone?
this Rachel?
that shit fake, bro. Niggas don't get
Bro, he
ghosts.
got a Ghost Stone. This is insane.
That shit fake, bro. Niggas don't get ghosts, bro.
Yeah, Ghost Stone.
That shit fake as fuck. Boy, don't be listening to these dumbass
Fake, bro. I'm telling you.
Don't be listening to these
Niggas do not
dumbass
get no
NWA.
ghost stones,
It's a custom,
That
bro.
shit
Like, what's
does
going
not
on? Where's the
exist,
stun
bro.
bar?
Please.
Yeah, for real, bro. He got some 100 body durability.
I call for a drug test.
Let me find
Me
out.
too.
Brady.
Even though we're gonna win, I just want him off that cheating ass character, bro.
Yeah, for real.
Positioning
You don't even have to get
Sig.
the leg. Don't even have to get the
Sig
leg.
and miss over.
Yeah, this nigga. That's reason. Oh, you going to do?
Oh, nope.
Get him. Quick. Against the Starbucks. Do it.
Fuck it.
This man is goated.
Why did you throw him against the turnbuckles?
He finna do the dancing one. He finna do the dancing one.
Alright, now it's time to get his flag.
The
You better
dancing,
be over.
yeah, Sister Abigail thing.
It was any other one. Leon, that turnbuckle comes off. Leon, wait, does he have a breakup still? We do have a breakup from the league, right?
Yeah, we could both.
Okay, cool. Okay, good.
Y'all got the okay, bro. Y'all got it.
I don't know. He can still pull it out. They ain't got reason.
That boy Malik threw his ass against the turnbuckle when the turnbuckle
Oh wow,
was down.
that actually sold you. Yeah.
Why are you?
That's it.
Oh, you only get up. Yeah, hit his rest.
There you go. See, that's kind of shit with picture we be doing around here. It's top.
This is so bizarre.
There you go. We ain't need it though, but we just did it for the fun. We did it for the thrill.
Yeah, you can't see us.
You can't see it for the thrill. Look at this shit. Come on. We gotta go through this. Come on. Look at this shit. What's up, man? We did this shit. Let's go. Y'all can't get in and celebrate with y'all, bro.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, no. How did everybody? The pin down. I needed a double mic record. Alright, fine.
Alright, let's get it. Triple threat tag match.
No, it's
Hey, do I get a dub for this match too? Is that what I start watching?
No, baby.
That Breezer was a huge whiff for me though.
The fucking me too. It was that fucking medium ass bar you riff on. I got Dez on the other day.
It was still huge as hell. I just missed that shit.
Yeah.
Where is what? Water should be in here already.
Then the timing on that adrenaline rush.
That
I thought I got it
fucking
before he picked me up. I thought I got it before he picked me up.
I see.
Combo.
Right now.
Pretty solid match right there, guys. Ain't gonna lie.
I tried.
You tried.
That should get us the #1 contender spot, but hey, that's just me though.
Yeah, only you had
Nigga, y'all niggas suck.
you had so many chances to control that you didn't.
I'll catch y'all later.
Now we just beat TB and Weezy. We beat some other jobbers and we beat these jobbers. Now we on a 3.
Alright, what's the way home now?
It's too late, bro. We earned it, done. Let this other boy step up,
Yeah,
man.
come on, bro. We on a 3-match win streak, Don. Come on.
They ready? I'm sure that'd be a good defense for them too. If you already got a contender lined up.
I'm making the match.
You ready, man?
What and then?
Do you even know what kind of match it is, 30?
It is a 6-man.
Yeah, but do you know what, like which one?
That was pretty nice.
6-man. It's not just a 6-man. Like maybe Extreme Rules. Like what you talking about here?
Are you talking about the match we're about to do?
Yeah.
It's teams. It's 3 teams in it.
Oh, it's teams.
Yes.
Yeah, come on.
Oh, we doing it like
We're doing it like that, yes.
Yeah, but it's that one, right? So yeah, I make a 6-man, right? What do I make?
I didn't want to make it. I don't know. As your damn service, I got that match.
What is it? SmackDown?
No, I ain't got it. Let me do it.
Don, you make the match.
Let me do it. Yeah, you scaring me. Yeah, let me do it. Yeah, let me.
I know what I'm doing, nigga. It's the 6-man elimination.
You want these fine gentlemen to take that spot, or
Don and Sturdio, Henny and Combo.
You're not gonna do the underground match first?
And we need them other people. We need
Like other people can wave. They're not here,
come
bro.
on. Yeah,
like you
me-
skipped
me-
out on
me
the
and Malik.
weekend show that we didn't make it to.
Hey, come on, me and Malik.
Y'all niggas suck.
Y'all niggas earned it, bro.
Nah,
They just
nah,
won
we
the tag match,
Greenberg
bro. They just
TV.
earned it. But that ain't the first tag match. That's like the third tag match we won in a row. Like, stop playing, bro.
What you said?
Who
We
said
nigga. You have
Cause
to
I won the
call.
first one with them,
Yeah, I
bitch
can
ass
see
nigga.
you
What you
did.
mean?
Won the first one.
You
You
only
won
did
one
one.
already. What do you mean? You won the first one. You
Nigga, you already had your shot when you had moved team apart.
Nigga, we won. We haven't lost, bro. Oh,
nigga, you already had a shot.
Okay, and what about Don? What about Don? He had a shot too. That takes away your whole point, bro. Okay, the floodgates are open, so y'all can't tell me that. And I ain't even a match. It's Leon and Malik. I never competed.
Listen, Yuli.
It ain't me competing, bro. You don't understand.
What I'm going to do. That's the thing.
You don't even own this shit no more.
I'm not even the one competing in the match though. I just feel like they earned it. You know what I'm saying?
It's not even your league no more, nigga.
I'd have heard it about 5.
Hey Don, you can't be letting these men disrespect you, bro. You know what? You gotta do what you want to do.
So what? I'm gonna go ahead and grant. I'm gonna give him 2 more minutes because I don't even think he got a partner. I don't. No, not.
He don't. What is not there?
I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
What happened to what?
I don't know what happened to him. That little leprechaun be getting missing every fucking 3 days. I don't know.
You watching the latest Duke Dennis stream? Go on Duke Dennis Twitch and just be like, "Yo, what a." He gonna see you in the chat.
Damn.
Okay, Sturdio, come on in.
Wait for Leon. He gonna call y'all in right now.
This nigga Sturdio, bro. Look, I can't like.
Sweet.
This some shit. This some shit. Choreographed. Hey, Sturdio.
How much?
Don't say that shit, bro. Hey, Sturdio.
Don't say that shit.
Say it when we win.
It's too sweet.
Say it when you win, nigga. You was just saying that shit on my fucking phone, bitch ass nigga. Now you don't want to say it in front of everybody. This
I said
like
it on here.
Like this,
Right, I'm still joining, bro. I'm about to restart my game.
This shit some shit choreographed for, bro. Like what the fuck?
Oh, see, y'all got shit to talk on. I got it.
Nigga, it's the nigga. He said, nigga. This nigga Don and cut the promo and everything. He gonna say, "Oh, psych." Oh, so my team psych. I ain't telling no like. What the fuck? Like what the fuck, bro? Like, like I ain't mad you did it because in the slim change, you thought you was gonna take the lead. I fucked with it, but nigga, he ain't, bro. That ain't gonna give a fuck no more.
Combo.
Okay, next team I need is Henny and I need Henny and Combo. I need y'all.
What the hell?
What the hell he? What the hell he on?
What the hell he on there? What the hell he bird?
Put me in a match with somebody, bro. Yeah, you dick rider. They're not called you a dick rider. You dick rider. Nigga, fuck you, someone. Nigga, like, go do your homework about me. Go do your homework about me, nigga. Look cool, nigga. Fuck you, someone.
Yeah, that's why your voice cracked when you said your name.
You a bitch, video. You a bitch.
Your balls ain't drop that low, nigga.
Yo, you a bitch too, nigga. Fuck you, someone. You ain't gonna shit about it, bitch ass boy. You too, Leon. Fuck y'all talking about. Where my face? I mean, no, not where my face.
Come in.
Man, give me a one-on-one with somebody, dog. Alright, done. How about I set this? My dog is passing away. Can I get a 1 point?
Jesus Christ! No offense, Corey. No offense, Corey. Yeah, I'm done with the dog. I'm done with the dog.
I'm milking that dog more than they milk.
Alright, last team. I'm just doing this because I'm ready to move this. Sorry, not really sorry. Malik and what's your partner?
Let's go.
Whatever one of them suckers you want. I don't really care which one. Just pick one. Just come on.
Malik and Leon are going in there. It's Malik and Leon.
Say less, bro. Say less.
I told y'all, bro. This is what I do around here, man. I love everybody. Take fucking note. That's how you get. That's how you get shit done around here, man. That's how you get shit done for your team. That's how you get shit done for your team, man. Come on, everybody, line the fuck up. That's what you do, man.
By getting 2 different teams that we supposed to be facing.
No, NWO.
I gotta get myself a little manager name now. Mondo Estrada, his ass.
And plus, there's no rematch clause for these. What you mean? It's still the same thing. It's still the same thing. Same rules apply.
You got this,
Man,
man.
you just gonna be an owner, nigga, so it don't really matter, nigga. Shit for the change.
Hey, Don,
Why y'all all saying that? Why is that the 8th time I done heard that?
Let me stop.
This is my last time asking.
Oh, let's go, Leon. Let's go.
Donna, I'm gonna get a match with Normie, bro.
Next match after this. Next match
far.
after this, we doing nothing but the damn underground. So you don't gotta ask
That's
me.
cool. I need my
nothing
one
else,
last chance next
Corey. You don't
year.
gotta ask me nothing else, Corey. Because after this, we just undergrounding like a motherfucker, alright?
Even if you already got his ass whooped.
But it's who first? Sorry, it's who first. Then I gotta get Crab
So,
because he already. had.
so like, I need my rematch against Weezy, bro.
Yeah, I get you. I get you. I get you. Not, I truly get that started. You started off. You started off.
Yeah, me.
Oh yeah.
Don, how about you, bro?
Stupid. She's able to evade. Boom.
Stupid.
Puts her on the offensive.
I can't see
Stupid.
Crossed some teeth.
I'll go my teammate.
I know.
Hands off of me, nigga.
Oh shit.
Oh shit, she got damn.
Killed her.
Hey, say Henny, hey.
Roll
If I
up,
beat you
bro.
one-on-one, Henny, if I beat you in the one-on-one game, hey, tell that nigga Don we gonna
Oh yeah. Get your fucking ass over here. Oh, fucking ass over here.
Hey, you can. Shit.
fucking
Damn, yeah, the man is trying to cook up.
Fuck, her hitbox is all off. No, her hitbox is off.
He's in the goddamn ring, bro.
No, her hitbox is
I'm
off.
like, you know what? I'm gonna fake my health, bro. Come on.
Too sweet, man. Get off here, man.
Make sure I'm the ground.
Get your ass out. You feel like it. You feel like it.
There you go. Thank you. Yes, humble this shit. Yeah, humble this shit. Now humble this shit.
Wait, whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, the Phoenix Bray Wyatt.
I ain't gonna jump, but I am gonna humble you. I ain't gonna jump, but I am gonna humble you.
No, he didn't. Bro, he I mean, come on, dog. We did a double, bro.
Doubles at a time like this.
Kill.
Get done.
The ref up. Damn. The ref up. The ref is up. The ref is up. He's still gonna do a drop of elbow on me. The ref up.
Hell nah.
Hey, Don, I don't know why, but that Bray Wyatt, this is a two-time.
I can't even get out the corner.
Okay, good.
I can't even get out the corner.
Yeah, good shit.
Chill off me. Get off me. I can't even get out the corner.
Good shit, come on.
I'm getting out the fucking corner.
Like, go.
You fuck out the corner.
Oh, you said you're getting out?
You stand in and you get out.
Okay.
Get him, Leon. This nigga a powerhouse. Look at all that damn health he got. Get his ass, Leon. Get him, Leon.
Hey, Leon, don't listen to him because then any minute is going to take. So you going to be doing high health.
Hey, bro. That has
Nigga telling something is a powerhouse. Dumbass.
Dang, son. Yeah, powerhouse is sport, man.
Hey, bro, you good.
There you go.
Oh, no, hell no.
Malik,
Get out.
capitalize, Malik, capitalize. There you go.
Yeah.
W Malik. Come on, Malik. Go ahead, Malik. Let Malik do what he got to do.
Yeah, y'all should have just dumped him in.
Let me do what you got to do, man.
Whatever, though. We don't get a jump either, no.
Oh, you fucked it up.
Yeah, look at you already.
Shit says, man. Hey, bro, why are we in the double team? What the fuck? It's so fat ass.
I don't know about no double team, bro. I just seen, bro. Yeah, like, just because you got the upper hand on them and they're trying to come back and we don't mean they jump things, bro.
Hey, when I recover, you can get back out.
Hey, run down Roman Reigns.
Oh, shit.
Y'all cheating. Y'all cheating.
Okay, Sting.
Alright. Let me over.
Yeah.
I gotta
Damn,
recover.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, how do you guys? I haven't played for a minute. I'm not gonna lie, he goes to ass.
Rainbow, 1v1.
Yo, shut up, man.
Oh, what the
anything, bro. What the fuck?
Cena needs to take some damage, guys. Cena needs to take some damage.
Nah, I don't gotta take no damage.
What you mean you don't gotta take no damage? Y'all
You can't see me. You can't see me, bro. You can't see me, bro.
Can you see this shit get red? I'm see you right there.
Sir,
I can see you right here. I can see you right here. Wait,
Can't
where's
see
he
me.
at? Where he at? Where he at?
Let you know thing for us, so let's stuff is not necessary, so buddy.
Sir, you
Oh my word.
You gotta get in the ring.
Oh yeah, I'm finna slide out. I'm finna get rolled out.
No, he not. No, he
Hey,
not.
hey, whoa.
Told you they cheating. I already said that.
I ain't doing that shit. Okay. Take notes. Show me.
Yeah, hold it down.
Ramin.
What the hell? Okay, this game got stupid.
Oh. You know you playing.
Do not get up.
Alright, man. I've recovered.
Come on. Let's keep on switching it up.
Hey, can you take the turnbuckle on here and then nigga?
The referee ain't gonna do nothing.
That nigga be beating for this.
Not gonna do anything.
Yeah, the referee ain't gonna do nothing at all.
He'll fix it.
Yeah, fuck that trading ass nigga. You stupid bitch.
Hey, you gotta get that Superman punch off on Sturdy, bro.
Oh, shit.
You don't hit him with a Superman punch.
Oh, wow. Man, everything is double.
Or hit Bray Wyatt with a Superman punch.
What the hell?
Hit the Superman punch and let,
What the hell? What the hell?
You gotta hold it down right quick.
Leave me alone, bro.
I'm already here. Hit your sig on him.
Oh yeah. Fuck this up.
I'll let you get this one. Yeah, I'll let you get this one.
But if I had a stun bar, nigga.
What the hell?
If I had a stun bar, nigga.
Get up. If you can, you gonna get rolled out here.
No, don't let him get rolled out, bro.
If I had a stun bar, nigga, be on my ass. That's big.
Hey, watch out with that shit that Braun Breaker got.
What is it that he got?
I'm gonna spear the fuck out of one of you niggas. Y'all got me fucked up.
Watch out for that spear. You know what? I say you stun Becky Lynch for him to spear.
What you want? What you want? Bring it on.
I think the ring just moved.
I
almost
ran in.
Like, that's what I'm saying. This nigga.
Leon, you still going?
Yo, I'm pressing B, bro. This game tripping, bro.
Okay, good. There's a Karma's a bitch. Yeah, Karma's a bitch. There you go. Let him finish it, Lee. Oh yeah, let him get there. Let him get there. Pin him after that. Pin him. What are you doing?
You can't qualify. You can't
either.
Alright, Leon, that nigga really just did some whole shit.
You should have just let him do it, Sturdy.
Nah, nigga, Sturdy did some whole shit. Leon, you know what? Fuck
I don't want him to get nothing off. He got a super fan, man. We don't have super fans. That's our weakness.
Yeah, man. I'll use gentleman's agreement. This is
Y'all got
separation of
sub, though.
powers.
Okay, fine. Next time, Leon, I'll let you do it. But that was all me. Okay, I got that because I was trying to attack.
You got a
Man, I
spear
was trying to
combo.
hit a 5-knuckle shuffle. What you doing, man? Man, my fear this spear. Oh,
Once he
what am
stuns
I
him,
calling it? Oh, good shit coming. Yeah, halo punch. Halo punch, yeah, get his head. Get his head. Oh, my B. My B.
That nigga, hold on.
Nah, it's just 30 of it. I got confused.
I can't even focus. Damn. There we go.
Wow, he tried it.
Niggas let a whole stun bar just wait.
Yep, I did that on purpose. Cause you tried to stun my man's off that rope thing. That's why I did that.
I don't give a fuck.
That's why I did it.
I'm gonna go back in.
Oh, Malik, you just heard what I did for you. You gonna do that to me?
As soon as combo gets a stun bar.
Y'all being thirsty. Why y'all playing the rest of
What are y'all doing?
Good shit.
Hey, y'all get your hands on that.
You back farming me.
Hey, Becky Lynch got
And she lets go of the hold.
Go ahead, ball.
Maybe she didn't like the...
Oh, wow.
Shit.
This one's a wrap. Good night, everyone. We're witnessing insanity.
That nigga got full health too. He got full health too.
Yeah, you better stun bar.
Hit him with the sig and then Leon hit him with the sig right after, bro.
Yeah, you better stun bar. And you know what? I'm getting the hell out of there because I still got a green bar.
Bro, Becky Lynch has the biggest green bar of all time.
It's impressive.
Hey,
Come on.
what you doing attacking me?
Low key, what do you do?
Hey, Leon.
Hey, bro, you got a green bar. Oh wow, yo. Why is it waving there?
And taking aim right at the midsection.
Reverse that. Move, Leon. Move.
Boom. I'm gonna move.
Get out.
Spear him.
Okay, we got to get under control. Can y'all wait for the man to get out? Can y'all wait for the man to get out? Please and thank you. Can you please wait for the man to get out?
What they doing? Go ahead and maybe do it a few times.
I'll hop back in.
Okay. Oh yeah, I didn't even realize, bro. I didn't even realize.
He's under like 5
No, you
times,
good.
bro. It's like the fifth time he did it.
I don't know what you doing.
Let me hit my shit. Malik, please and thank you.
Let Howdy hit his shit on him.
And there you go, here.
I bet that was out. They would have broke that shit immediately, nigga.
I would. I would.
He's doing some host shit. He's out of nowhere. We didn't expect him.
Whoa. I just got in the ring, bro.
Come here. See? That's you trying to get right here. Okay.
Leon needs to take some damage too.
Leon.
Lurking. See ya? He lurking.
Get out of this.
Oh, wow. What did they do?
I'm getting out right now.
Just let me get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Let me get the fuck out.
Hey, fuck up. Oh yeah, fuck him up. Fuck him up,
really. But hit your shit on him. But make sure you don't finish your spin, bro.
Oh, shit.
Nah, he's gonna spear you. He's gonna do some whole shit to you, bro.
No, I'm not.
No, you can't do that, Sturdio.
I can't do that.
No, throw me back in.
Yeah.
Get back in there.
You think I'm gonna let you hit that bitch on me?
You know what? Stump his ass out, bro.
Hey, y'all saw me trying to do that shit the whole time. I don't know why nobody said that before I get you.
It's not a tag match. There's no
You don't get interactions in this one.
Hey!
No, get out, Sturdio. Jump into ass.
This is not no damn. That is not no damn siege.
And that's Reason. That's what it is. That's Reason. Yeah.
What the fuck, bro? You take that ugly ass shit.
Oh, you know what he got, bro.
Hey, don't go. You can stop jumping him, man.
Man, you can stop jumping them. Man, you already done made it already sour. It's already sour.
That's a double.
Yeah, that's a double.
Did that count? Yeah. No.
Now it don't. So I did what I have to do. Oh, damn! Good
Yeah, you gotta be careful with Don, bro. You need Don around. He got. You got that freeze, bro. That freeze.
Use your shit first.
Why did you pin him? Why did you pin him? Well, that's why you pin him.
nervous, bro. Chill.
Yeah, damn. Man, it's cool.
I would have gone for the pin. Nah, I'm going for the pin too.
Big stand. Like, he's still gonna do it. Mid combo.
That's fantastic.
Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, he tried to do that on reversible move.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, what a loser. You know you don't get a wife for that shit.
That's it.
Get out there on that, guys.
Oh, whoa, wait. Yeah, wait. Wait.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you sons of bitches.
Oh, no.
I'm out. Too late.
Damn. Hey, you know what, Malik? Get in, bro. I ain't gonna risk it. getting in.
So many people got full health. This is crazy, bro. Y'all playing dirty.
Man, we playing just about fine. We're doing what he has.
I'm back up. I'm back up, Don. I'm back up, Don. I'm back up.
You still got Rizzo Sturdio?
He didn't get it.
He didn't get it.
Watch out for the beard.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Wise out the ass.
Damn,
I got fucking wise for fucking counting down to me, then I got careful in that shit.
Oh wow, look at him.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, reevaluate what's going on here for a second.
Yep. Hey, that's a favorite move. You know what? I actually served like this move when both Alex
and Cena got so much
Shut
help.
up.
Shut up, bro. Well, they clearly targeting NWO. That's tough.
They are targeting NWO.
That's tough.
Nah, they
Let
don't
me
have
see
any
what it feels like.
Watch out for me. Hey, hit Roman with that shit. Hit Roman with that shit. Hit Roman with that shit.
All of y'all.
Hit him, Roman with that shit.
If y'all don't really have fucking separation of powers right now.
He's able to beat a 2 count.
Hey, y'all got to neutralize the target.
I know what's gonna happen.
Oh shit, he about to do it too. Oh, he won't.
Don't let him qualify, bro.
Oh shit, I heard that from that.
No, we wasn't
Nah, he
even
don't
in
go.
Yeah, Breaker isn't giving any quarter. And she's returning.
Broken's left. It's just me and TB.
No shit, he got a stun.
I know y'all see Cena help.
Yeah, Cena got a lot of help.
I know y'all see Becky Lynch's health too. Y'all see Becky
both got a lot of help.
Chilling with the Universal title, man.
It's done. Don't be doing some whole shit, Don. You got big regrets.
Get out of there. Please get out of there.
The more likely you can take a separation of powers and be comfortable.
Oh, why did you get out? Okay, Malik.
Don, why'd you run?
Damn, hey Don, you just messed that shit up. You should
That in my team
that
business.
Don is scary, bro. He had no reason. You gotta get some comfort.
You didn't think I had though?
You gotta give him some comforting words.
Shoot you.
Yeah, get out of there. Get out of there.
Oh shit, what the hell was that?
Pick him up.
Hey, I'm outside the ring, bro. Chill.
That's all you. Hit him with all your shit. Hit him with all what you got.
Yeah, I'm outside the
Hey, you better not snake him either, bro.
No, he
You
can't.
gonna pin him. You gonna pin him.
Yeah, you better.
Oh, my big.
Come on, hit him with that dance, bro. Come on.
If you don't pay him, I'm gonna fuck you up. I promise.
Yeah, you can go in there and break it up.
Yeah. Y'all gotta break up.
There's two.
Brazil?
That's the reason.
Good kick out. Good kick out.
The game was looking a little laggy there.
I got scared.
Full health. Oh hell no.
Yeah, y'all were pulling out the wrong hill. Hey, fuck up her legs.
I use my save. I use my save.
I only got one pin up there.
Okay.
Is that it?
Malik, bro, I'm trying to help you, Malik. Oh my goodness.
Help you how? You ain't helping him with shit.
Nigga, he has no reason. Like, what the fuck?
Don't got no reason. We don't need
Oh shit.
He just got the roads. Y'all better break
fucking great.
Hey Malik, this one time for the one time. Jump that bitch over there. Come on, bro.
Don's already been neutralized, bro.
Oh, you already out.
That's all he kicked out, bro. Don got kicked out. I'm not worried about that.
Oh yeah.
Come on,
Let's break up. Let's break up.
I'm gonna wait for him to try to.
Yeah, I'm tricked
Oh
out.
yeah,
wait
like
for all
drop.
that. Come in, Leon.
Yeah, don't let him hit that. Go in there and fuck him up, bro.
Yeah, I was about to do the same thing.
Do it, Stadio. Oh, never mind. I did it. I swear I did it. Here. Look. No, look. Look at my stream. 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 Yeah. Okay. I still got my shit. I kicked out.
Come on, you gotta take no damage.
Yo, I'm reversing stuff and I'm not reversing stuff. Oh, that was
Gathering. They're trying to help you. And when Don gets in the Don, your teammate just cuts whatever tree you had set out. Don gets in there, hit Don with something to pin him in the ring.
That was
close.
Back in. One of y'all
Look
gotta
at the right person. Look at the right
My
person.
bad.
Yeah, you good.
How you get back now? You ain't got to get
My bad. Shit, if I gotta go back then, I will go
30's
back.
gonna double cross, probably.
Does he need to?
It's good, bro. They've been going in and out.
We gotta get this nigga help now.
Well, you want to get everybody's help though, no.
Hey,
jumping us.
because look at this nigga, bro. He got a green bar.
Well, do it. Don't announce it against us. Yo, now you are putting the hate on John Cena, bro.
Hey, it's just gonna be Reza.
You got reason.
Let him get up and hit him with some more shit.
Punch. They made him do the wrong one.
Get out of here.
Oh damn, man, everything. It is.
I'm trying to get. I should be rolling out.
Hey, get his ass.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
He's doing everything.
Get that stuff. Don't let that stuff go anywhere. Come on. Yeah.
Hey, turn
Ooh, let's go.
around,
Hit him
Mo,
with some
hit
shit. Hit him with some shit.
Okay, done. Yeah.
I'm pinning. Well, I'm pinning just as, I don't know, just to see. Fuck it. Just to see. Fuck it.
That shit funny as hell. Why you pinning with that, bro?
Just to see, bro. Fuck
It
it.
is funny.
Text him.
Yeah, just testing.
Oh, and them.
Yo, Don, what up, the back started?
Yeah, I'm still doing this match right now.
I tried. My bad.
Man,
Yeah, we still got it. You want in?
Alright,
Studies?
just let me know whenever you good, bro. I ain't in no rush
There
right
he is.
now.
Bad now.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Look at Stereo's health, bro. Look at Stereo's health. There's a lot of help. No use for the film. He has the adrenaline rush, bro. Y'all better start beating his ass.
It's about to be a stumbler. Shit. Oh, no it won't. No it won't. Or is it? It might not be.
Hey, just a tip. I press A every time on the back on you niggas. All of you niggas. Just a tip.
I know right at the cup.
Not good.
He went back now. Oh, no, that's a stumbler regardless. Oh, because where is it? Yeah. Oh, good shit. Get up.
Go pin him.
I'm about to say, go ahead, Panda.
Yeah, after doing all that, yeah, go pin the nigga. That's it. That's the reason. I mean, that's it. Out of there. Leon, get in.
No,
You wouldn't fucking let me. I'm sitting here fucking mashing like they're going wild. I had that shit too. Alright, Leon, it's time to
He
get
hit
the
me
line.
with some crazy shit, bro. I got scared.
That's the biggest shit I could squad, bro. God damn. Hey, Don, you want to move when you done, so you better step aside.
Watch out, Leon. Watch out.
Yeah, watch out, Leon.
I'm saying watch out, bro.
Leon, watch out. You got him.
Yeah.
You got Lisa, right?
Yeah.
You got reason.
Alright, Don, he got your back. You got his back, bro. You don't know Lisa. What's up, Don?
Leon, back up. Let me finish the fucking job.
That's his job. Yeah, let him finish his job. Yeah, he got the job. Don't let him go nowhere.
Don, be careful now.
Leon, go.
Nah, we ain't worried about Don right now. That man right there, the man actually.
That worked too.
Oh my god.
Now we finna fuck him up.
Sturdio, hey, he got something in the chamber. Do not trust that. No, Sturdio, do not trust that.
Hell no.
Don't trust that too much. Okay.
Hey Don, you know you fucked up, bro.
What I do?
You fucked up, Don.
Oh, wow, you messed that far up.
Hey Don, I don't think you understand what's going on, Don.
I don't think you understand what's
You
happening.
need to get Braun Breaker out the fucking ring right now. I don't think you understand what's going on.
what's about to happen, Don.
Yeah, I don't think you
You better
understand
jump the
what's
shit
going
out
on.
of me or something.
Yeah, you better go in there and help. You better do something.
The ref been down. The ref been
Hey,
down.
get him up.
Nah, I don't think you understand what's going on.
Go ahead, Leon. Do what you gotta do. Oh, no, he got it. Let him pin him too, please. Go ahead and oh no, he did it. Go ahead.
Why is
He goes fuck hit the ref.
The ref been, yeah, he been doing this, bro. When we speared him a long time ago, bro. He got hit early in the match. And he been stupid the whole match.
Nigga, I was just turning out the whole time.
I don't know what the hell.
It don't matter. Leon, yeah, pick up right here. Right there, Leon.
Oh, Leon, you asleep, bro. You asleep.
Hey,
that would be dangerous.
There you go.
That was crazy,
Reversal from Braun.
Braun break. Oh, no, my fault. So Leon actually got an advantage, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, because if he out, then he just
He
out.
got no breakup, no nothing. No.
Yeah, bro. Once he pop that grass,
He didn't even
I'm not
pop
even-
grass.
Oh wow, that was bad.
Watch Roman. Watch Roman. He's trying to do that too.
Bro, he don't go right.
Fucking stamina.
Hey, you right.
It is what it is.
Idiot.
All right, Leon. I think
know what
it's
they
in
finna
both
do.
of our interests. It's in both of our interests.
Alright, but you been on some whole shit, so you gonna
It's
hit
in
your
both
shit
of our
first.
interests.
Hey, I'm chilling.
Leon can't roach me with no fucking fins, so I'm not worried whatsoever. I'll tee you up with this nigga right here.
So don't worry.
Who gonna do what they gotta do? Who gonna do it?
He earned that. He earned that.
Alright, now Braun Breaker got red. Alright, combo.
Stays
alive.
That was plan A. He must be thinking
I did the double.
I'll tell you this, Leon. I think you should be starting on Don more easily.
Yeah.
He ain't combo though. He ain't combo, man.
He's fucking out. Shit.
No, these girls, you can take him out too, man.
Yeah, you can stay until you get your finish. You good, bro.
Hey, we gotta fight, bro. This is a triple threat, nigga.
That was me, niggas been punching out.
That's something that he still has a fucking, what do you call that? That's the reason, yeah. You know how he gets when he want what you got, he's gonna try to sneak through. So after this Rizzo's done,
If you pop this 30, I'm coming in. Oh shit, look at that.
Hey, they gave me instant,
taking even more damage to his head here. He might want to start protecting himself.
hell up off me, nigga. See, now you got it. See, look at you. Nah, look
When you
at
say
you.
shit like that, W30.
Oh shit, who was this?
Mike combo was a triple threat.
I just grabbed him. I had him somebody.
He just did.
Move, I can do it too.
Yeah, they both can do it. Well. Oh, well.
You ain't survived no more.
Nah, you can't do that. You can't do that. So what just happened?
He pressed B.
Irish up outside.
Alright, fuck it. Come on, combo.
Yo, what?
You can't fight it. They're going to go back in the ring. They're going to go back in the ring.
What the fuck are y'all doing?
Corner.
Okay.
There y'all go. Corners.
Nigga don't throw the Irish up outside.
Yeah, no running shit from the very beginning, though.
Alright, bro.
He's trying to hit his spear, nigga.
Hell no, I was.
Yeah.
You know I was.
I know Sturdio. Do I know Sturdio?
I'm just pumped.
Do I know Sturdio?
You know Sturdio?
AKA stall. You got that angle? I ain't gonna bother.
I do know that. Shit. Okay.
Sturdio cage. That's.
I was trying to. It just didn't like.
Yeah, that was that was scrambling to the biggest. Oh wow.
Oh, he got a full stump, bro. I know he got
W.
Oh shit, I'll stand there.
I wasn't finna spear him.
Come on now, Leon.
Roman doesn't have one though. Yeah, Roman doesn't have one. I know that. I don't think he got an announce table. Oh, that's.
He's in a predicament here.
Leon, bro, if you hit that, no, that's a
man.
Yeah, it would have been.
It would have been kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie, guys.
Reigns is getting ready.
Careful for the spear, bro.
No, I should be careful for his spear. Alright, you got it. That's you.
Wait, not
Choke him out. I knew it.
You just ran the court spear, my dumb ass.
Good shit, bro. Good fucking shit right there, Sturdio. Taking out the trash.
I don't think he got rest, bro. Come on, pin him first. Roll him up. Yeah, roll him up.
Him.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Him. Leon took something and got up and pinned him. That's the breakup.
Oh shit, close enough.
See, look.
You know you saw that coming. Go ahead in there, Henry. You know you saw that coming.
Ain't that
Breaker turns the tables.
Oh shit.
Man thrown with such
Come on, Leon. We got similar interest, bro.
I know.
similar
No, you don't
interests.
know.
Look at Becky Lynch.
Leon,
Leon,
you know, don't worry about that. You and Don can worry about.
Yeah, I'm telling you, yeah, don't look at that. He ain't got no reason on his bar messed up. Let that go. Let him use that breakup. Let him use that breakup. Oh, damn, he's still in there. You still got Rizzo. Yep, yeah, I see it. No, not number what? Yo.
Breaker just shattering expectations. Still ready for more. I can see it in the eyes from here. Disbelief. Unbelievable how this one is still going on. She reverses and creates an opportunity.
It's a stun bar up. Cook it. I guarantee you, once you're done, stun bar. What? No stun bar? All right, fuck it then. I gotta cook too.
What the hell you doing? I ain't gonna walk
Cook it out to everybody.
Cook up on him, not me.
He don't got reason.
Making his way to the top
Well,
here.
yeah, I do.
Exactly, get rid of him, bro.
Yeah. I don't know what to do. Oh, what the hell?
Oh, wait.
Yo, you can't do that twice back to back.
My fault.
Yeah, you know they got that treatment.
I told you you can't do it.
Yep.
I bet.
I rolled out. Watch out for Becky.
This shit ass.
What is this that you keep doing? Why can't I enjoy the fruits of my reversal?
Come on.
Leon, break that shit like they doing for you. They doing the same shit.
No, he got it.
Oh, you weird.
You don't got it.
He doing the same thing for you.
Wait,
No. You can go ahead and start it. Never mind again. Look at my hand. Never mind again. Look at my hand.
Oh, wow. Oh, he gonna do it now? No. Shit, my big. Where is it?
Pulls their opponent in. Belly to belly. And her body is
I'm gonna go nowhere.
past the breaking point. At this point, I think we have serious
Damn, him kicked out again.
Yeah.
just bouncing off the turnbuckle.
I'm gonna have a double bounce back. You got a double bounce off. Come on up in here. Oh, you by yourself.
Leon, did you qualify yet?
Yeah, they ain't qualified, bro.
For the submission?
Yo, oh, yeah, he do, but nigga, guess who only legs damage is mine, bro?
Yeah, I could have let you cook.
But you won't. But you won't.
Down here to fix the camera, but that camera ain't go ugly too.
Put his ass with the proto play.
Hey, Leon, be careful of them moving down.
I gotta be careful. Oh, yeah, come on, you got it.
Let me do what I gotta do then. Let me finish fighting one fucking guy. Nigga, let me fight one fucking man. Bruh, I can't even move. Hit his fucking... Let me stop before I get canceled.
I thought you were gonna hit him with the stick.
Come on in, Sturdy.
That's gotta be the end.
Come on. No, shit. Nah, break up
Yeah, that was bad. That was bad.
I don't feel sorry for you. I don't feel sorry for your crazy ass. Don't feel sorry for
Yeah.
that.
I'm gonna let that shit happen to you.
Yep, you let it happen. We don't care.
Oh, never mind.
What?
And Game Bar.
Careful with Becky Lynch, bro. I'm telling you,
You
bro.
still got your shit started.
You gotta get Becky in. You
I'll have
gotta
Becky.
get
I'll have
Becky
Becky.
down.
You're taken out of your game. That's a real
They have
concept
All right,
now
here
in
we
this
go.
match. She counters it. Drop kick hits the mark. And he had Bronx over there. We're
Fucking
seeing
Rambo
one
ass.
response after another. Neither superstar game.
Alright, Leon has Reza on him. I don't want Reza. Oh no, Stadio still has Reza.
Yeah, 30 still got ass.
You good, Combo?
No, you need your breakup, nigga.
Talk about
Yeah, I
force.
forgot.
That'll
You need
give
your
you
breakup.
whiplash with the counter.
You told me.
Oh, wow. Shit, that's insane for you.
Work together.
That's insane.
Von Breaker hoisting up his up.
You can keep up.
Nah, I can't.
Watch that spear. You want to try to spear on her.
Oh, let's go.
What? Leon. Bro, what?
Oh, this nigga's a survivor.
Energy to
I'm just at the go, bro.
being shown with each
What
of
the
these
fuck?
counters.
Why did you say it like this?
That boy alive, ain't it?
Oh, shit. Hey, don't do no funny business, yo.
Come over here. You want to come over for anything else? Yeah, come on over here. But when it's me, you want to run around and shit.
I should not touch
it.
it. Oh well.
I thought you was about to flash off.
Oh my god. You scared. Man. For real, she was bouncing up the rope, so it's like, oh shit.
Effective counter. Oh, she retaliates. Looking a little dazed here.
Thank you.
Yeah. You gonna hit it, Leon?
If it was Leon, he would have done something crazy.
Let him with his shit, bro.
That hitting is so ugly.
That's theirs. All right. So Sturdy and me, you both got both our shit, so we good to go. Come on.
We gotta get
Yeah.
we gotta get at least 30 out, bro.
That go out right there.
This is not a good
Take them out. Take them out.
Use your thing first. Use your thing first if you need to.
Why did you get in it? What the hell?
Use your thing. Use your shit.
Oh my god.
Was that not a pin at the end?
You got out?
No.
Nah, it wasn't.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Come on now, Leon.
Nah, the game almost threw me over.
They got breakups. Remember that, Leon.
What that mean? Leon, don't let this man manipulate you. Don't let this man manipulate you.
That's a global champion.
Yeah, you heard it. See, Leon, even your partner saying, don't let him manipulate you.
You got that Dylan name.
You can beat him, bro. Either way, you can beat him, bro. Wow.
All right, Leon, back. If you ain't gonna do nothing, back.
Go ahead and let him take a
No, look, for real, back. Cause sometimes it targets at the last second. Like back. Your arm's not even red. Never mind. But you gonna pin. Go ahead, do what you gotta do.
Hey, down targets to me real quick.
Shows that this is still anybody's match at this point.
This shit's 30.
Bro, I don't got to do it. Come on now.
That's what I did. I was already saying it. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, bro. Sturdy, get your head ass up.
By the way, guys.
I know.
That's what we look at.
Oh my. Not no more. Pin him. That was just a disturging. Yeah, I know. That was. Oh shit, bruh. Sturdio, do something to him.
Oh, I didn't let you, bro.
I know.
Bro, that nigga's a survivor. Holy
Roman don't gotta break up.
Man, fuck
You gotta spear him, bro. When he gets in, you gotta spear him. Roman is afraid, bro. He hasn't seen the ring since like what? Third quarter? Roman is scared. Never thought I would see this.
And he goes crashing to the outside.
I had the blueprint.
Man, fuck you.
I know what happened.
They got the global champion. They might put you in the rank and become the global champion. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, nigga, I was about to go. Go then.
Yokes up their opponent.
You hit your shit. I ain't got shit. You hit your shit.
I can do it if you want, dog.
Yeah, come on in here. Yeah.
I got some shit now.
I already know him, bro.
Hey, Sturdy, I'm gonna give you a little piece of advice. How I'm right in the ring and shit, like.
Spearing.
Spearing.
Nah, him no. Yeah. You need to spear him too. Yeah, you need to spear him too. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. You need to spear him too. There you go. You need to spear Leon head ass too. Don't let him go nowhere.
Yeah, Sturdy out of there, you win the fucking match. Yeah, what do you have?
Leon's the only one with red.
No, that mean that Leon need to go.
Hey, combo. Is you take the combo. You took out Hoove and Weezy. You can take out like an NW on your own, bro. Don't worry about it, man. You don't need. Let's take his retail, bro. He left your team. Combo. At this point, as long as NW.
Get out. Bam. Yep, that works too. After that, get out.
Oh, this game is ass.
Pin him.
Thank you, Jesus.
This game is trash.
Why ain't you pin him? What you got? Oh, I see what you doing.
Oh, it ain't. Damn, let me pop Brad, bro.
Get him.
Bro.
Come on.
Not like this, bro.
This shit crazy, man.
Not like this, bro. Not like this, bro. Let's go, Combo. Come on.
Come on, Combo.
You got this.
Combo, you got this, Combo.
What you got?
Combo, you got this shit. You got this shit, Combo.
Oh shit!
So sturdy who the real man.
Watch out! Get out of there. Hey, let me. You be the last one. You get out of there. Damn, I still got the break up there. I still got the break up.
Come on, break up. Now she locked into the right for week.
Hey, break up,
I still have
break
no
up.
chance, bro, but
Yeah, break the hell up. Get his ass out.
Get out. Get out. Let me take it. Let me take it.
Combo, this nigga say you used to sell in tag matches, bro. Show him who's selling. Show him who's selling. Come on. Show him who's selling, Combo.
you know he hungry.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but let me take that fan though. Yeah.
He has freeze. Hey, Combo, you know you weren't gonna be a part of this.
You gotta get him out.
Get him up, get him up, get him up, get him up, get him up. Yeah, gotta get him up.
Thrown in the same
All you
predicament
gotta
where he
do
was
is.
in the
Oh
universe.
yeah. Oh yeah.
He just
MVP. Yup. Make him up.
I knew him. I knew him.
Fuck. Stardio, come in. Come in. Come in. Come in. Come in. Yeah, well I do.
They don't have a
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Since when? We both had ours. We both had ours. We both had ours. We both had ours.
They have one. He's kicked out every time.
Yeah, I kicked out every single time.
Okay.
Yeah, every time I clipped everything. I clipped everything.
I would have submitted him.
You want it? Nah, not me. Not me. Let me. I want you to be the last one.
I can farm up a little bit.
Nah, bro. You be the last one, bro. You be the last one, bro.
It's only the let me talk.
Let's go, Combo.
He doesn't have this shit yet.
Bro, it's
That's like that battle right here, bro. Why he ain't got nothing.
This game was
Who? Stardio?
Yeah, let
And I
him
showed
fight,
I
nigga.
saw that shit was delayed after this.
Stardio, you sure, man?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna stay in here. Once he get here,
Okay.
finish here, bro, I'm out.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just need to
Sure,
farm
let
up.
him. Yeah, he just gotta be able to get something. I would have submitted that nigga too. You tripping.
Combo, remember you can submit these niggas now. 100%.
Listen, man, said
I don't know, man.
the weekend of the team, man. You better send him
Why
out.
you
Yeah,
even
watch.
submit that
I do
nigga?
it. In the corner though. Yep.
Don is an idiot for letting
Yeah, you
him
should
go.
have submitted him right
X.
there.
Oh wow.
Oh, he was the X.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on.
I ain't even want to win no belt.
Come on. Go ahead, Ty, and hit him with it.
With
Too
his
late.
scrape and scramp.
Oh shit, he should have went for the X.
Alright, I'm hopping out.
Yeah, get out. Quick.
Okay. Okay. Oh no. What?
Okay, whoop on him. Farm on him. Farm on him. Farm on him.
Oh man, damn. Come on, you got it, Combo.
Yeah, Don. Hey, when you're not gonna wake him up and do some. Oh, never mind. Cook up.
Oh shit, good read.
By the way, Don, next time you hard out with somebody, you gotta wake him up immediately.
Yeah.
A great display of confidence, but he doesn't want to give his
Lead, bro.
opponent added
Come on,
motivation.
you got. Oh shit.
Right back.
You gotta.
Get it back.
Yeah, you know he will.
You're winning this, Don.
One more move.
Yeah, you know he will. You know he will. Come on, Combo. Almost got his ass. Come on.
Yo, why are you cheering for Combo on themselves?
Yeah, because I don't want for them to win.
No.
Hit my seat. Hit my seat.
No.
No, we don't want to be double champion. What are you doing?
They're not gonna lie, bro. As long as Don walks out with the title,
Stardio is inevitable, my boy. It's inevitable. And the new tag team champions is too sweet. Go ahead, Stardio.
If they let me pop the red, oh yeah, start mute his ass. W Combo.
Hold on. No, don't do that in my corner. Hold on, I got him.
Shit, Combo. Don't
Don't
worry.
worry. Hold on.
I'll mute him back.
What the
Go
fuck?
ahead.
You start reviewing me, nigga.
Hey, Don, you wouldn't have done this without me, Don. I helped you land Sergio.
You was speaking.
Damn, bro. Listen, I ain't gonna lie. Hey, Yuli need to be in the next tag match. He will not shut the fuck up.
Bro, I was here to admin
John.
Hey, hold on.
I was
Y'all
after an
admin
announce
abuse y'all
table,
way
bro.
in there, bro. Y'all admin abuse y'all way in there, bro. Y'all
talking about me and Malik?
It's like y'all abused me in the ring.
What do you mean? We didn't admin abuse nothing, bro. I'm tell you much to get into it.
I just got here, so what's fun?
Yeah, Malik didn't know nothing about this. This is all me talking to Don.
I'm talking about Don, them, NWO.
Oh yeah, no, Don and them, yeah, they definitely cheated, bro. Don shouldn't have been.
Who deleting my messages?
Bro, y'all gotta start deleting our stuff. Don't delete our stuff. Don't delete our stuff.
Hey,
Post that again, Sturdio.
Post that again, Sturdio. You hear this nigga? Post that again. All proud.
I need to put a fire by that thing.
Yeah, I like the row he had.
Hey, stop deleting.
Yeah, that's a good
I
one.
see something else.
Yeah, I like the row he had.
Yeah, why you got Vince McMahon on your name, bro?
I'm taking that off. Yeah, somebody trying to be funny.
Yeah, I already did, bro.
Yo, Leon, you trying to be funny?
Yeah, hey, Leon actually on time with the road, bro. He actually be doing the
All
road
right,
quick. Bro.
Leon, that's your match. You can get your sweat off in that shit. And then after that is Trev. Trev, after this match is you,
Hey,
bro.
take me out to kiss my ass club, bro.
You're not in it. You're not in it. You're not in it.
Hey, he should be able to kiss my ass club the way he just fucking, man.
After this match right here is your match, Trev.
What is
What the hell did I do with the
like,
end right
like
there? Did I
GG,
eliminate
is it a real GG?
No. Did I eliminate two niggas at one time? What happened?
I did the last one though, Sturdy.
yeah, Leon
You did
fighting
one, I did
something.
one.
Hell
Hey,
yeah.
the trial fault.
No, he fighting right after this one. Not combo, damn. Leon and who? Y'all, one of y'all stream y'all match in Discord?
Who are you here?
Pick up from there.
I forgot that you still had a breakup, Don. I'm not gonna lie. Like when Yuli Loki did
Because I kept breaking my own pin up.
On my breakup, I still had like half a second. I still had I had my second. I'm about to invite you. You gotta stream it in the Discord though. I'm on my PC. I can't do that.
That was just a bold-faced lie. He just told you.
What to say? That's what
Saying, yeah, just lying. Would you just lie for, Leon? What you just gain out of it?
Gain what?
I know.
Saying on my PC, I can't stream it. No, for real. Like, what? Combo, what did he just gain out of it? He just lied.
Don't say my shit, nigga.
He just lied.
Don't say my shit. Leon, keep lying.
Hey Don, I know you dying for a badge on that title, Don. I know you dying for a badge.
I am.
This nigga Sturdio left the team and won the belt. Oh shit!
So Sturdio was the team. That because Sturdio was the team. That's
Let me
why.
tell you something, bro. Against your rank, Combo does
About to
so.
be
I guess
crazy.
you were right.
Sturdio push. It's crazy.
He fighting TV next week, bro. Damn, once he beat him, he gonna
Bro, I ain't see all this.
Fighting TV next week. Nobody said that. Oh god.
He said he needed to take somebody out, bro. I'm telling you, bro. I instrumented this whole plan for y'all. Y'all just took my script and ran off with it. Like, it's gonna happen, bro.
Might go fight Henny, man. That's his old ex-partner.
No, he ain't fighting Henning, bro. Don said he needed him to handle
Story
something.
right there.
That's TV right there. He's when he got his big brother team.
Yeah. Why you keep trying to target my teammate?
It's not me, bro.
What he's doing. That's what he's
That's what
doing.
he's doing, bro. Like, you think he needs him to take out Don's title? That's an easy title for Don, bro. Don and Stereo about to take over the league. Soul Dog's getting left out of the plans. And shit.
Oh yeah,
Too
Soul
fucking
Dog gonna
sweet.
walk back in the
It's too
locker
fucking
room
sweet.
like, damn.
They did it without me.
He gonna be like, oh shit, Don really don't need me because now he ain't gonna fight. Don don't trust that with Stereo. He gonna say
I
him
ain't gonna
packing.
lie, that's 30. I mean, not 30. That's sold out. Second time leaving me high and dry. That's the second time leaving me high and dry.
Damn, he's gonna use that as an excuse to kick him. Dang, bro. Damn,
Bro, he done left me high and dry 2 times.
Damn. He's about. Hey, they're about to turn. They're gonna have all
And
3
they gonna
big
pick up
belts.
Henny again.
They're gonna have all 3 belts.
I already told Sturdio that no baggage with him.
No baggage. Yeah,
no
you said
baggage.
Combo was the baggage, not Henny.
No, Henny was the baggage.
Oh,
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Did you put it up?
Henny the baggage is crazy. You gonna pick Combo? Leave Henny out to dry? That's crazy.
Actually, Henny got a title and none of y'all don't. Okay.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. Link up with the
That's what
squad, my
Sturdy
nigga.
apparently said to Don.
Link up over here, bro.
I didn't say nothing.
Well, that's what your fearless leader just said. I mean, you're arguing with your fearless leader.
Don, do you see the shrink?
I don't see shit. Oh, you on Twitch?
No.
That's fun. That's fun.
Bro,
Who you at?
It's up.
On Discord?
Oh no, I put it on Twitch. It's on Twitch.
Twitch? Okay, hold on. What's your
That's funny as hell, bro.
what's your Twitch?
How you
Hey,
feel about
GGs,
that,
guys.
Combo?
GGs,
You
man.
said you were the weak link, bro.
I didn't say nothing. I don't even know.
You said that earlier, bro. Right before the match started, you said, you know what, Don? We gonna finally win, because that was with some weak link.
Somebody trying to infiltrate their way back over there. Stay on over there, Henny. That's why you're laughing.
You said I'm trying to
He's trying to
turn
beat-
my way.
he's trying to beat
Okay.
two belts
Hold on,
back.
hold on. Whoa. Be quiet. You'll be right quick. Let me tell you what. Sturdio FaceTime me and asked me to turn on Combo to join MWO. So you got to worry about somebody else over there. That's what you need to
Never
do.
pitched.
Oh, look at that! Look at him!
Did I
Look at
pitch
him!
that
He
idea
trying
to
to
you?
look at him.
Did I pitch that idea to
Hold
Don?
No, you didn't.
Hold on. Do I just show my FaceTime logs before the match?
I did call you, but that's the side. That's from the side the point. Whoa, this is a setup. So you would have been on the phone with me for 8 minutes
What's
talking
your
about that,
what's your
man?
Twitch name, Lou?
Most definitely.
You would have been on the phone with me for 8 minutes
was.
talking. So
He
you was
was.
debating it. Is what I'm
No,
hearing.
I wasn't debating it.
Oh,
I
he can
was-
only. Combo can only think. Combo can only think. Combo can only think based on debating it.
I told you no, I'm
You
not
were on
doing
the
it
phone
because you
with
an
me
idiot. You getting paid
for
like a
10
fiddle.
minutes. And
That's
guess
why
who's
you
the
getting
tag
played
team
like a fiddle.
champions, nigga? Guess who's not a double champion like you wanted to be?
Hey, you don't have a
Hey,
single
Sturdy,
title, though.
hey, Sturdy, you about to be
Oh,
double
I have a
champion
title,
by next fight, like 2 weeks, bro.
You don't have a single title, though. I wonder why.
Getting like 2 shows, bro.
Uh-huh.
The NWO is gonna actually be on top now, bro. Don, you
I'm
pulled it
sorry,
off, you
Ricky.
son of a
I'm
gun.
sorry, Ricky. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
That was a different kind of NWO. I don't even know that team.
I'm so
But you
sorry.
say, who?
I'm so sorry, Ricky. I'm so sorry.
Hey, can y'all believe it though? Combo really was the one that got pinned to have Don be NWO
I
Tag
don't see your
Champion
name.
and Orion World
Hey,
Champion.
hey, bro, hey, that's long term.
Man, Penny Combo don't mean nothing no more. I need to pin some.
Shit, I pinned you. I'm still on you.
Oh, you heard me? I don't know what your
I'm
Twitch
just kidding,
is.
man. You
I was
fuck
gonna say,
well,
Combo,
man.
they don't know. They don't know.
You fuck well, Combo.
Say, I already pinned up next week. Like, I don't really give a right now. I already beat Don. Don was scared to fight me. That's on clip too.
D-Man the
Nice.
Ghost, Don. D-E-E-M-A-N the Ghost.
Crap.
D-Man the Ghost, okay.
Here.
Oh wow, he already in danger. Okay.
Hold on, y'all already, hold on, wait a minute.
This nigga body live on Madden.
Freaky played.
Go my game. Get warmed up.
Underground shit.
Come on.
Oh, this okay. So this like fighting backstage. All right. This,
Oh, why you didn't tell me that? Who I'm fighting?
Fight me, Lou. Oh, that's Trav.
Oh,
Right, I'm just kidding. I don't know who you're fighting, bro.
I sure was about to get
Yeah, I
excited.
can't find it. You said D-Man.
You're about to get excited. D-E-E-M-A-N. Here, I'm gonna say,
That's what I've been asking for. I just need the link. I
got you. I sent it.
Donna doesn't
I
matter.
sent it to your DM, Don.
I just
like
won
y'all
anyway,
sitting
bro.
here in my ear worried about
Yeah,
the shit.
DM, Don.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just won.
Oh yeah, don't put me in no more of them matches. Fuck that.
Well, he just won this.
Oh, it's over, Don.
Yeah,
Don.
don't put me in that.
Yeah, I won.
It's too late, Don.
GG.
I watched
That was
those
a
as a
bad
kid.
match though.
No, it wasn't. These niggas sitting there in my ear the whole time. Like, what's the stream? What's the stream?
Yeah, I know. He kept on asking.
D-Man the ghost.
There's too late.
You said D-Man.
All of it.
Don't even worry.
Don was like B-Man the ghost, and he was like, yeah.
But that's the second one I done missed tonight.
John, why did you put the
WP4L.
match in previous match cards, bro?
No,
It's
he
in
did it at
regular
the
two.
beginning.
It's in there now.
Oh.
I fucked up.
I mean,
All right,
you-
Trav.
why-
Trav,
why
let me
you
see.
texting
You still here?
Damn, be your own man's, Henny. That's crazy. I thought I see stereo change on you, bro. That's fucked up.
Matter of fact, I don't know. You can probably play. Not really. Probably play.
Oh, I'll fight him if not.
3 times.
Nah, I'm trying to win one at least, bro.
This about to be a party, a yeet party. You dig?
Oh yeah. Oh fuck. Actually,
Yeah,
not.
sir.
If you don't, actually done. If you don't find an opponent, just let him not fight. I'm gonna take this character.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Fuck no.
Everybody refused to fight this man.
Yeah, I ain't fighting.
Nah, that I ain't look. Let me go ahead and fight you then, Don.
It's looking like it.
Yeah,
I'm trying to see.
I'll
I'm trying to get in
whoop on you.
contact with Tech real quick to see if you want to.
Nah, if you can't get
fight
I'll beat
Trav.
his ass.
You want to fight Trav?
Fight him, he can fight him.
You don't fight
Yeah.
Trav?
I'll fight him. I was supposed to fight him.
Nah, nigga, I'll
Nah,
fight
I'm
him, nigga. What the
not
fuck?
fighting.
I want the
John, I'm
dub.
not fighting.
Done, I
John,
want my
I'm
dub,
Oh,
dog.
now you want to.
Everybody who said that, fight already.
John, let me fight him.
Okay.
Leon, you
Nah,
already fought, nigga.
y'all niggas was afraid to fight.
I
me.
We finna go anyway, so it don't matter.
Hey,
All
don't
right.
match,
So
Trav.
look. I need. It's got to be somebody that haven't even fought yet. It got to be like
They don't want to lose to you, Trav.
Okay, so
It got to be one of them.
first
Not
round.
nobody that done fought.
And then he fought yet, did he?
Nah,
Henny ain't fought. Malik haven't. Yeah, he ain't fought.
nah.
Trick Wings fought. Man ain't
Okay.
fought. And Yaka ain't fought.
What did you say it like that?
Yaka, you in here?
Yeah,
I'm about
he
to
in.
go. So if it's a
He's
tournament,
in
I'm
here
about to go.
quiet.
So I'm not gonna
I'm ready
be
for that tag match.
All right. At least, as long as you did that tag match, Henny, that's all we needed you to actually do.
So I got a
yeah.
question,
You
Don.
gonna
So
be-
this last Saturday, right?
Does
Does that count as a show that you've been here to fight, or no?
Yeah, it counted.
Why would it
was
count
here.
as a buffer?
What you mean?
So does it count as a miss?
Why you asking me so many questions?
Look,
worry about
look,
that.
what you're
Doesn't
trying to
count
say?
as a miss.
No, Don. You trying to get.
You trying to steal somebody's character? I
That
know
Saturday,
what
that
you're
Saturday show, that shit counted, bro. I'm pissed about it too, bro. It counted, bro.
You know what I'm trying to get?
Yeah,
trying to
Randy.
steal somebody's character.
Hey, I'm trying to get Randy Orton. What the fuck?
Yeah, he trying
Oh
to get
shit,
Randy.
yo, Randy is. Oh no, he counted the show. Yeah, no, actually, yeah,
They
was both
kinda
there
together.
fighting. They
They
was
fought
both
each other.
fighting.
Yeah, they fought each other. They fought each other. I don't know who hosted
Yeah, but
that shit.
if it counted, okay, that means they missed Tuesday and they missed today. So
Yeah, that's two. Yeah, so third show three. Shit.
About to be open next show.
Hey, but I already paid for 7 rounds ahead of time, so y'all don't
I don't
try
give a
any
fuck what
funny
the fuck
switches. You know what I'm
So,
saying?
the fuck
Alright,
what you
I already paid down. I already put my
Let's
switch
get
in.
this next one. I've been sitting here rambling and chatting and shit for too long now. Henny, you say you good. Triple neck round.
Hey,
Trav, I need
combo.
you. Trav is you. Hold on.
No,
Where's like, I
You
need
wanna
to
fight
say-
me, Trav?
No, he gonna have
Hey,
to fight somebody
change-
like
I'm gonna
fucking.
change my name to Sturdy.
What's his
Okay.
name?
Change
What's his
your name
name?
to
The
Travis
man that
Hickey.
just that didn't have no team out there to fight, but was coaching the whole time.
Nah,
What's
I'm
his
gonna
name?
change
Weezy.
my change your name to Jontavius Henderson K. I'm gonna change my Allen
What
Carter
the
K.
hell?
Alright.
Yo,
Government?
Weezy, ready?
Yeah, government, nigga.
Yeah.
Government, nigga.
All right, you gonna
Nigga,
fight?
wait, why
I mean,
you
Trav,
why
you
why
fight
can you
Trav.
still why can I still hear you?
And
Hold
then
on.
after that,
I'm going
we
to
can
Jones.
Let me
fight
fix that right
Trav.
quick.
And then that's the first round. After that, that's the first round. Y'all got to set it up this time. You screaming this time.
I got it made, and you want me to stream through Discord?
Yep, through Discord. Yep, that. After this, Malik and Yaka, and then that's the first round. That's all of them. That's everybody.
I'm going against a real opponent.
Hopefully you can beat them.
They better get your
It's
ass
just
whooped.
about who getting your fins off first. That's it. Hopefully you can do it.
Nah, it ain't about them. I got
Shit,
one
get your
pin
shit
of that
off.
match against who?
That's it.
They never know. It's weak.
Yeah, I got one pin. That's it. No sig, no nothing. Play the girlfriend.
I mean, Let me know. Go ahead and invite me whenever you're ready, Weezy. Jay Uso's ready. Where you at? Where you at with it?
Bro. Nigga, no, nigga. Oh, they go to screen this up on the Discord.
No, go ahead. Let me pop off these.
Ooh, so. Oh man, you get it popping. That means nobody cannot steal Jay Uso.
Yeah, and he's still gonna be showing up every 2 shows.
What's up in the
Long as I show up to the 3rd show, I'm cool.
Leon, are you gonna say
up?
GG's to us, or are you gonna say congratulations to us, or because you was roaching the shit out of us, so we deserve it. We're faces over here. I'm not no fucking heel no more. You can at least say good shit. Thank you, appreciate it.
Hey, but just now that I said that,
Because you know, usually the heel me, I would have been jumping around in my house right now. You already know how I'd be. You already know how I'd be, jumping around and all kinds of bull. Screaming.
No, I'm surprised you didn't.
Yeah, screaming.
Man, I fucked at the very first second after that 3. You was gonna start
go crazy.
Yeah,
go crazy. Yep, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Title anytime, bro.
Leon, bro, why you pop Rizzo, bro? That might have been a whole different outcome if you.
Yeah, it would have. Y'all would have never won, but the game sold me. Same with Malik.
Him and Malik.
You say use it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real, bro. Y'all would have never won. I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna jump the shit out of UN Stadium.
I'm just here, just hosting, pretty much. That's it.
Yeah, I was about to make that shit a 1v1 with combo.
Oh, he got that fucking spear. Oh shit.
Oh man, but that Rizzo booty shadooty ass game, bro. God.
Dummy. Yeah.
Oh, what the hell?
Dummy.
I didn't mean to play it. What the hell? I basically gave myself a dummy. Jesus Christ, man.
Don K.
That boy got that.
It's NWO for life, man. I'm sorry. It's too fucking sweet. You used to know what they used to be like. But you know, you over there with Henny now.
Oh.
And hey, you need to check on Henny. He over there, he ain't telling you stuff. You need to go over there and talk to him.
Not the
y'all. No. Battles.
I'm weak.
Oh. No. Oh my God. I was thinking he gonna push A.
Man, what the hell? Is he using John Mox? Oh, that's on cold. Wait, didn't we see already win this match? What the hell? You already fed him to the wolves. NWO. I'm weak.
And Leon, you really in here saying NWOK?
You said what?
You really in here sitting there saying some NWOK?
Yeah, the killer of NWO. Soon to
But we
happen.
won.
Almost had it, bro.
Oh.
Me and Sturdio was still in the match. You know that, right? None of us got eliminated. Do you know that?
Yeah, and y'all would have lost because we ain't come
I hope did the other team know that too? That like none of us got eliminated? Not one member?
Shit, cool. And I could care less. Remember
says
when
a lot.
Quasar
That
got
says a lot.
eliminated in the first 5 minutes and I wanted to match on my own damn self?
And I wasn't in it either.
Well, shit, too
Or
bad.
my
I
team
was
wasn't in
in
it.
it.
My team wasn't nowhere in that match.
I was in it, man. I'm pulling the
my
decks.
team
I would
would've
just
been
be
in that.
gone by
Yeah,
my
that shit wouldn't
goddamn
have happened.
2K24 accolades, bro.
Yeah, why you talking about old shit for?
Yeah, I'm doing the decks, bro.
Do that now. Yeah, do that now.
Pulling the decks, bro. Best ever heavyweight champion of all time.
Even in the past.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just say this.
Yeah, I mean,
Rizzo fucked up because
your
it was
win
meant
for
to.
the tag team title was in the past now too.
No, it ain't. It
It's
just
already
happened
on the
today.
match going
It
on.
just happened today.
Yeah, but the match
That was the
already
best
going
match
on.
of the night so far.
That shit
That
in the
damn
past,
tag
nobody
match.
give a damn about that no more. Unless you give us a shot, then shit.
Nah, if you would have won, you would have been talking about that shit. Say, oh yeah, people still care. They care.
Man,
Hey,
if I
let's get
won,
it.
I would.
Let's let the show.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody
Don't try to
get
rain on
up,
my
get
damn
up
parade.
for it. Oh,
John Cena.
Yeah, don't try to rain on my damn parade.
Hey, Don.
What's up, sucker ass nigga?
Yeah, match. Suck ass nigga.
My hair longer than yours.
Hey, Don, Stadia. Don, Stadia.
Yes. You gonna say GG's and you just drop all this shit, or what you doing? Because I'm a face, so.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
see, hey, you see, I ain't do all this, my celebrations and all this shit. So I just let you
No
know.
way his name is Dontavius K. Hey, y'all really want this guy to turn heel again?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They do.
I had to turn my X off on accident. But Don and Stadia, just to let you know, there's always a plan B.
What you trying to do? Join my team?
It's a plan B.
That's
Nah,
another thing. Plan B it
joining your
is.
team ain't an option. Joining your team ain't an option.
Shit.
Joining your team ain't an option.
I know. We already put you to the flaming table. Yeah, I know.
Shit.
Y'all might have won that the first fight when I said sorry Weezy and stuff, but I won the gold. I was the one that got that last pair. I always remember that. I was the one in the ring when the referee was holding my hand up.
Oh my god, damn.
Yeah, that's Granny car. Yeah, we going to Daddy car. Go on the other side.
What the hell?
I'm a tag team champion. When you address me, Corey, say first ever tag team champion Don. What is it?
Who you
Corey gotta
who
say
I gotta
that
address
shit.
like that?
Corey gotta say that shit.
Oh, I'm about to say, I know you fucking lying, Don. I know you fucking lying.
Now that's what Corey gotta say.
What?
Come on.
That was crazy work.
You got it, Trev.
That was crazy work.
Never mind. You in danger zone.
Yeah, he don't got it, man. You know he has.
He in the purple bar. Weezy threw at everything he had at him.
Yeah, but Weezy by the purple bar is dead.
No, he ain't. He just got reversed.
What the hell are you doing, Weezy? Yeah, I'm giving you a dummy. Let me go on my stream deck app real quick. Oh, let me go on my stream deck app real quick.
Dummy, yeah.
Hey, Don, that's a
from
stall.
hell. Yeah, that was a stall from hell.
Trev, let me
you
go.
can't do that.
What the hell?
You just stood there. I'm thinking that you get your stamina, Trev. I can't. I wish I could intervene.
You gotta let me
What the hell are you doing? You can't do that.
You just got to whip his ass, Weezy. You just got to whip his ass. He ain't gonna stop. Look, he ain't gonna stop. You just got to whip his ass.
Yeah, and then he gonna stomp to a spear. Yeah.
Beat the shit out that nigga just like I was doing you today.
Oh,
Hey,
shut your
Beat the shit
ugly
out
ass
that nigga.
Minnie Mouse ass
Weezy
up.
start to step the
You
point.
can't
Shit
do
out
it.
that nigga
Oh,
just
shut
like I
up.
was doing you.
You
Beat
can't
that
do
nigga
nothing.
ass.
Oh shit.
Can't
Hey,
do
look,
nothing.
bitch, I don't give a
No.
fuck.
Sneak,
Oh
shut up.
fuck. I fucked up on that one. Okay.
You
Nope.
know you stalled him.
Nope. Try that again. Get your head busted, boy.
He don't care.
Messing with.
He said he don't give a fuck. Weezy. He said he gonna fight you. He said you'll
So
get
bitch
over it.
ass
He said you'll get over it.
Ooh, so yeah. I'm feeling
Don't
that
you want the
Uso
tag team shit?
magic right now.
Hey,
Ooh, so
don't you want the tag team shit?
Yeah, I won the tag titles. I'm trying to see if Trav gonna even do anything because you done this. You know, poke the bear. You better win. That's the best thing I can say, Trav. You better win.
Trav, your bitch ass better win, nigga.
You reversing it.
Ah, beat your bitch ass up, Trash. Your bitch ass
Oh, he
up.
tried to. How the fuck that got priority?
I did that.
Yo, Don.
Yep.
Who going up next?
Malik and Yaku. She just asked me that.
Me?
It was me.
Me?
It was me.
The French guy?
The what?
Leon, nigga.
That's Leon.
Man, golly. You really couldn't tell, Don? What the hell?
No, I couldn't.
I already put X. Fuck.
Damn, Trav gotta be out of there. I don't know why the hell did he pick Rizu. Same thing that Hoof. Hoof picked Rizu too. I was like, oh, thank you. Oh well, he trying to do that child one night. He's supposed to do them grapples. That's how he get them the danger zone.
Now bringing the fight back into the ring.
Damn. Oh, he about to jump? Come on, jump on his head. No, he won't. You know he won't. Hey, them two spears, and you know he might be out of there, to be honest.
Come on, Weezy.
Man, come on, man. Get your ass in the ring, man.
I got. You know
Man,
what?
get in the
Since
ring, loser. Goddamn eyes.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Hey, do not stomp him. You're gonna get him out the danger zone. Yup. Hey, taunt him into a spear.
Hope he got reversed.
Man,
never mind.
what
Back
the
in the
hell
danger
are
zone.
you
Back
doing?
in.
I think it's
Back
Nope,
in the
back out
danger
of it.
zone, dang. I mean, he trying to.
You can't even pin in this match. Hold on, wait a minute. Why you got pin on turn?
Bro, let me go.
You can't. Hold on,
Yeah.
y'all got pin on?
No,
Let
it
it go,
got
let it go,
KO
let it
on
go.
too, though. KO on, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You got
I
pin on
have
there?
to make a custom match so the shit is not on.
Oh.
You got pin on? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't even know pin was a thing on
Yeah, you can have pins and submissions on.
Oh yeah, that's not a real underground. He throwing that bitch.
okay.
He tried another one. He got the danger zone. Oh, you gonna have to do. I see what you're doing now, but you got to catch him off a whiff or something. Cause yeah, he ain't gonna get stunned.
Oh shit. Okay. No.
Ah, he went through everything. You
God
got that
damn,
bitch off.
oh, stunner.
Got
Oh,
that
nah,
bitch off.
he tried to body punch him into that shit. Got him this Austin death spread.
Man, he got that
That would
danger
be
off.
out of there.
Oh yeah, he most
Oh, never
definitely
mind.
is almost there. He finna try
Nah,
to do
Trap
something
about to
like
beat
that.
him.
You think so?
With them
There
spears.
go that whiff that
No.
you gotta wait for right there. That's the whiff you gotta wait for.
Hey, bro, what are you doing, Trav? You should have. Nah, man, never mind. At least you don't
This
got
is my
shit.
first time playing.
Oh.
You just try to pull your fins off, because when you're in the danger zone, when he has on with a fan, you won.
You ever play Def
Yeah,
Jam?
hit his ass with the spear.
Mm.
Oh shit, what? Damn. Damn, he broke his goddamn leg while he was
Can't
at
touch
it.
him. I can't touch him.
Oh yeah, because he glitched. You see his leg. You gotta wait for him to get up.
Okay.
Oh shit.
I know what I need to do. Okay.
Yeah, you need to hit him with them two spears.
Okay.
Hit him with one spear, then wake up, taunt him, and hit him with another one. Yep. Go to the what's his name? To the shit and hit him with another one. Might as well just pull it too.
I
Oh, you
didn't mean
pulling
to
out
do that
double.
move,
Oh
but
my
it's all
god,
good.
Trav. Oh my god, yeah, Trav, you lost this man. You sold.
Okay, it's all good.
Who did you have before the Charlotte, right?
Oh wow.
Charlotte.
Yeah.
Oh, you only got Batista
much would've
back?
been over.
Type shit. You got Batista back, okay?
Who to give off Bianca?
Yeah, Dez went to Charlotte, and now, what's his name? Yuli went back to Batista.
Oh, you shouldn't have pulled it right there. Off the whiff.
I know.
I knew you wanted to match over there. Off the whiff. Definitely Stone Cold.
Man, Trav, you might as well win the match, bro. Come on.
Trav,
I need
man,
to win.
It's shit to
Don.
win, though.
Don. You got that?
Yo, Trav, what the fuck are you doing?
Let me see.
I tried to. What the fuck? I got that line that combo.
Oh yeah, I see it.
No.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Weezy watching.
It didn't
Weezy
even
watching
make
the
me
draft right now.
impressed with that good.
Weezy in the match.
Good game.
Oh yeah, he just
Yeah,
beat
they
him.
had to finish this match.
Oh, what match you doing?
Trav, don't you ever try to stall me for a spear again, boy.
Hey, Don.
I'm gonna do it again. Mark my
That
words.
$3 that I sent you the other day, they use it for my Batista switch.
Hey, look. Hey, look. I did my
Batista
max.
was open again. Oh man.
Why you
Hey.
why you ain't say nothing, nigga? We could have traded.
What the flat? But I ain't know you wanted flat, nigga.
Yes, I did.
No, nigga.
He did. He said it the other day.
I've
Or
been
yesterday, I think.
saying it, right?
I don't remember
I've
what
been
day he
saying
said
I
it. Yeah,
wanted
even when
Charlotte.
he was looking at it too. Yeah.
I don't be remembering.
Shit, man.
I'm smoking that
Good shit.
I wanted Randy from
That good
Wings
shit.
Kid.
Good
That
shit.
nigga didn't even give me that shit.
I would have took my little piece, but nah, I'm cool. Fuck it.
Now who the tag champion? NWO.
NWO.
Sturdio and Don. Okay.
You know,
So
if
can I get my
on my team?
Nah, I should have been fair.
He's a sellout.
Oh, wait now, wait, Don. Wait, Weezy, can I say it now?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Oh, I'm teaming up with Weezy. TV.
Yeah.
Oh damn! So that's a whole new qualification match gonna have to be done then. Oops. yeah. Me and Wood've got to fight for that. Even though I think I should fight more. Even though I think I did more to work, but you know. Man, man, what ain't even here replacing
Always
that, bro?
a plan B, buddy.
It's always a plan B. Always.
I was about to ask you.
Damn.
I see you guys in the
What the hell? I'm glad I don't got no plan B. Over here. Nigga, we scared. Nah. Don't need it. Man, we was gonna team up, but I
roll on him, Leon. What rolled on him?
What?
On Dez. Put it on Dez, Leon.
What that shit on Dez?
Yeah, me and you. I haven't had one.
Oh, you haven't? No. Alright.
Oh, damn, I want to fight again. But I'll wait. So, Don, how you gonna do the number one contender since I didn't make it? I don't give a fuck about what.
Well, you got a good team now. I'm pretty sure they're gonna make it quicker than anything. Stick along with them.
No. You see what Malik said, Don? I earned that shot. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, he did earn it like we earned ours earlier, Don. You can't hold that.
Yeah.
I was just saying like we earned ours earlier.
You know,
just like we earned ours earlier, Don. They did earn theirs.
You know, there's a lot of people that earn things.
But you know what else earned, Don? The heavyweight title I never lost.
John, I haven't lost the tag match yet.
Someone fact check this.
No, you haven't.
I haven't lost one yet.
Damn, I need to update the rosters faster.
Get out. I'm gonna see what I do for y'all. I might go ahead and just
let me
let y'all fight us. But I'm gonna see.
He wants to defend first. He wants to defend first. He wants to defend first, though.
Where did Shedeur Sanders went to?
Shedeur Sanders, I don't think I don't think he wants to get drafted. I think he what's it called? For the draft. I think he's just going free agent.
Oh, you lose money like that? What the fuck?
Exactly, he's an idiot because he's listening to what his dad said, bro.
Wow. What are they doing? Sometimes you do it. Hey, so who next on the underground shit? I'm trying to win their belt tonight.
Not for real.
Yeah, teammate, go win that belt.
Shit, from here, I could do the spin. I could do the spin again.
Man, I didn't win 2 fights, man. I should be in the 3rd fucking round.
No, that was just an impromptu match.
Nigga, that was an underground match, nigga. I ain't fighting for my health.
That could be my one. That was impromptu.
Hell nah, I won. That's 2 dubs in my book.
Oh yeah, it's a dub in your book, but it was impromptu for the tournament.
Oh, that's 2 dubs, nigga. I whooped Corey ass and El Boy ass. Give my 2 dubs. Nah, I'll fight again.
Folks, this isn't going to be your typical.
You know what, Don? If you're gonna give me one dub, give me one.
Make sure my big game going.
Oh, my bad. Oh, my bad.
Fighting in the underground is not for the faint of heart. You have to come prepared. But even then, you
Hurry on, I'm trying to see who the Saints about to draft. Don't spoil it for me. Let me see it when it pop up.
Where you're simply not the same person.
Come on, Saints, don't sell this shit.
That nigga said no way, LeBron James. I hate you.
Oh, GNT went to Vegas. Ooh. Yeah, that's pretty good for a running back. Proud tackle. Oh, Arizona got that.
I don't know how I feel about GNT.
Bro, he got it.
I don't want him to be a but we all say that, right? I don't want him
something
to
the
be
WWE Universe needs to keep in mind is that once you compete in
He ain't
the
gonna be a bust,
you're
bro.
simply never the same.
We all think he
You're
got
a
it,
changed
and then
person on one level or another.
Go there.
Yeah, Byron, this
he
is
go
not
to
a match
shit.
you go
Best
into
thing
lightly
I
just
could
by
compare
choosing
him
to
to,
be in
man,
this
he
match.
probably
These
be like
two
a Frank
superstars
Gore.
are both willing to destroy
It depends on the line he got in front of him, though.
It's
Clearly,
a
if the line in
dangerous
front of him,
mindset to be in
you can
for
put some
sure.
work in.
Yeah, that is true.
He has him in his grasp. Spiked with a Uranagi.
I'm just gonna give him a 3 years, or however long his contract. As long as he don't get hurt, he should be good though.
It looks like he's stalking his prey.
Who the fuck is the Vegas quarterback though?
I don't even know that one.
Hell, shit, nigga, what the fuck are they doing? They need a
What the Panthers draft? Oh,
the receiver from Arizona, that 6'5" nigga. I was watching him.
Oh, a dumbass, lanky nigga.
Absolutely.
That's a hard cover there.
From the Fiend doing what?
No, for real, Don. That's a big dumb. Don, that is a big dumbass, lanky motherfucker.
He's still in this, and he's making sure everyone
Jump
knows
and
that.
get your ass when that ball is up there.
Yes, nigga, you gonna be mad. You gonna be looking at him like, oh shit.
I can't do shit, coach. You gotta catch it. You gotta play the ball. Gotta play the ball.
What's the
And even if you play the ball, you better hope that them motherfuckers don't highball that bitch.
Well, he's 6'5" and slanky though, so his grip strength shouldn't be too good. You gotta get him. Gotta ragdoll that nigga.
Mike,
how much you weigh?
Mike Evans 6'5".
Nah, but see, Mike Evans thick though. Pause, man. You see what I'm saying? It's the difference between 6'5" Mike Evans and like a.
Yeah, you gotta pause that one. Nah, he really didn't. He really didn't have to pause it because Mike Evans is a thick nigga. I ain't gonna lie. I don't give a fuck.
You get what I'm saying? Like the body
nigga,
build, man.
just like I would say Derrick Henry is too. Like,
Exactly.
You can. Somebody clip it.
Yeah. Oh, look at you, bro.
Say whatever you want somebody to clip.
This guy.
He just trying to get the strawberry shit off of him.
Yeah, I'm finna say that.
Yeah.
That shit forever gonna live, bro.
So boy really ain't gonna be getting drafted, bro, for real? He's sitting out?
I could check. Let me check.
Yeah, I'm looking at the prospects. I don't see his ass up here. I see that old lineman from LSU got drafted top 5.
He knows it's that time.
Shadur went number what? I mean, Travis went number 2.
Yep, to Jaguars. They traded up.
Oh man, meeting the barricade. He's been put in a bind.
I told you the edge which was gonna go. I knew it. Emily Cam Ward went number 1, so I guess.
Terrible. Off the barricade.
Okay, so Travis went to the Jags.
Setting it up. Boom.
Who had a number 1 pick?
There it is. Reversal. He's getting back up straight into harm's way. Fiend had it scattered.
What we doing? Shit, you putting us on the wheel?
Yeah, I'm still fighting.
Fighting right now.
Oh, he fighting. Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Oh, you got Kelvin Banks Jr. The tackle.
Man, a typical.
Nasty stumps.
I guess, bro. Leave, bro.
Don't do that, Yako. GG. Green bar, GG.
What are they doing? I know, because I ain't gonna lie, when I
play this
last
show,
year,
you know.
whole offense, so I get it. But damn, bro.
Got the queen round, boy. I'm about to tear shit up.
It's about to be a problem.
Oh, I'm about to test it up with that.
Hey, I figured she was gonna come get her.
That's for that Rey Mysterio shit.
She just like about to, my nigga, but better.
Hell yeah. And I actually know how to use her and work with her.
Well, you got them 2 boots that you can do whenever you want.
Nigga, I got a boot and I got a forearm in the corner. Boy.
You don't got no res on them?
Nah, that's cool. I don't need res. I'm not
Take
trying to play
one of
Pawn.
your. Oh, okay.
I just won't use one of them. I just won't use Rage.
So do you want me to give you res, man?
Yeah.
Alright. I was finna play
Wait,
somebody with no
man.
res too. Like fuck it.
I ain't gonna lie. I was cooking in that tag match.
All over the place.
I'm pissed off that I died or that I lost.
Man, all you had to do was stay in there, bro. Once you got out, you
know.
fucked up.
Guess what, Vortex?
Sorry, bro. I'm trying to find a character.
What are you doing tonight?
I saw.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm a face now, so I ain't finna do too much.
Good for y'all. Good for y'all.
Yeah, appreciate
That's
it.
good on y'all.
Oh, now you wanna be a face.
Oh yeah, bro. I'm a face,
I'd sell my soul to the devil too to keep this company going.
When it come down to the other shit, yeah, I'm a heel when it come down to that. But my Bray Wyatt character, I'm a face.
I'd sell my soul to the devil too just to keep this company running. I'd pull Sturdio if I had to.
So Sturdio knew he was gonna win, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'd pull Sturdio if I could. Wink, wink.
Wink, wink. He said, "I'm trying to get that."
All right,
that
I got another pen. I don't know what the fuck another one, but we got Trick going up against.
Little fucking
phenomenal character. Don't say nothing about him, though.
Corey,
Don't
you
say
got
nothing about
eliminated
this
with
character.
your sucker ass.
Nigga,
Yeah, I'm talking about your character,
Braun
by the way.
Breaker versus Braun.
Oh, I know.
I was beating the fuck out of him. He got 2 finishes against
I don't know. I don't even know this nigga moveset. I just know he got chopped. That's the only bad thing about him.
Roman.
Oh, 4 hits? Okay.
Let this shit be against Stone Cold.
Yeah, please let this shit be against Stone Cold. That's what I want too.
Yep, it is.
Let's
It
go,
is.
Don.
I'll
Who on
fight
fight?
you. You fighting Combo.
Who on fight?
And I'm
Alright,
fighting
bet.
Leon.
Yeah, what combo at? Hey, is he here?
Cena versus.
Leaf combo is here.
Y'all been watching the
I gotta
draft or
play
not? 'Cause
against
I'm pissed.
another
I'm
Spearman.
fuming.
Fuck.
Another
Oh my goodness,
and
man.
Leon. All right, Leon, you want to go ahead and go first real quick?
Oh, Coastal Loveland is a dog.
You come on, join on up in. I still got the same damn lobby.
How many of us left?
6 of us.
And who the other 2 guys fighting?
Trick
y'all two?
Williams and Bray Wyatt, and you and Stone Cold. Well, Stone Cold and Roman. That's it.
Trick Williams and Bray Wyatt.
Perfect Brady.
Huh? What'd you say,
Who
Des?
y'all draft?
So who Leon
Campbell.
fighting?
He fighting me.
Go ahead, Don.
Will Campbell, the tackle
Oh,
out
no,
of
you
LSU.
Bray Wyatt. He not Trick Williams.
that's
He
bad.
John
No, Trick Williams is fighting.
Bro,
No, I'm
he's
fighting.
an
No, I'm
NFL
fighting.
guard. He's not a tackle.
It's uneven. You remember it's already gonna be uneven from the start. Just moving as we go.
So who getting the bye?
Shit, me. I get the ball. That's how fucking
I mean, if you
Wow.
want to throw me back
I'm
in the
just
tourney,
playing.
I'll take
I'm
it.
just playing, bro. I'm just playing, bro.
You want to throw me back in the tourney, I'll take
It's
it.
like I get the fucking bye. I just fought 2 fucking fights.
Just like a knockout.
Yeah, shit. If anybody wheezes,
How about that? I know what I'm gonna do. Y'all gonna say it's uneven?
Let me and Brady fight.
I really. But it's just gonna be what it is. What it is. I know what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, combo ain't here though, so fuck it.
Let me and Brady fight.
This is too ahead.
When that fight, Weezy.
You know what's going. You know what's gonna happen.
You know LA Knight singles.
The right X.
Right X.
Leon, don't do too much out here.
Alright.
Man.
Trick even
I
here.
think it's left.
Oh,
I don't know.
I don't know if he ain't. If he ain't,
That
you
nigga
move on.
ain't
Shit.
said nothing.
If you don't, you just.
Yeah, that nigga ain't even say shit.
You done
Fuck
fight.
it.
How many times you said it?
Ain't-
Twice. Yeah.
Twice already. Yeah, fuck it.
Underway, and the only way to win this
So
one
naked
is
ass
to
now.
Has this been a double?
He didn't say shit, man.
obviously
Smart one is yet.
His actual thing?
Or not. Yeah, the rest of them are not. But only his
whole tackle, man.
foreign domain for these superstars looking to take each other down
What's wrong with getting a tackle?
way possible.
Okay, Greenberg.
I get it, man. We
Oh, what's
needed
wrong
it
with us
all,
getting a
man.
tackle? We had
Damn,
T-Mac
bro.
sitting in our lap.
Who you talking to?
Setting
What
it
you
up.
calling T-Mac? Who T-Mac?
Hetero McMillan, the best wide
Oh, you
receiver.
talking about the
in the draft.
receiver? You talking about the
That
Sitting
nigga
in
ain't
our
talking
lap.
about Tracy McGrady.
Fending
Yeah, that
off the
sounds like
feed.
T-Mac.
I only know one team, Mac, nigga. You ain't talking about
Yeah, that
Tracy
sounds
McGrady.
like who you talking about T-Mac?
He could be enjoying the moment too much.
Who
giving
your
his
team
opponent a
is?
lot of room to recover.
Motherfucking
Bringing this back into the
okay.
ring.
Yeah, he was
Patriots
talking
fan.
about.
He's a Tom Brady
Yeah,
fan.
Down with the
I'm a
crossbar.
But nah, I
Patriots
hung
fan.
it
My
up,
dad
man.
was born up there.
I hung it up. Oh no, y'all got the LSU low lineman, nigga. Fuck you
Yeah, we
talking
got the
about?
Texans.
You welcome. Yeah, you welcome, bro. That
Fuck
nigga's
was that?
fucking awesome.
He's got him now. And there's the
RP Kyron will like
The
lazy
Fiend
shit.
now with the clear upper hand.
Shit.
The aggression from the Fiend
But
is
I took me to turn the
unmatched.
fucking match around quickly.
Traffic got it tighten in. All right.
It's not gonna move, bro.
And that might be the start of the momentum swing he needed. This could be the
All right,
turning
Cowboys
point.
on the
Could be
clock,
the start of a rally.
My boy
I was
Kyron-
trying. It literally wouldn't let me.
Oh, you couldn't move.
My boy
Taking
Kyron
his
Lewis.
time, preparing to
My boy
attack.
Kyron Lewis, boy.
So,
He would've
boy,
been a dog.
really gonna sit his ass out the draft? That's crazy.
Setting it up.
Who?
Wow. Yeah, that's exactly what that is, nigga. Like,
Wait,
come
what
on,
pick are
man.
we on right now?
You can't be above the draft, my
11.
nigga.
Who got picked at 10?
And Fiend falls to a
I
counter.
couldn't
I told you that tight end.
Oh, yeah, the
Oh,
tight end.
Tyler Warren out of
Going
Penn
from the
State.
No,
defensive to the
no,
offensive, he is
no,
ready
no,
to go.
The white guy, the tall one.
It was
Big-
Colston
God,
Colston
drilled
Lovely.
right into the post.
What? Actually? Notre Dame, no, Michigan. Yeah, Michigan.
Who was that 10?
Power slam.
Bro, hold on, let me hit back, bro.
No, like
Get
not
a tight
not
end,
the
the Bears
player,
draft
the
the
fucking
tight end.
the team.
Bears, the Bears,
Who had the
Bears,
who had
nigga.
okay.
Bears. Fact bag.
Yes, I heard. They shouldn't have picked him. They should have taken a guard. They should have taken that North Dakota State kid. Fucking dog.
They should have took that fucking that Florida kid, Brady.
Fuck no, I would never go play for Chicago. I'll sit my ass out.
See, that's what. See, that's
Nigga,
that's
if I'm drafted anywhere in the top 10, I'm give a fuck who draft me, nigga. Shit,
I'm out.
Bro, I know I'm not good enough to sit out of no draft. I'm going wherever I get drafted.
Yeah, man, shit, you better go make that money. Oh boy, tripping up sitting out. He losing a lot of money. What happened was he must have knocked down in his shit.
He's trying to play with his man.
This table's about to serve a very different
purpose. He's not going to
Yeah.
No, Travis.
He's going to
No, Travis got.
Oh, he got to go to J-Boy.
Yeah, but you got trouble rules like that.
The Browns took Mason Graham, that D lineman out of Michigan. He's tough.
Oh yeah. Oh, compliment.
And the Fiend just
Garrett.
can't mount any offense.
Yeah.
The Fiend is being reprimanded for his deeds. The
He's
Fiend
tough. I like him.
If the Fiend was looking for
I don't think you're ready to go to the Jaguars. If she gonna sit until they trade old boy, man. But would you trade?
I ain't gonna lie, bro. If they trade, they not trading.
They just paid Trevor Lawrence so much money, they'd be stupid.
setting it up.
And I mean, unless a
Get it
team is
all.
like, I mean, if a team's like the Browns, you know,
If you can trade and get some shit in return though, and then
you know what they
sign,
did? No,
yeah,
because
and then sign Trevor for that less money.
You gotta think about it. They whoever Trevor go to, they gotta pay that contract.
He'll make his way to the ring.
So like the Browns,
And the Browns, Browns just got the Jags first round for next year.
Yep.
Straight punch.
But do you trade him now?
Trevor Lawrence.
He trades Shador. He trades Shador. If you're gonna grab him, you trade him for a piece.
I think he's going to Pittsburgh, bro.
Because you know that's like a. I'm not gonna say he's the best quarterback, but he has a lot of potential.
But
He's
not where he needs to be right now.
Play with Travis Hunter again though.
He reminds me like a Lamar. He reminds me like a Lamar mixed with a little bit of Josh Allen. That's what that
I was
reminds me
thinking
of.
more of like Kenny Pickett with Jacoby Brissett.
You got him fucked up even comparing him to
So much Shadur, I'm
Yeah.
Gino. Fucking Gino.
Yeah, okay. I like that one better.
And it looks like it's only gonna get worse.
Dumbass, you just be throwing that man.
But the motherfucker just said, Kenny Pickett, don't ever in your fucking life.
Bro,
By the way,
It's always funny to me how people that done lost try to feed me advice when you lost when I won already. But yeah, feed me information
That's
though.
the shit that pisses me off.
Who you beat, Don?
Who you lost to?
Greatness. Who you beat?
He beat Youngker.
I bet. I fucking bet.
Yep, I did. Yep, what's wrong with that?
It's not bad though.
Taken to the outside. Terrible looking fall there.
You gonna give me a real?
Out the ringside now. What does he have planned?
Mikael Williams to the Niners.
Kick down low. Cold red.
Kill his ass, man.
Riding out of danger there.
Some doubles he got, he ain't
Kill my
killing
ass,
shit.
nigga.
The matches do not favor us at all.
Man, I'm surprised you even won yours. Like, what the hell?
The fuck?
I get it.
I was struggling out there.
Single?
Yeah, that's a single.
Hey, Set Studio. Hey, I'm on the phone with a bitch right now.
I was like, oh shit.
Set Studio, I'm on the phone with a bitch right now. Nigga, son that your bitch ass can't get. Fucking bum ass bitch.
He used to laugh though. He used to bow wow laugh. It's crazy.
Oh, he's on big. He came to this motherfucker to say he's on the
Yeah.
phone with big. Like, like what the fuck? That's not a flex, man. I stay with one. Now what?
Ooh, shit. That's some nigga flex.
Crazy, bro.
What would have happened if you would have super fanned him?
I wish I could have seen it.
I'm fucking crazy.
Hey, you gotta get stop.
Oh, Don, you need to go on this list.
I don't care. I thought you couldn't stun through this, so I'm just sitting here chilling. I'm good, fuck.
You just made the list.
I ain't going on nothing. Yeah, because I didn't even think you can stun me.
Just made the list! Just made the list! Just made the list! Just made the list!
On the night you won the tag, man.
Bro, I didn't make nothing because this game mode is obviously broken. Didn't we just establish that you can't stun through this shit?
Hi.
No, you won the belt.
You can't stun him off of
Yeah, I
feet,
did.
but you can stun
Come on,
him regular
Jade.
way.
Give me a fucking diaper. Stop dancing.
So can we get our
That's
match?
why I have to stun you in this shit.
What match? What match do y'all get, Claus?
They ain't got nothing because he talking about relinquishing. What you mean I won? Didn't you say, no, just have it then. Just have it then.
Yeah, I did.
Didn't your brother say he wanted to fight for it?
Yo, and then what did you say? What was your response to him saying he wanted to fight for it? Oh, no, you just have it. No, you just have it. All right, go ahead and set it. Hold on. Weez, I'll let you advance. No, I didn't. Hold on, I'm thinking about the wrong person. I'm thinking about the wrong person. No, I'm thinking about Trick. That's what I was thinking about. I was thinking about Trick. Sturdio get the pass on. You got to fight combo.
Sturdio get the pass on.
Yeah, Sturdio get it. Yeah, Sturdio get the pass. I was looking at the wrong person. I was looking at the wrong person.
I fought.
Give me one out of there.
Hey, Don, is we free now?
No, ain't no free. Until I hit in stream.
Oh yeah, damn. All right, so me, Sturdio, and Leon.
Yo.
And that's left.
No, it lets you fight combo. Yeah, you fight combo.
But where he at? He ain't in here, and I'm here.
Right.
I ain't getting
Right.
nobody.
Yeah, I thought he was just talking.
Combo.
He definitely.
He ain't in here.
Combo and then
I
we
know
go-
this why, but it's a fast one. Oh, yep, I missed it. Well,
Wait, is it double or single?
no, it's a
I
single,
don't
but
care
it's
what y'all
fast.
talking
Come
about.
on out in here,
You just do
man.
where
You
it
can't
was.
you can't put yourself on the list of them damn
Damn.
these men.
Hey, yo,
That's a rule. No, that's a rule. Look, I'm finna put it in the
Yeah,
lesson.
I just, cause I already knew where it was.
Bro, what?
Yeah.
Forget his move set.
I clearly stunned you, bro. Good job.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Leon. You
I
probably
like
thought
it.
you were doing good, but the only thing you did was just
And I don't
won.
have to play out of my comfort zone
I
with
did
him.
good. I did
your ass
good.
on that
You just
list.
won. That's all he did. He just won. Yeah, that's it.
I put yours.
You know what I'm saying
You
though?
didn't
Like,
do shit.
Yeah,
like,
Submit it
I gotta
then.
play out of my comfort zone.
Submit yourself, putting me on the list then.
It's
Do it.
a different, it's a whole different play style.
Shit, if only
I'm
I
probably
could.
gonna spend shit quick. I don't want to spend
Submit
$3 right
yourself
now,
doing
bro.
it.
If only I could type in the list, bro.
All right, so combo ain't here, man. What we
Fuck,
doing?
I don't know where this
Hey,
is at.
no, fuck that shit. Leon, took your bitch ass over that make the list.
Fuck, I
nigga.
missed it. How was I early?
Nobody.
I ain't gonna lie, just give me reason if I don't kick out.
Don,
Sturdio,
how that song go again, Don?
Here,
do you really want this underground?
I don't really want it, but I'll do it.
Bro, then you should have let me win.
Sturdio.
No, it's fun.
Yes,
It's
Sturdio.
fun. I like
Sturdio, look, Sturdio, look. I'm gonna do you a
okay,
favor
that's
since you on my team.
That's on me.
You are gonna be #1 contender. Let one of them be the first one, cause they ain't got shit going for them. They ain't got a damn thing going for them. We just
Let
beat
Vortex back in
Leon.
there then.
We just beat Leon like the fucking death. And then what's his face? No,
Yeah,
he
let
just-
Vortex back in there since I beat him. Because I
Fuck a
beat him.
Vortex.
So if I'm not gonna be in there no more, then that's crazy.
Yeah, fuck Vortex.
If Combo not here, nigga,
Yeah,
Combo
yeah,
beat
fuck
me.
it.
I fought Vortex, bro. I meant to give you reason, bro. I'm sorry.
No, you're cool.
So,
No, you're good.
They
so
asked me a question.
Weezy,
I
Leon,
got you.
y'all two set that shit up. Set that shit up. Yo.
Going to
Sturdio is #1 for y'all. I'm just letting y'all know that.
You want me to screen Leon?
Yeah. You don't know what you wanna do, yo.
What are they doing? A backstage brawl?
No, ain't no backstage.
Oh shit,
What
both
is
of
it?
us
It's
got
just-
doubles and
It's not a
shit.
multi-man or nothing, though.
Yeah,
It's
it
not
was
multi-
gonna be good.
It just
This shit
the last
about to
one.
be a
I'm giving you
crazy
#1
match.
though, Sturdio.
Hey, we finally gonna be
Alright.
we finally gonna have a title, bro. And one of us gonna be the
One
first
of us,
ever.
fuck. Yeah, first ever, bro. Let's go.
Inaugural.
Pretty
Yeah.
much. Something along those lines, yo. Pretty much.
Talking all type of shit. I hope I can pull this shit off. Leon, let me know if we try hard now.
Hell yeah.
It's not pretty much. It's on the thing of its own sturdy. It don't like along with nothing.
Okay. Okay, bet.
I ain't saying that it's bad.
It's
but
like
you know what I'm
NXT
saying? Like,
Championship?
Yeah, it's like that. Like it don't like
Separate
it's its
from the
own
main
separate
card.
thing.
I ain't know you even having fucking move feet, to be honest. What the
You ain't
fuck?
with your blitz. You ain't never caught a book. You ain't never rocked a session put Balenciaga on your bitch.
Want to sing that shit, Lil Corey?
See if I got something.
Turn you up. Let me turn you up, bro.
Cena versus Stone Cold is crazy though. Oh my goodness.
Dream match. That never happened.
Dream match.
And essentially
It's
a
a
I
dream
Quit
match.
match.
Pretty much.
Or knockout match. Yeah.
Well,
In the
let's
Royal
see what
Rumble.
the first one
Shit.
gonna be.
Like, come on, Weezy. Let's get it.
All right, let's do it. Oh shit, out the gate is wild.
I made the list.
Yeah, that made the list, but he ain't
No,
gonna
I
put
didn't.
him up.
No, I ain't make nothing. I ain't make.
Yeah, he ain't
I
gonna
make
put him there,
nothing.
though.
I ain't make nothing.
Put his ass on that list, but he said, nah, the game
No.
was clearly done. I ain't putting
No, the
myself
game
on
is
there.
broken. The game is broken. It
Alright,
didn't give you
bro.
Reza
I get it.
earlier. It didn't give you Reza in that tag match.
It is broken shit. You're right, bro.
Yeah, see, and I'm giving you pity.
Not
I
in
ain't
the
even,
underground,
I ain't
bro.
even gloat or do nothing when you went out. I just said, you know, I just moved
Fine in the
on.
underground.
Sergio, check your phone. I'm finna get off.
It's a peak game, bro.
Shooters. Finish this.
I put him in the list. I got it.
I'm ready to go to bed.
Hey, Combo, shut your bitch ass up, Combo. Shut your bitch ass
dog.
up.
Hey, Corey, sing that Pooh Shiesty.
Oh my God, I'm counting different.
Shit, Weezy, I'm going for the big one.
I see.
Oh, two niggas with a double finisher.
Rock fools, bro.
Oh, Lord.
Rock
This is
them
about to be a
fools, bro.
fight.
Rock them
Hey, don't,
fools, bro. Ah,
hey,
shit.
don't
You're
put
running
together,
away.
nigga. Boom.
I know it.
What?
Let's go
That's
smoke
what's
a bong,
nigga?
fucked up.
Let's go smoke a bong, nigga. Together.
I'm not smoking with you.
Damn,
I
that's
probably
how you
never
coming.
smoked with you in my life.
Oh, what? I was
Beat your bitch ass
And
up.
first of all, Corey, I'm just going to be honest with you too. When I smoke by my blunt is mine, and that's how my shit go. I don't pass
Nigga,
my
me
shit.
too, nigga, but
Yeah, I don't
nigga,
pass
I
my
sip your
shit.
blunt, nigga.
But like if we smoking, you sit there, you smoke your
like-
shit. I sit there and smoke my shit. That's how I
Shit,
do.
I mean, nobody took the
That's
fight
what
up here.
I'm talking
Like,
about,
yeah.
nigga.
That's
Shit, Weezy, nobody
Leon, you
took the
smoke?
fight over there, bro. Come on.
Fuck it,
You
let's
said, do
go.
I smoke?
Come on, Leon.
Come on, let's go
No,
over
he
there, bro.
don't. He's a good guy.
Oh shit, why is it so empty?
And so y'all decided to experiment here,
He's a square.
Hey, let's
That's
see
what we
if we
call
can
him if
go
he
over
don't
there.
smoke.
bruh.
That's
Y'all
what we,
don't finish this.
we call them niggas square.
Y'all decided to
Oh, we
experiment
can't.
now.
Okay, come on.
It's going down at the top up here. Fuck it.
What the fuck is they playing?
Hey, bro,
We're playing
they
sandbox.
they in the sunken place, bro.
Game on the concrete.
Damn, bro, I wish I was there.
Oh, I let you do it. That's crazy.
It's like fraud.
Damn, we.
Fuck it.
So they're talking all that shit.
Sturdy or a champion?
I just told you to sing
Oh,
your damn
whoa,
song, man.
Hey,
Hey, can't
know.
it?
Oh wow.
You said what?
Studio got the tag team champions, you bum ass bitch.
What the hell? That
You don't got
what,
no
what the-
championship.
You ain't got shit.
What do you have?
Yeah.
You didn't even
Hey,
make it
nigga,
here.
hey, say, nigga, we really want to
Oh,
know
what the
something.
hell? This game wild.
Watch
you
us say no,
lost.
watch us say no.
Know about what?
Bitch ass.
The greatest tag team competitor of
I'm not
all
gonna lie,
time.
Weezy, I don't like fighting
Oh,
up
really?
here.
Alright, hey, look, hey,
You know what?
let's do a dark
It's
match.
better than the barricades, bro. Might as well.
Do a
Yeah,
dark
let's
match?
do a dark match.
Okay, well you better not get
Barricades
scared
and
when
I
you start
go to
getting
the
beat up.
barricade every 3 seconds, bro.
If I'm to the game, bro.
Just us and buttons, Leon. Us and buttons.
Yeah, nigga, just us and bun, nigga.
Bro.
Come on,
You know that?
Leon. Let's go.
Bro, beating the
Who
fuck out of
wanted
Weezy,
more,
bro.
G?
Y'all done took
Who
the
wanted more,
different
buddy?
meaning out of
I
underground.
wanted
Y'all
more,
sweating the underground match.
I wanted more,
Fuck it,
bro.
we both
The match
want
that's
it,
supposed to
man.
be 5 minutes, y'all made it. Y'all make it 20.
Shit, is that a problem? Shit, we can always both quit the match, and nobody gonna be
You still
champion.
streaming? You still
Shit, I
streaming?
just give it to me. Yeah, I'm still streaming. This
Don,
is the
you still
last one
streaming?
though.
Honestly,
Yeah,
well,
this is the
after you
last
got
one.
put on that list, I'll appreciate it.
Nigga,
Weezy
ain't
made
nobody
it.
on no list. Yeah, he made it.
Appreciate
If
it.
that nigga Weezy hit me with those 2 finishers game,
look what I got.
I forgot he was gonna.
Hey, you got it too.
Hey, boy, invite me.
Shit, what the hell is you doing?
Invite me,
Oh, hell
studio.
no. LB, press
Oh,
LB.
damn. No.
Yeah, press LB.
Nah, don't press
get my
LB. Don't
get
press
back.
LB. Don't press LB.
LB.
Fuck him. I
When the
would
one
still did
studio.
it. Spam X.
That's what I'm doing. Oh my god.
That's what I'm doing.
Oh, it didn't do no for nobody. That mean y'all both hitting slow.
Both spamming that bitch like no tomorrow.
I always win. I always win those every time.
Shit, man, we won. Oh shit, man.
Power slam. Come on, somewhere up. Hey, I'm about to be the champion, Weezy. Guess who won?
I'm about
You.
to be champion.
Corey.
I'm about to be
Come on.
champion.
Come on, first ever champion. Oh, you tried it. You tried it.
Yo,
He
Corey,
tried
you
it.
there?
He tried it.
I tried it.
He tried
Fuck, I
it.
tried
And guess
it.
what? You better pop
Take
it
it
out.
down.
Bro.
Oh, there you go.
Nope.
My hair longer than yours.
Studio, come on.
Oh, bitch, wait.
Damn.
Oh.
I'm sorry, bro. That was mean, bro. I didn't mean to do. I'm gonna invite you, bro. I got
Shit. Try to. It ain't easy being cheesy, bro.
Why he didn't fight back that time, bro? Now I feel bad. Like, he just said, damn. Like, Corey, bro, you gotta fight back, bro.
Hey, Leon.
It do
Say it
it
again.
different under concrete, bro.
Here you go, little Corey. I'm gonna invite you.
Do it
Hey,
different
Leon,
under
bro.
concrete.
Nigga, this the
Bro,
first ever time cheering for you, bitch. You better fucking win.
And you
Bitch ass
better
nigga,
stop talking.
Nigga, shut the fuck up. I'm talking the fuck I want to, nigga.
Shit, and I'm
Where
telling you
why
to
ain't
stop
shit?
because I'm your second boss, bro.
Hey, yo, watch your fucking mouth. You don't do that shit
Oh,
over.
you heard it.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm fucking these talkies up. Alright, bet, come on.
Bam! Oh my god, hey, his neck is broken.
Ironic.
I'm not streaming this shit. Beating this
You
shit
just
up.
come for team.
Nope.
Straight up beans the gas.
Nah, you can't see me.
Oh, he got a special animation. Look at that.
Can't see me.
You know, he probably done
And
had
the
it for
Black
so
Forces,
long,
bro.
but it just people don't play with him.
Alright, you ready?
And in Black Forces, bro.
Yeah, hey, Don. I ain't gonna lie. You was watching my match and I was beating the fuck out of Weezy, bro. Got 2 finishers
I wish I would have seen it.
Oh wow,
it
you
was good,
still
though.
won.
I knew you would, buddy. I knew you would.
Yeah, it was 2-4
I
anyway.
knew you would. I know though, but I knew you would.
Okay. The power slam. The power slam.
I'm gonna beat the shit out of this nigga, man.
No. I'm
No.
being a
Still
generic
fighting
player
in
too
his
easy. We both being generic, bro. And you
Oh,
yeah, you better.
don't hit me.
Don't hit.
Damn, come on, bro. That's me, bro.
Stay outside then.
I am.
I want to hit you.
Shit.
Bitch ass. Yo, I better not fucking touch me, nigga. Damn.
I ain't got no sig from the side. That's tough.
Hey, stop doing that shit,
wow.
nigga. Don't touch the fucking ref, nigga. Don't do that shit, bro. Watch you fall around
shit.
the fucking ref. Bitch ass boy.
Damn.
And nigga,
Oh,
that
let's
nigga straight up
go.
following off the ref. I'm not ready. I'm just gonna get in the ring because it's gonna be a count out.
Oh, let's go.
Wow.
I bet. I'm not ready yet.
Forward.
Wow.
Let's
He
go.
got it.
Oh. And the first ever underground champion.
I bet. Come on.
Stone Cold Steve Austin. Fucking Weezy
bitch
done
ass
got it.
What
got me something around my waist.
Hell no, y'all look at
Hey,
me, nigga.
hey, Weezy, everybody
good
can
shit,
fight
though.
for it. I want my rematch, bro. Come on.
You said hold my
No,
rematch.
fuck your
Good
rematch,
shit,
Come
nigga.
on, you are number
Listen,
one.
Weezy.
Come on, bro.
I know I'm about to
First champ.
jam
Let
that
me
car
get it
because
too,
Hey,
bro.
that's
I need
good
some
shit, though,
title.
Leon. That's a good one, buddy.
I need my
That's a
rematch. You
fucking
better
good
go
one.
back in here right now.
I had the
Shit.
time, and I was gonna stunt you, but I was like, oh shit, I could do this.
I mean, come on, get back in here, bro.
He already out of there. Leon, you gonna get
Yeah, I
him
have to try and invite him back. Man, ain't no way.
I accidentally did the shit.
You lost.
Yeah, he lost.
Of some bullshit.
Again,
Man.
I got his ass again. That's 3 dubs.
I'm stunned, boy, bro.
That's 3 dubs done. Oh, you count that Corey dub though? Just let me know now. So
One stone, boy. Golly.
Alright, so 3 of them things. Yeah. Ooh, that make about to be retarded.
Why did that adrenaline not freeze?
That's a good thing. I'm from Louisiana, man. They gonna know. They gonna understand. They don't mean that.
You know, nigga Weezy, bro. Like, yo, I know it's being your ass.
That was literally all the belts now. All the belts.
I don't know how I'm gonna defend this shit though, cause that shit tough.
From now.
Hey, do I have a tag for Underground or what?
Yeah, it's a tag on there too. Yeah, you should have it. Let me get out of this.
Man, come on, jump back.
I'd say Lil Corey ain't even that bad at this game. He is not bad.
Not in the Underground shit, bro. That shit was tough.
He just pressing buttons, bro.
The grand champion. Yeah, I made that belt.
I already put it on him, bro.
The grand champion. There you go.
Yeah, I already put it on.
Let me see.
I just put it on.
Put yourself on the
Oh,
list.
I see it. It's red. Let's
Man,
go.
I ain't gonna wait to let you get that shit, man. Come on, jump back in the movie, bro. Man, come on.
Yo, put yourself on the list, dog.
Because that's the European right there that's showing.
Yeah. I don't know what you gonna put on.
You want the hardcore some shit? I don't know.
Wait, how the hell?
Hell nah.
No.
He the Underground champion?
Yeah,
you got that cruiserweight one, like a light heavyweight.
How the hell you do that?
I don't got no light heavyweight.
But what you got? What all you
One
got?
stone bar. I did adrenaline. It didn't freeze him, even though he was far behind.
Yeah, it didn't get to me.
Yeah,
Nigga,
that's
come on.
I think them tags, bro, at the bottom.
Yeah, and then he was waiting.
Hell no, I'm about to pull all around. I'm going on vacation. Well, shit.
Nigga, I won my match. What the hell?
Man, look, we waited on you, buddy. You
I ain't
heard
get no
Don in
ad.
the
Cut all
beginning.
that. Cut that up. Cut that up.
Don say, look, we gonna keep it moving.
He did.
I ain't get no ad. I was there all day.
That ain't on me. He ain't get the ad. That ain't on me.
Hey,
when I seen that, I thought I was tagging myself or something. I don't know. I ain't want to seem like a retard.
I'm
He versus combo #1 contender.
Yeah, and after that,
versus combo.
whoever wins
Fiending for my shit. Both of these niggas got spears.
Man, I can never be a first champion, man.
Oh yeah, you do gotta put the first shit by me, huh?
Yeah, dude. Let me see.
I don't know where you got it ranked
get up
there,
off of this.
I gotta be ranked somewhere.
Done make a new title, bro, so I can actually win some shit.
No, done.
Is that what he get flooded with? This is a new damn title we just introduced. There's another one I gotta start remembering. But shit, that is it for today. Some titles can be offended on Tuesday.
You had to punch me one more time.
I am the first ever tag team champion of season 3. That does feel amazing.
No, I wasn't, nigga, because the fucking day, the fucking stomach to go away, dumbass.
It's too sweet.
I
always remember that, bro.
Too fucking sweet.
I'm up out of here.
The tag.
Bro, niggas just focus on us, bro.
Where you at, TB?
Wake up, filthy.
Yeah, I'm in the cool with a cutter, yeah, sipping a wine, yeah, posted with my brother, yeah, he got a mob plan, posted with my brother, yeah, he got a mob plan, posted with my brother, yeah, he got a mob plan, posted with my brother, yeah, he got a mob, I'm robbing the bank, yeah, I'm robbing the bank, yeah, I'm ready to take, yeah, I'm ready to take, my bitch, she got cake, my bitch, she got cake, we stay in the house. Can't leave out the place. I just got a case. Got dirt on my face. Got tats on my face. I'm serving that base. I'm serving that base. I'm serving that base. I got me some thoughts. They thought I was gay. Let me get you put that side. Purple like.